Magical Boys! They're the worst!
Linnet rounded the corner of the brick building as quickly as she could, and then sprinted down the narrow alleyway. Why did humans have to put their stupid buildings so closely together? Great tension twitched inside her lower back and her thighs. It was fairly dark, as the sun had already set. Shadows saturated the alley like thick webbing. In a panic, she glanced behind her, hoping that they had lost her. Linnet had only turned her attention away for a moment, and then she was twirling over herself, rolling to the ground in a heap. A large black bag of goddess knows what was just sitting right in the middle of the alley, although its hue perfectly blended with the lack of light. An empty dumpster wasn't even 2 feet away from it, too. Damn filthy humans and their disgusting garbage. Linnet slowly got to her feet, and she glanced over herself quickly. Even in the poor light, she saw that she was unharmed, and in fact her attire wasn't scuffed either. She had a full-figured body, and she was a little shorter than most of the Nymphians her age. Linnet had long dark brown hair, a pair of soft gray-blue eyes, long pointed ears, and a wide set of lips that often held wonderful smiles or dreadful scowls. Linnet's attire consisted of a storm gray dress that went to her mid-thigh, a pair of dark blue leggings, and a pair of matching storm gray boots. The telltale sound of other feet running against the pavement sent jolts of anxiety running through her body. They were getting closer.
I think she went this way! Come on, we have to stop her!
Linnet gave out a slight grunt as she started running again. Her lungs heaved inside her chest, and every intake of air sent sharper pains throughout her insides. Running herself into exhaustion was the worst thing that could happen to her, especially considering her special abilities. Of course this would happen to her on her first mission. It was like her great-aunt Tolda used to say, Linnet had the luck of the bog hags. A sudden spark of light flickered on the edge of her perception, and Linnet ducked as quickly as she could. No sooner than she did, a thick and brilliant lightning bolt zipped over her head. The air crackled with thunder, and the lightning bolt collided with one of the brick walls just in front of her. Linnet's knees wobbled as she stared at the spot where the lightning bolt had struck. Massive cracks had been etched into the wall, with chunks of brick laying at its base, where the wall met the pavement. Blackened scorch marks singed the bricks like graffiti. Slowly, Linnet turned back around and gazed at the trio of individuals walking up to her. These 3 were the Magical Boys, the extremely vexing Sparkle Guardians. That was the name that Alfreda had mentioned in passing, playing them off like a minor annoyance. Minor annoyance Linnet's ass. The Sparkle Guardians wore unusual and flamboyant outfits. Had Linnet not been accosted by them, she might have snickered at them a little. These Magical Boys were human, which meant they towered over Linnet. Average Nymphians were only about 4 feet or so in height, and Linnet was 3 feet 10 inches. Each of the Sparkle Guardians had a different color scheme, but their outfits were bedazzled, which made sense when regarding their name. One of the Sparkle Guardians was a larger, brawnier fellow who donned a shiny blue circlet around his forehead. The center of the circlet had a glistening pearl in the middle. He wore a small azure-colored vest, and it looked to be made of fish scales. The man's midriff was exposed, as were his defined 6-pack abs. The man also wore a pair of matching azure slacks that would have been well suited for a stage magician. Even in the poor illumination, his pants glistened with light. The brawny man wore open-toed sandals. He had a shaved head, thin blonde eyebrows, and a pair of piercing green eyes. He wielded a golden trident in one hand, and it leaned against his left shoulder. The second Sparkle Guardian had two dominating colors, dark gold and sunshine yellow. To be honest, Linnet couldn't accurately identify the individual's gender, as they were more feminine with a more lithe body and an easily perceivable sense of grace the other two lacked. However, they didn't carry themselves like other human females, and they dressed androgynously. The yellow-clad guardian wore a golden breastplate with yellow dyed leather straps, a pair of golden shorts made from scale armor, a pair of lightly glowing yellow greaves, and a pair of sandals. They had wheat golden shoulder-length hair, a pair of hazel eyes, and a determined and confident smile on their face. They also held a sparkling javelin that almost resembled a lightning bolt in their narrow-fingered hands. The last Sparkle Guardian seemed quite odd when compared to the bright colors of the first two. He wore a black leather shirt, a pair of dark gray jeans, and a pair of onyx-colored leather boots. He also wore an obsidian-colored knee-length coat. The boots and the shirt were covered in black sparkling sequins, while the long coat was smooth and seemed to suck in the little light that was in the alley. Most striking was the bronze metal helmet that rested on the man's head. It obscured his hair, but not his striking brown eyes, or his darker-hued skin. There was a visor on the helmet that appeared to have the option of being pulled down over the eyes, but at the moment, the visor ran along the upper part of his skull. The lithe Sparkle Guardian stepped forward and pointed at Linnet.
Stop right there, you dreadful Nymphian! I don't know what you or your companion are trying to do, but we will stop you!
Of course we will! We're the Sparkle Star Guardians! Defenders of justice! Protectors of lovers! Champions of the innocent!
Surrender now! Your ally has left you and there's no way you can fight us all alone.
Linnet took several back steps until the solidness of the brick wall pressed against her shoulders. She was fairly certain that the Sparkle Guardian holding the javelin in the shape of the lightning bolt had been the one to attack her before. But as for the other two, she had no clue what they could do. Why didn't Cyrene tell her about the Sparkle Guardians during Linnet's orientation? Linnet was a brand new employee, and as a Citadel commander, Cyrene was supposed to make sure Linnet had all she needed to be successful. Then again, maybe lack of knowledge could aid her too. After all, these magical boys had never seen her before either. The three of them kept their distance away from her, and they eyed her with constant attention. The blue one had a smug grin on his face, and the trident leaned casually on his shoulder. Damn, it looked awfully sharp. Linnet continued to breathe in and out, and slowly she regained her composure and her breath. The seconds that passed by were more her allies than they were the Sparkle Guardians, and she began to collect magic into her diaphragm. Her lips started to tingle, which was a great sign. She eyed the three of them in turn.
Trying to search for a way out? Don't even think about it. Even if you slipped past us, we're obviously in better shape than you, and you'd be caught.
What a rude thing to say. You humans are quite foul. You don't know anything about me. I've run from you for this long, haven't I? You would do well not to underestimate us Nymphians.
With each intake of air, her body relaxed a little more. More magical energy collected in her lungs and diaphragm.
You must be new around here because we've been fighting and defeating you Nymphians ever since we first sparkled! We know exactly what your kind is capable of. Your evil thirst for the souls of humans encourages us with the holy flame of valiant valor!
They're right. We always win. You're going to fail, just like the many other Nymphians who came before you. It doesn't matter what crazy power you have. We can't be beaten.
This was it. Time for Linnet to act. She licked her lips and then fed the magical streams of power out of her lungs and into her vocal cords. As they vibrated and hummed with arcane energy, a small smile crept on Linnet's face. Despite her grin, a whirlwind danced inside her. This was the real test, to see if she had made the right choice. If Linnet couldn't escape this conflict with some success, then she really had no business being an Anam Energy Operations operative. Linnet stood up straighter. She drew in a deep breath, and she placed her hands at her sides, relaxed and comfortable. She pushed fear, nervousness, and doubt from her mind, and she focused on the collected power in her throat. The Sparkle Guardians hunched down a little, but they didn't advance on her or attack. Maybe they were curious as to what their new foe could do. Linnet wasn't about to complain about this fortuitous turn of events, for they would never happen again. Once she revealed her set of skills, the Sparkle Guardians would surely move swiftly to stop her. That's why this first song had to be a good one. The words dripped past Linnet's lips, and they hovered in the air with incredible crispness and splendor. Each of the magical boys watched Linnet with wide eyes, for the latent effects of Linnet's empowered voice had already started taking effect. When Linnet sang out with her magic, it often charmed those around her to listen with fascinated attention. If her enemies knew what was going on, they would be more likely to resist the trance-like effects longer. But the more they were exposed to Linnet's singing, the more potent the hexing was. And these foolish Sparkle Guardians willingly plunged themselves into her aria. Linnet smiled at them as she continued to sing. She wondered who would be first to fall. It was the muscular one. The man in blue's eyes began to flutter, and he dropped to a knee. With his free hand, he gripped his head, as if that would help.
What's going on? I'm totally wiped out.
It's the singing. Ooh, the Nymphian is affecting us with her voice. We have to...
The black-clad guardian tripped over his feet as he stepped forward, and he hit the pavement. A lightning bolt zapped forward, but Linnet had seen it coming when the yellow guardian reared their arm back. The bolt splattered against the brick wall. Several seconds passed, and the javelin reappeared within the yellow guardian's hand. When they tried to throw another bolt, the javelin crackled with fury. Before they could let it loose, they yawned and closed their eyes. Tired tears squeezed out from their eyelids. Linnet continued to sing, and she took more steps away from the group. The black-garbed Sparkle Guardian tried to push himself up, but a moment later, he crumbled onto the dirty ground. His blue-outfitted companion joined him in sweet slumber moments later. The last to fall to their knees was the yellow guardian. They yawned again and watched Linnet with weary eyes.
No fair.
They fell upon their back and started cuddling with the javelin against their chest. Linnet stopped singing and she remained against the wall. All three of them were in a deep magical sleep, and they would remain that way for at least the next hour, or until someone injured them. While the aria of Sweet Dreams was powerful, it had limitations. Linnet didn't have any weapons, otherwise she might have been able to end the reign of the Sparkle Guardians there and then. That would have been another wonderful addition to Linnet's rather short and lackluster orientation. If Alfreda were there, she could have also done the deeds. Linnet was a decent songstress, but not a warrior like other Nymphians. Linnet turned around and ran down the alleyway. She turned another corner and then ran out to the street. Carefully, Linnet peeked about. There weren't any humans in sight. She ran across the street and then in through another alley. Linnet kept making sharp turns, and she always kept looking back behind her. While she was confident in her aria, these Sparkle Guardians were formidable. Linnet finally stopped when she came to a secluded and empty basketball court behind a group of tall brick buildings. Several humans slowly trudged through the alleys, but they weren't close to her, and they weren't even looking in her direction. Linnet took out a small, slender white crystal from the sides of one of her boots. She pulled it out and held it out in front of her. Linnet willed some of her latent magic into the crystal, and it started to shimmer softly.
Alfreda, this is Linnet. Can you hear me?
The crystal hummed silently for only a few seconds.
Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for an hour.
Sorry, I was being chased by those magical boys. I managed to get away.
Oh, well, I'm glad you got away. Where are you? I've had to identify most of the water treatment facilities by myself. No offense, but you were supposed to help me. I guess it isn't your fault, though. It's just bad luck that the Sparkle Dweeps chased you and not me.
Well, my great aunt used to say I had the bog hag's luck.
Great. Now that luck is affecting me. Listen, I'm going to assign your crystal with a tracker. We'll meet at the last water treatment facility and then return back to HQ. Be safe, newbie. Hopefully the rest of this mission goes according to plan.
The crystal shimmered for a moment, and then a small arcane arrow appeared within the crystal. It swiveled around for a moment, and then it pointed to the east. Linnet drew in another deep breath, and then she peered over her shoulder. Everything was quiet and still, and even the random humans had been swallowed up by the shadows. Linnet started running toward the east, always staying in the safety of the alleyways. Within 40 minutes, Linnet had come upon the fenced-in perimeter of one of Duanville's water treatment facilities. It was a large facility with several massive water tanks, a couple of brick-and-mortar buildings, and some kind of treatment pit, isolated all by itself.
There you are. Finally.
Linnet pivoted around, and she beheld the speaker. Alfreda was taller than Linnet by a few inches. She had short, poofy black hair that formed a round circle on her head, and a pair of brown eyes that resembled decadent chocolate candies. Luminescent white freckles covered her face in numerous places. Her skin was darker, the same hue as delicious hot cocoa. She wore a pair of fuchsia-colored slacks, a pair of white high-heeled boots, and a long-sleeved white shirt that glistened with an almost unnatural purity. She also wore a dangling kitty cat earring in her left ear. Several semi-human-sized figures stood around Alfreda, all with unreadable facial expressions. That was, of course, because they were made from clay. The figures had been carved to resemble mighty warriors, complete with detailed armor, weapons, and unique facial features that made them different from one another. Their weapons ranged from swords, to hammers, to axes, and even spears. These terracotta warriors all glanced about in various directions, rather than focus on Linnet or Alfreda. These soldiers had been created from Alfreda's magic.
Are you sure you weren't followed? We can't afford to have the Sparkle Guardians figure out what we're planning. Otherwise, all of this reconnaissance will be for nothing.
It was to my good fortune that the magical boys were foolish enough to let me begin singing. While it did take me a while to get here, unless someone woke them up, they should still be under the effects of my aria of sweet dreams.
Wow. You put them all to sleep? That's impressive. I'm supposing by your tone that you didn't kill them, did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't. I usually just rely on my voice for doing operative work, and I wasn't given any tools or weapons by Cyrene. In fact, she didn't really give me any information either.
Ugh, that sounds like Cyrene. I suppose it's not your fault then. You're not a combat type operative, are you?
No, I'm a support type operative. I focused my songstress magical talents on assisting my allies while hindering my enemies. I don't know any attack songs like my sister, or mind control songs like my mother. I'm sorry.
Hey, it's okay. It takes all types to make a team function well. I'm a frontline combat type operative because of my soldiers. Had Cyrene done her actual job, then she would have assessed you and given you what you needed. Don't worry about it, okay?
Thank you. Is there anything I can do to help? We're collecting information about the water refining facility, right?
Nope, we're actually done here. I gathered all the necessary intelligence myself, and it didn't take as long as I thought it would. While I infiltrated the facility, I had my soldiers keep watch. There is one task I have for you.
Huh? What would you like me to do?
Alfreda pulled out a squatty round sapphire from one of her pockets. She handed it to Linnet.
This crystal contains all the data and information related to the water treatment facilities, water quality, and size of the tanks. Can you please take this to R&D and return to me once they finish developing the LDAE?
LDAE? What's that?
What do you mean, what's that? Are you telling me that the Citadel commander didn't tell you what our mission actually was?
Oh no, all I was told during my orientation with Miss Cyrene is that I was supposed to help you on your mission, doing whatever you needed. Our entire meeting lasted only about 4 minutes.
That Nymphian. Of course she sent you out here with me unprepared. Listen, Linnet. I don't really have a lot of time to explain the whole scope of the mission right now, but you should have received the mission briefing document before coming out into the field. A little advice? Next time, ask for the mission briefing. Once you get to R&D, ask for Elvinia. She's the arcanist assigned to give us what we need. She'll explain what an LDAE is. As for me, I'm going to proceed with the next phase of the mission. I should be done by the time you return.
What's the next phase of the plan?
Just go! I don't want to risk the Sparkle Guardians seeing us around facilities like this. Before I start with the next phase, I'm going to erase any trace that you were here. Those Sparkle Guardians are powerful, and unless we wipe away all lingering traces of your magical aura, they'll know. I'm not upset at you, okay? I'm just... Between you and I, Cyrene sucks.
Linnet nodded, and she took out the slender white crystal. It was a marvelous artifact that did more than allow for communication between members. It also allowed for teleportation. Linnet fed magic into it, and she thought the command thought phrases to return to the Citadel. Her entire body sparkled with a brief, alabaster brilliance. When the shimmering faded, Linnet wasn't outside the water treatment facility, but was instead inside the Citadel teleportation chamber. She stood on one of the circular platforms in the room. There were 6 other similar platforms, and they each had large cords running from them to a singular terminal where a teleporter console operator sat. The teleporter console operator gave Linnet a nod, and she moved off the teleporter pad, out of the teleportation chamber, and into the Citadel facility. As Linnet walked down the hallway, a small frown creased her face. The walls of the Citadel were smooth and barren, free of decoration or windows. Windows would have been pointless as the Citadel floated within a pocket dimension just outside the actual dimension where they harvested from. Nothing existed out there, except the chromatic expanse of the pocket dimension's wild space. Linnet followed the signage that led her to R&D, which meant research and development. This particular citadel was much smaller than most others Linnet had heard about, and it also had a smaller staff. As Linnet walked along, she passed by a few laborers, none of which she had actually come to know yet. They smiled and greeted her nonetheless. She smiled back. The laborers were the individuals who handled the processed Anam energy from the raw sources that operatives like Linnet acquired on missions. Laborers moved the batteries of Anam energy into shipping containers so they could be taken back to the home dimension. It was no small blessing that Linnet had escaped that career track. Even if she had great potential in being a support-type operative, this industry as a whole had a greater preference toward combat and control types. Linnet's older sister Latifah was already legendary as a powerful combat-type operative, and recently she was appointed as a Citadel commander. Her mother Latessa had retired from the field, but in her day, she was one of the most feared control-type operatives. As Linnet graduated from college and started her own career, so many eyes turned to her, waiting to behold how the youngest daughter would prevail in the industry. The pressure was crushing, to say the least. Perhaps that is why Linnet chose to major in Anam Energy Collection in college. She had a legacy to maintain. Latifah was only 4 years older than Linnet, and she was a commander of a citadel 4 times the size of the one where Linnet was stationed. Now that Linnet was actually in the field, that all too familiar specter of doubt kept screaming in Linnet's mind. Had she made the right choice? Was this really the career for her? Was she going on the wrong path and wasting her life? Linnet entered through a set of large double metal doors that had the words Arcane Division painted above them in black lettering. She walked further down the hallway and then came to a large window that peered into a gigantic chamber. The chamber had 3 massive glass cylinder machines spaced out within it. At the tops of the cylinders were series of hoses, tubes, and other components, which were connected to large square machines at the base of the floors against the walls. Within the cylinder tubes flowed unrefined Anam energy. The Anam energy was so bright that it hurt Linnet's eyes if she stared directly into the center of any of the tubes. Towards the bottom of the tubes were various terminals, indicators, and other large tubes that connected to other square machines across the far end of the chamber. Various arcanists walked around the chamber, monitoring the tubes from the terminals or operating the other square machines that transformed the unrefined Anam energy into refined Anam energy. The square machines at the far end of the room were where the massive Anam batteries were powered. For a long moment, Linnet just stared at the chamber, not directly looking into the tubes, but at the same time, not really looking at anything in the chamber either. Was this going to be her life for the next 300 years? Harvesting Anam energy from the human worlds? It wasn't a terrible life, to be sure. Anam energy was vital to the Nymphians' economy and society as a whole. Everything ran on Anam energy. Working in Anam energy could be a fulfilling and worthwhile career. At least, that's what Linnet had been telling herself every morning since she was thrust into this position. She was going to be fine. She was going to be happy when it was all said and done, wasn't she? Linnet shook her head and started moving down the hallway again. She couldn't really afford to be standing around, being lost in her own thoughts like this. Alfredo was waiting on her, and this was her first mission. Linnet had to do a good job. R&D had a separate set of doors located at the very back of the Arcane Division wing. As Linnet entered it, she noticed how small it really was. The entrance to R&D was at the top of a balcony, and a set of stairs led down to R&D's main floor. Linnet gazed down at the floor layout of R&D and beheld 6 noticeable domains created among the cubicle stanchions and glass walls. The head of R&D had an office at the far end of the area. From the looks of it, the head wasn't in her office, and the other 5 researchers were all busy in their own little areas.
Excuse me? Hi! Hey there. I'm a new operations operative, and I'm here to meet with someone named Elvinia?
4 of the other researchers all pointed toward the last one, who simply raised her hand. Elvinia didn't even look up from her work table, and her back was to Linnet. As soon as the other 4 pointed, they went back to their own work. All of the researchers wore the same style of lab coats, which had shooting star patterns streaking across a dark purple background. Linnet descended the stairs and walked through the set of glass hallways that led to Elvinia's zone. Elvinia was hunched over her work table, studying a few large beakers of various colors of liquid. For just a moment, Elvinia stood to her full height as she reviewed the beakers from a different angle. She was about the same height as Linnet, if not taller by an inch or so. Her frame was more on the skinny side. Elvinia had a pixie hairstyle that was dyed mint green. She wore dark brown slacks, a white t-shirt, and the uniformed long multicolored lab coat. Elvinia's nails were painted light blue. Linnet cleared her throat, but Elvinia maintained her attention on the beakers. She adjusted the heat beneath a red vial of liquid and then lowered the heat source beneath the yellow and orange beakers. On the far side of Elvinia's space was a large metal table with several distinct piles of metal, gems, and scrawled parchment. Some of the piles had little artifacts nestled in them, but nothing appeared to be completed yet.
Excuse me? Hi,
Yes, you're the new operative. What is it you want?
Alfreda sent me. She wanted...
Oh, you're here for the LDAE? It's over there on the pink table. That's where I keep all my finished projects.
Linnet glanced around the room, and sure enough, there was a hot pink table resting beside the entrance, just left of where Linnet walked in. The legs of the table had been painted with purple stripes that went all the way from the top of the table legs to the floor. Resting on top of the table was a square metal box with a handle built into the top. A circular metal opening extended from the top of the box, right beside the built-in handle, and it appeared to be an entry for the LDAE. Another small tube was on the side of the box, angled downward. 3 circle glass flasks with glowing purple liquid rested beside the device.
So, that's the LDAE? Huh?
Yes, that's it.
I'm sorry if this is a dumb question, but what is the LDAE? I've never heard of such a thing.
Slowly, Elvinia glanced back to Linnet, and she revealed her eyes. Elvinia had splendid mother-of-pearl irises, which almost looked like a pair of moons. The mint-green-haired arcanist narrowed her eyes a little.
Well, of course you've never heard of it. I had to invent it myself. Didn't you read the mission briefing? I placed all the relevant information in my report to the Citadel commander.
No, I didn't read the mission briefing because I was never shown the mission briefing. My first and only meeting with the Citadel commander lasted only 4 minutes, and then I was just...
Suddenly, Linnet stopped, and then she gazed back toward the other arcanists working in their little sections of the room. None of them appeared to be listening, although Linnet had been speaking loudly. A small smirk appeared under Elvinia's nose, and she stepped away from the trio of beakers that had transfixed her attention moments before.
Oh, don't worry. All walls have been magically enhanced to block all sounds. We could be blowing stuff up in here, and the others would never know. The walls can't be broken either. Wonderful material. Force glass. As for you being out of the loop, I can't say I'm surprised. As far as the Citadel commanders go, our Cyrene is one of the worst you'll ever meet.
Elvinia extended her hand.
Hi there, my name is Alvinia, and this is my domain. What did you say your name was?
Oh, Linnet. My name is Linnet.
Well, welcome to the Citadel, Linnet. To answer your question, an LDAE is an acronym for Lucid Dream Anam Extractor. As for what it does, the flasks beside it need to be poured into the water treatment facility's outgoing water flows, as described in the mission. Well, anyway, the potions will contaminate the water supply, and any humans who drink or bathe in the water will be affected. Now, my dear Linnet, what do you suppose those potions will do to the humans affected?
Based on the name of the artifact, I'm guessing, make the humans have lucid dreams?
Yes, that's exactly right. As you already know, humans naturally make Anam energy, simply by living. Now, there are certain activities that increase the potency of the Anam energy. One of them is through intense dreaming. The more lucid the dreams are, the more powerful the Anam energy is created. What the LDAE does is it acts kind of like a powerful magical vacuum.
Vacuum?
Yep, this artifact is designed to use the unseen threads of reality to draw in and suck Anam energy as it's being pushed out into the surrounding air. It only has a range of 5 square miles, so you will need to relocate after all the Anam energy is collected from a certain area.
Elvinia pointed to the circular opening at the top of the artifact.
The Anam energy flows into the artifact here, and then it goes through a crystallization process.
She pointed toward the little tube on the side.
The LDAE will then take the collected Anam energy and distribute them here in the form of shiny, polished orbs.
Oh, so like magical Anam energy poop.
Yes, like magical Anam energy poop. Oh my gosh. You could expect to harvest 20 to 30 orbs per 5 square miles. Oh wait, do you have an infinity bag? You know what, it doesn't matter, I'll give you one.
Elvinia hummed something to herself as she walked over to a large, fat dresser with 2 columns of 5 drawers. She opened several and then closed them before finding what she was looking for in one of the bottom drawers. Elvinia pulled out a brown canvas bag and handed it to Linnet.
I'm sorry, you said this was a what now?
It's an infinity bag. The name is sorta misleading. It can't contain an infinite amount of space. No one has figured out how to do that yet. Anywho, it's a bag that can hold up to 2 tons of the stuff. It's light as a feather. You can store the Anam orbs in there.
Did you invent this? Just like with the LDAE?
Yes, I did.
Wow, you're so talented.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say.
Oh, you're so welcome. So, I should get going. Alfreda is waiting for me to bring this back.
Okay, but please remind Alfreda that it will take about 3 days for the potion to take effect in human bodies. She'll be able to use the LDAE then. So, have you encountered them yet?
Them? Them who?
No? You know, the Sparkle Guardians. Have you met them yet?
Oh, yeah, them. I met them all right. They had cornered me, but I managed to give them the slip.
They're pretty powerful, right? I know fighting magical girls and magical boys comes with the whole harvesting Anam soul energy from humans gig. But I have to say, these Sparkle Guardians are something else. Not that I've met them or anything.
You sound disappointed. The Sparkle Guardians are the bad guys, at least to us they are. Why do you sound so, enamored by them?
I'm not enamored by them. Okay, maybe I'm a little enamored. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I promise I won't say a word. Your secret is safe with me.
Thank you. You're really nice.
Thank you. You're really nice too. Most everyone I've met have been quite considerate, with the exception of the Sparkle Guardians and our Citadel commander.
Oh yes, Irene is the worst. Alfreda isn't so bad once you get to know her. If she lets you, that is. She's just super uptight and by the book. Compared to Nixie, eesh.
Nixie? Who's that? Is she another operative? I haven't been introduced to any of the other operatives aside from Alfreda.
Well, aside from you, Alfreda and Nixie, there aren't any other operatives. I mean, R&D will provide you all with disposable henchmen if you requisition them. But as for actual staff, it's just you three. Heck, you're replacing Cuyo most likely.
Cuyo? Who's that?
Oh. She was an operative, but the Sparkle Guardians killed her.
An icy spasm rippled within her chest. For a long while, Linnet was on a wait list to be placed, and then suddenly, this position opened up and had a short deadline for application.
Oh, dang. I guess you didn't know that. Well, I have to get back to making those, potions. Remember to tell Alfreda that she can use the LDAE in 3 days when she puts the potion into the water supply.
Right. Thanks. And thanks again for making this great artifact.
You're welcome.
Linnet moved over to the LDAE and grabbed it, and the flasks, and then placed them inside the infinity bag. A small smile crept on Elvinia's face when Linnet did, and so Linnet gave her a smile.
By the way, your nail polish is beautiful. What shade is that?
Oh, my nails? Thank you. It's Ocean Paradise.
It goes well with your hair. It was nice meeting you.
You too. Stay safe out there.
Linnet turned around and walked out of R&D. It had been several days since Linnet had returned with the LDAE, and at the moment, she lounged in Mission Headquarters. Mission HQ was a vacant apartment building in the middle of a rougher area of the city. Despite its gruff environment, it was a lively place, with so many types of people. The humans walked to and fro and engaged one another with conversation. Before being employed by the company, Linnet had never seen humans in real life. In fact, this was her first time going to another dimension besides Nymphia. The vacant apartment building HQ had its first floor doors and windows bricked up, so no humans could get inside. It was nice and quiet, isolated from the busy world around it. Once Linnet had returned, Alfreda explained her plan for contaminating the water supply with the special potions. However, rather than act that very night, Alfreda decided that they should wait at least 4 days, in case the Sparkle Guardians were keeping an eye out for the Nymphians. Alfreda revealed that the Sparkle Guardians were very good at always showing up to stop them. How they always knew, she didn't know. And so they waited for days inside their HQ. On the first day, she and Alfreda discussed tactics, the mission briefing, and several contingency plans in case the Sparkle Guardians showed up. Linnet couldn't help but smile during the conversations. Alfreda was so certain and confident. However, when Linnet started asking personal questions, Alfreda deviated away from those topics and eventually ceased the talk altogether. She politely explained that she needed to prepare for the coming days. On the second and third day, Alfreda collected herself in one of the rooms. Linnet managed to peek inside when Alfreda was busy, and she noticed what Alfreda was doing. She had an assortment of tools laid out before her, as well as large blocks of clay. Alfreda sliced off a chunk of clay and then flowed magic into it. The clay clump grew into a much larger portion, and from that portion, she made 4 thick rolls. Alfreda took the tools, and she began carving and detailing the rolls until they were little statues of warriors. she flowed more magic into the clay figure, and they became more solid, as if baked in a kiln. By the 4th day, the day that they were supposed to infiltrate the water treatment facilities, there had to have been 50 or more statues. Alfreda came out for mealtimes, but they still ate in relative silence. During that period of waiting, Linnet practiced her songs of power, warmed up her voice, and sang songs from her youth. Whenever Linnet sang, Alfreda always hovered closer, and she grinned at Linnet. At least Alfreda appreciated music. Linnet also watched the humans from atop her isolated tower. Humans lived such interesting, vibrant, but depressingly short lives. They were all sorts of humans, ranging from children to elderly, who walked the sidewalks and drove the streets. Each of them had stories, lives that had been built by their grit, determination, and, no doubt, were defined by their vocation. Did humans ever question their paths? Surely so. Linnet couldn't be such a unique creature as to be the only one burdened by uncertainty. The infiltration of the water treatment facilities was a success, but one that was undertaken with extreme caution. Alfreda and Linnet snuck into the first one together, and Alfreda took great care to model how Linnet should be doing the next one by herself. It was actually quite easy, as Linnet simply used her aria of sweet dreams. However, this time, she filtered less magic into her voice, and the effects didn't last nearly as long as they probably had with the Sparkle Guardians. She was able to sing a little, and then walk right into the facility. She still avoided the cameras, and stuck to the shadows like Alfreda had shown her. The potions were poured into the outgoing water pipes, and luckily the magical boys didn't show up. As Alvinia had mentioned, the potions were going to take 3 days to take effect, which meant more waiting in the HQ. On the 6th day, Alfreda detailed a plan of Anam energy extraction. They would venture to each of the sites, set up the LDAE, and collect as much Anam energy as they could. On the 7th day, they finally began the last leg of the mission. Linnet, Alfreda, and 4 clay golems moved silently through the alleyways of the city. Their first destination was another vacant house in an upscale suburban neighborhood. The house had a privacy fence surrounding the backyard. Once they got inside, Alfreda had Linnet help her open all of the windows, halfway. One of the golems positioned itself by the front door. 2 had moved to stand by the back door, and the last stood by a wall in one of the empty bedrooms. Alfreda placed the LDAE in the center of the living room.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I have to admit, this is kind of exciting.
Yeah, well, get focused. We need to be prepared. The Sparkle Guardians could arrive at any moment. They have a nasty habit of always foiling our plans.
Wait, they always do? How often do we, win against them?
Alfreda drifted her attention away from Linnet, and then let out an amused grunt. She activated the LDAE a moment later. The LDAE let out a brief humming noise before it got absorbed into the silence of the room. The small opening at the top vibrated for a moment, and then it started making a muted sucking noise. Linnet glanced to Alfreda, who moved over to one of the walls in the house. She sat against the wall and glanced out through one of the windows.
Now we wait. Let's see what R&D gave us.
Linnet sat against the opposite wall, as to not crowd her fellow Nymphian. A solid and silent 10 minutes passed before something actually happened. Bright streams of luminescent green-white energy flowed in through the windows like ethereal wisps. The energy was long, and almost looked like magical snakes slithering through the air. Some were larger and fatter than others, but they all flowed into the house through the windows, towards the LDAE. They slipped into the openings of the artifact, and suddenly the LDAE gently vibrated in place. A small palm-sized greenish-white orb rolled out through the tube on the side of the artifact. Then another one rolled out, and then another. Linnet picked one up, and then her eyes opened a little wider.
Oh, wow! It's so warm!
Alfreda moved over to the LDAE, and then she picked up one of the fresh orbs. She held it up to her face and gazed deeply into the center of the orb's bright light.
Huh. I was not expecting this color. I wonder if that is connected to the potency of the Anam energy. Ponderings for another time. Start collecting them as they come out. We need to be ready to move as soon as the site is fully harvested. Also, once the Sparkle Guardians show up, your responsibility is to protect the Infinity Bag at all costs.
Are you sure that they are going to show up?
Yes, they always do. You asked me how many times we win? Well, we don't. There are other dimensions where other citadels are stationed, and sure, sometimes they're able to defeat the local magical girls or boys. But most of the time, we Nymphians get defeated. In the case of this post, we always lose. It's never a matter of winning or defeating them. The real, honest-to-goodness objective of the Anam energy harvesting industry is to collect as much as you can before they show up. And they always do.
Wow! I had no idea that's how things really were.
Yeah, well, the corporate recruiters never tell you that. Otherwise, no one would choose this career. It's hard, unforgiving, but it's essential for our people. Anam energy is everything, and someone has to do this. Enough chatter. Collect the orbs and be on the lookout.
Linnet gave off a small sigh, and thankfully Alfreda didn't outwardly react to it. She placed each of the orbs into the sack, and as she did, she considered Alfreda's revelation carefully. Would she have continued to pursue this career track had she known how often operatives got defeated? When Linnet was trying to decide what to do prior to her college graduation, neither her mother or sister mentioned constant defeats. Then again, they were incredible and powerful operatives. Where Linnet could use her power to positively or negatively affect people's minds and bodies, her mother had the power to dominate and command other people's minds. Latifa, her sister, used her magical voice as an offensive weapon and a defensive shield. It was safe to say that Linnet was by far the weakest of her family when ranking songstresses. Then again, could she really compare herself to them? As she had just started her career journey. The only thing her sister and mother said about the job was that it was challenging and rewarding, and it would force Linnet to grow in many unexpected ways. Had Linnet not had famous family members, she might not have been able to gain a full-time operative position right out of college. Other people in her class had junior positions at best, but they were all at larger, perhaps better-funded citadels. Linnet finished collecting the last of the orbs, and Alfreda had Linnet place the LDAE in the bag as well. As swift and silently as mice, Linnet, Alfreda, and the 4 clay golems moved back out through the backyard and out of the neighborhood. The second location had been a familiar one, as they were going to be setting up in the apartment building that had served as their HQ. Linnet placed the LDAE in one of the apartment spaces, but before she could turn it on, Alfreda held up a hand.
Before you do that, let me beef up our security. This is where it starts to get serious.
Alfreda reached into her own infinity bag, and she started placing statues in rows of 8. Once she had placed exactly 16 of them, she stepped back. She gestured to Linnet to step back, And so she did. Alfreda raised her hands, and her eyes began glowing with an amber hue. Her hands became bathed in the same light seconds later. Each of the statues started glowing, and then they grew to full human-sized golems. Once all 16 were large, the other 4 fell in line to make an even 20.
All right, 5 of you remain on this floor. The rest of you need to split up evenly on each of the floors below, with the odd one left over going to the first floor. Fight anyone who tries to get in. Got it?
The 20 golems all nodded and then silently left the room that Alfreda and Linnet stood in.
You have such interesting magic. I wish my magic was as useful as yours.
I'm sure you're more powerful than you're giving yourself credit for. I mean, you put the Sparkle Guardians to sleep once. I've heard of your mother and your sister. Your mother dominates minds and your sister sonically destroys things. Can you do anything else other than make people sleepy?
Yes, I can. For allies, I can make them stronger, go faster, and fight better. I can even heal them if they're hurt. For enemies, I can afflict them with status effects like drowsiness, sleep, slow them, paralysis, and even make them see hallucinations. I can't do damage with my voice, nor can I dominate people's minds. Although I do have some limited charming skills, but that's just to draw people in.
Alfreda gave a brief nod, and then she approached Linnet. She placed a hand on Linnet's shoulder, and then gave a firm squeeze.
Listen, now isn't the time to be downing yourself. Yes, you're not quite like the others in your family, but you have your own strengths and skills. We just have to figure out what they are. Once we get through this in one piece, I'll help you figure out how to use your magic more strategically. Wait, could you have affected my golems?
Oh no, I can only affect living things.
Ah, well, that makes sense. Fair enough. I'm going to start the LDAE. If the Sparkle Guardians show up here, I want you to stay behind me and try your best to affect them for as long as possible. It may give my golems a better chance, and we can slip away.
If they catch us here, are we going to try and go elsewhere to collect more Anam?
No. Once they find us, they'll be chasing us like dogs on the hunt. You saw how long it takes for the LDAE to start gathering Anam energy. If we tried to collect elsewhere, they would just be on us again before we collected any substantial amount. It wouldn't be worth the risk of losing either of us to them. Recklessness like that leads to getting someone killed. I mean, I'd be okay, I'm sure. But you just got here. We can't afford losing you already.
Wow, you're really kind. The Citadel commander wasn't supportive like you are. In fact, during our brief meeting, she made me feel like I was inconveniencing her by starting with you all.
Cyrene is the worst commander ever. Citadel commanders aren't supposed to be like her, so don't let that cow affect how you see them. Some of them, and those who aspire to be them one day, actually care. I'm starting the LDAE. Be ready for something to happen.
Do you think something might happen?
Yes. If I was a betting Nymphian, I'd say that during our first round of extraction, the Sparkle Guardians felt it. If we manage to actually get through this round, they will most likely find us on our third attempt at the very latest. Even though they're human, they can feel the Anam energy in the air. I'm not certain if they can see it, but they always seem to sense whenever we try and hatch our plots and schemes.
Alfreda activated the LDAE, and she sat against the wall, just like she did in the previous vacant house. However, she pulled out another row of 8 statues and placed them before her. Linnet sat against the same wall as Alfreda, although she was about 10 feet away. The LDAE made several sucking noises, and like before, it was about 10 minutes before streams of Anam energy flowed in through the windows. Just as before, the Anam energy flowed into the artifact, and then it created smaller orbs for Linnet to collect. She had managed to collect about 15 orbs when a loud crash vibrated on the air. The entire building shook.
Ah! What was that?
You have 3 guesses, and each of them sparkle.
Alfreda hopped to her feet and began transforming the statues into golems.
Quick, stop the LDAE and then put it and the orbs in your bag.
Another crash resounded, and the building shook once more. Linnet stopped the LDAE and then tossed it in her bag along with the rest of the orbs. The newly created 8 golems formed a ring around Linnet and Alfreda. The sound of someone laughing echoed through the floors, followed by a loud crack. Suddenly, a thick stream of water burst up through the floors in the hallway, just outside the living room. The streams collided with the ceiling and then pushed past it, creating another hole in the top. At first, there was only a hole large enough for the stream to pass through, but the stream moved and edged the hole larger. Soon a gaping circle was bored into the floor. A moment later, the yellow and blue Sparkle Guardians leapt up through the hole and then entered the living room.
Your clay soldiers never stop us! What makes you think this time will be any different?
Ha 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 ha! Your little minions are weak! I broke off more of a sweat jumping through the hole than I did breaking your little friends.
Sparkle Guardians. I swear that on... Wait. Where's the black one?
Right behind you!
The Sparkle Guardian with the long black coat appeared behind Alfreda. As one of his arms wrapped around Alfreda's neck in a kind of wrestling chokehold, the other hand lifted the visor from over his eyes. Linnet stepped back and gazed in horror as her partner struggled to breathe and get free.
Hey, it's that new Nymphian, the one who put us to sleep.
All 3 Sparkle Guardians locked their attention on her.
Run! Get away!
The yellow Sparkle Guardian raised their javelin and it started crackling with electricity. They threw it at Linnet, and she narrowly missed getting struck with it. The static aura from its power tickled her skin, and her arm hairs bristled with life. When the javelin struck the wall behind her, the javelin exploded in a brilliant flash. The wall crumbled where the bolt had struck, and a new hole in the wall allowed for a breeze to pass through. Within seconds, the javelin appeared in the Guardian's hands. The blue Guardian leveled his trident in front of him, with its tips pointing toward Linnet.
Don't even try singing again. Running away is the wrong...
Alfreda's eyes glowed with an amber hue. All at once, the surrounding 8 clay golem soldiers charged the Sparkle Guardians with their weapons. 6 of them advanced on the yellow and blue ones, while the last 2 pivoted to face the black one. The Black Guardian tightened his grip on Alfreda's throat, and she gagged loudly.
Go! I'll hold them off!
Linnet clenched her fists as she peeked at the 2 Sparkle Guardians doing battle with the clay soldiers. The other 5 soldiers, who had been on the same floor, also charged into the room, and they surrounded the pair. Unfortunately, the Sparkle Guardians were every bit as powerful as Alfreda and Alvinia had suggested. The Yellow Guardian bobbed and weaved, and they jabbed their javelin into soldiers' chests and stomachs. When the opportunity presented itself, the yellow one tossed the lightning bolt at one of the more distant golems. When the bolt struck, the golem exploded into sprays of sharp shrapnel. The Blue Guardian was the more fierce of the fighters, though. He expertly spun his trident into golems, and they shattered around him. A massive spout of pressurized water sprayed out through the tip of his trident, and it broke through several of the clay golems. Linnet placed her back against the wall. She stood up straight, and she began to sing. The air rippled with power as Linnet's spell song started to saturate the space within the apartment. The Sparkle Guardians winced with aggravation, and both the yellow and blue kept trying to move toward her, but they were blocked by the soldiers. Ever so noticeably, their movements were jerky, and their reactions were off. as Linnet continued to sing, the magical boys kept getting struck. The Yellow Guardian missed their javelin throw, and it missed Linnet by a larger margin. The blue one got punched in the jaw by one of the few remaining clay golems. Linnet continued to sing, but she ran toward the black-clad guardian. Her breath started to waver, but Linnet continued to maintain her splendid and debilitating tune. She dove for the guardian and slammed her shoulder into his knee. Pain erupts through Linnet's senses, and yet she still sang out. The blow knocked both the guardian and Alfreda to the ground. Alfreda managed to wiggle free a moment later. As soon as she was clear, the two clay golems dogpiled onto the guardian.
Keep it up!
Alfreda set her bag on the floor, and then she dumped out the rest of her statues. Linnet pushed Alfreda out of the way at the last moment, and then fell back as another lightning bolt zapped between them. Alfreda used her magic, and dozens of clay golems rose from the ground, fully formed and ready to brawl. They all rushed the three guardians, while Alfreda grabbed Linnet's hand. Together, they ran from the apartment, down the hall and down the stairs. They managed to get to the first floor and exited through the massive crater in the brick wall, where the Sparkle Guardians came in through. Linnet and Alfreda sprinted down the alleyways and took every twist and turn they came across. After 10 minutes or so, Alfreda stopped and pointed to an open dumpster.
There! Quick!
Linnet jumped in first, right on top of wet garbage bags. She nearly gagged, but Alfreda landed beside her and then closed the lid on top of them. Alfreda laid back on the trash and then held her index finger over her lips. Within minutes, the sound of someone running past them thundered throughout the closed space of the dumpster.
They can't get away! Come on!
Alfreda and Linnet laid there for another 10 minutes before Alfreda pulled out her teleportation crystal.
You should have run. But... thank you.
You're welcome!
Alfreda grabbed Linnet's hand, and the power of the crystal started to activate.
They're in that dumpster! Quick!
By the time that one of the Sparkle Guardians flipped open the dumpster lid, the magic brilliance had already consumed both Linnet and Alfreda. Of all the saltiest individuals in the world, Linnet's new boss, Cyrene, was perhaps the most salty. Yes, it was true that her first mission with the company was a failure, but at least she and Alfreda returned with some Anam energy. And those stupid magical boys were incredibly powerful. Without any prior knowledge about them, how was Linnet supposed to prepare for that? One of them hurled lightning, another shot pressurized water, and the last, he could turn invisible. Despite the immense strength of their adversaries, and how often they bested the Nymphians, both Alfreda and Linnet received a nasty tongue lashing from their commander. Had Alfreda not warned her about the imminent abuse prior to their debriefing meeting, Linnet might have broken down and resigned. Still, it didn't matter, and both she and Alfreda got in major trouble. Today, when Linnet went to try and meet with Cyrene for her new assignment, her receptionist, a Nymphian named Valaxia, simply handed Linnet a folder with a sticky note taped to the front of the folder. It said in messy handwriting, "Here's your mission briefing. Don't fail this time." Linnet walked away from the commander's office while a flood of vile and unwelcomed acid pooled up through her stomach, and it saturated the entryways to her lungs. The stinging pain of shame nipped at her. She sighed and then looked back down at the folder. At least this time, her stupid boss gave her the mission briefing before the actual mission. Since she was still in training, Linnet was supposed to work with another operative, someone named Nixie. The plan was actually quite interesting. Use the humans' love of phone apps against them. Linnet walked along and opened the folder again, reviewing information related to the proposed plan that this Nixie person suggested. The plan was good, although it was simple and not as thoroughly detailed as what Alfreda had done during her mission. For starters, there weren't any contingency plans listed for if the Sparkle Guardians showed up. Well, when they showed up.
So, you must be the newbie, huh? I hope you're not a busybody like Alfreda. This citadel only needs one of her.
Linnet stopped and glanced up from the folder. Another Nymphian had walked up beside her as Linnet was casually strolling toward R&D. This Nymphian was slightly shorter than Linnet and had an average body type. She had medium-length black hair that fell to her chin. A pair of unenthused, sky-blue eyes met with Linnet's. Her attire consisted of a pair of plum-colored slacks, a pair of chocolate-colored loafers, a lilac long-sleeved shirt, and a matching plum-colored vest. The Nymphian's hands were in her pockets.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? Wait, are you by chance Nixie?
Yep. Guilty as charged. And I suppose you're Linnet. Alfreda mentioned you and said you had potential. Well, we'll see, I guess. Is that the mission briefing? Mind if I take a peek?
Linnet passed Nixie the briefing, and then the shorter Nymphian started walking again. Linnet kept pace with her, but she made sure to stare ahead, rather than at Nixie. After a few moments, Nixie's face contorted slightly.
She only gave us funding for one kiosk. I specifically asked for multiple locations in case those sparkle dorks showed up. That cow.
So you wanted to have multiple kiosks?
Yeah, I did. Those magical boys always show up, and they always ruin things. She didn't even spring for some henchwomen security. It's just us.
Nixie pulled a slender item from her pocket, and then she brought it to her lips. After a quick inhale, Nixie lowered the device and then blew out a lime green-colored cloud of smoke. It had a slightly delightful green apple scent.
Oh. Sorry. This stuff calms me down. Especially when our self-esteemed boss makes stupid-ass decisions like this. It's only vape smoke. Does that bother you?
Oh, no, it doesn't. I'm not asthmatic or anything.
Okay, good. Because I vape a lot. Not only does it melt my stress away, but it also has to do with my magic.
It does? Really? I've never heard of, vape magic before.
Yep, I'm a vape magician. You'll get to see some of my work later, but I don't really want to go into it right now. I sure hope R&D is ready with the tech.
Me too. I look forward to working with you.
Okay, listen. I'm not trying to sound like a bitch, but dial it back with the enthusiasm. Other operatives may be more receptive to that sort of thing, but it drives me nuts. We're gonna do a mission and then we're going to come home. No big deal, okay?
Oh, right. I, totally feel you. I can be more chill.
Nixie let out another sigh before she took another drag on her vape pen, and then spewed out another cloud of green apple mist. Nixie and Linnet walked into R&D and gazed over the balcony railing. Nixie sighed as she yelled out over the entire department.
Hey! Who has my stuff?
The 5 R&D arcanists looked up, but it was the one at the very back who waved her hand. To Linnet's delight, it was Alvinia. At first Alvinia waved kind of dismissively, Her demeanor changed once she locked gazes with Linnet, and a small smile appeared on the Arcanist's face. Nixie led the way down the stairs and through the corridors between the glass walls, and Linnet was a step behind her. Elvinia met them in the middle of her space.
Hey there! How's it going? On another mission?
Yeah, I'm still in training. Today I'm helping out Nixie.
Oh. So you two already know each other.
Yes! I got some magical tech from Elvinia during my first mission with Alfreda.
Well, then we can split up and get a jump start. You stay here and get the schematics and the apps we're supposed to use, and the server. I'll go out and secure our mission HQ as well as check in on that kiosk we're going to use. Later.
Without allowing room for discussion or questions, Nixie just turned around and walked away. Linnet and Elvinia just watched her leave.
Well, there she goes. I hope the server isn't too heavy.
Oh, don't hold it against Nixie. She's always been that way ever since she started at the Citadel. Don't worry, even though she shows low motivation here, in the field, she's quite gifted and proficient. So, how are you settling into the job?
So great, super great, excellently wonderful. Yeah.
Oh, that good so far, huh? Let me guess. Cyrene?
Oh, Cyrene is such a bitch.
Yes, that is the general consensus from most people who work here. Luckily, I never have to deal with her. My boss does, and I sort of get the residual frustration, but I don't really mind. So long as they give me my space to play in, I'm pretty content. I'm sorry that you're not having the best experience. What happened? And remember, no one can hear us, so you can just let loose.
Okay, well, when Alfreda and I delivered our post-mission report, Cyrene was so mean. She criticized us for failing and said we should have been more prepared for the Sparkle Guardians, but I didn't know anything about them until they were shooting lightning and water at me. And poor Alfreda didn't have time to give me the rundown at the start of the mission. I didn't even get to see the mission briefing until we had downtime to wait for the potion to mix with the water supply. Had I been given a fair chance to prepare, I would have done much better.
Yeah, I'm sure you would have.
And today, she had her receptionist give me the mission briefing folder with the sticky note on it. See? It says, "Here's the mission briefing, don't fail this time."
Elvinia placed a hand on Linnet's shoulder and gave her a tender squeeze.
I'm sure this won't make you feel any better, but Cyrene is supposedly that way with everyone. It's not exactly personal, she's just a terrible boss. I'm sure you're going to do fine.
Thanks a lot. So, what fantastic technology do you have for me this time?
I'm glad you asked. Follow me.
Elvinia led Linnet over to one of the tables against the far wall. Several technological devices rested on the table's surface. A couple of the devices were different brands of human mobile phones, while the other technologies were what the humans called tablets. Elvinia gestured toward them by waving her hand over them.
So, the R&D department has been tasked with conducting research on what these younger humans have been interested in lately. And by R&D, I mean me. The head of the department took me off the potions project and had me start on this. To be honest, I'm quite glad, as I had to be on potions for 2 months. I hope not to have another project like that for the next 8 months at least.
So then, apps?
Yep, humans of all ages love playing mindless app games. Not only that, a lot of younger to middle-aged humans love doing social media apps. We had to do some major convincing of the old ogress to allow us to do both kinds of apps. We have prepared an app game and a short video creating app. Now, when the apps are downloaded into mobile devices, it'll do something extra special to them.
Oh, really? What sort of something extra special?
I engineered the apps to magically transform the mobile devices into Anam Energy Extractors. While the humans play the app game or use the social media app, Anam Energy is subtly and slowly drained from their eyes and their hands. I made sure to make it so subtle that the Sparkle Guardians won't easily detect the plot.
Linnet arched an eyebrow and at the same time beamed an amused grin at Elvinia.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
What was that? You said Sparkle Guardians like they were a... Oh my goddess. Are you fangirling over them?
No. Maybe.
Maybe. But there are enemies.
I know there are enemies. Oh, but I can't help it. These three are so adorable. I mean, the way Sparkle Guardian Zeus acts so cool and charming, and how Sparkle Guardian Poseidon always acts super macho. And Sparkle Guardian Hades, he's so goth. I can't help it.
Wait. They have actual names. I was just calling them yellow, blue, and black.
Oh my gosh, yes! Okay, apparently in this world, they're modeled after some pagan gods. Okay, let me give you the rundown. Sparkle Guardian Zeus is the one in yellow, the sort of leader of the group. They have the power of lightning, and they throw their javelin to create lightning bolts. Boom. Then there's Sparkle Guardian Poseidon, who has the power of water. He has the Triton, and he can spray highly pressurized water from the tip. Psh. And then there's my favorite, Sparkle Guardian Hades. He's the one in black. He wears the helmet and can turn invisible. Whoosh! He only turns invisible when he lowers the visor on the helmet. Also, he's the toughest of the three. The man doesn't die, no matter what you throw at him. He's been stabbed in the neck, shot, and he's been knocked off a building.
I thought you said you'd never met them before. And you said they when you referred to Zeus. Why?
Oh, I haven't met them. I've read the mission reports, deployed secret surveillance orbs to watch all the missions that take place. And I've tapped into human news networks and websites to gain information about them. And regarding Zeus, they, them is their preferred pronouns.
Oh, okay. I'll be sure to remember that. Do you have a crush on Sparkle Guardian Hades?
A crush? No. You misunderstand. I can trust you, right?
Of course.
Yes, I'm totally a fangirl when it comes to them. And I did say that I found them adorable. But the thing is, I kind of write yaoi fanfiction about them and then place it on the human internet forums for people to read.
What?
The humans love my fanfics. They always get lots of follows, comments, and shares. It's actually really inspiring. My favorite matchup is between Poseidon and Hades. Oh, OTP.
Okay, so you're writing fan stories about them. But what is yaoi?
Oh, ask me about it sometime. Anyway, let me show you the two apps, and then I'll give you the server. By the way, for convenience, it shrinks down into a super light and easily carryable handheld. But it opens up to a fairly large piece of equipment. No need to worry about weight.
Great! I can't wait to see the apps.
I got in. I actually got accepted.
Nicholas traced the words of the letter once more, and yet no matter how many times he read the lines on the page, he couldn't believe it. You have been accepted into the Thanatos University doctoral program for gemology. With full funding. Congratulations. Nicholas's insides quaked wildly as he slowly folded up the letter and placed it back in the envelope. He had received the letter 3 days ago, but he couldn't bring himself to open it until now. He was almost certain that it was a rejection letter, as getting into the top school for his field, gemology, or the study of cutting and valuing gems, was a distant dream. The program at Thanatos University had special emphasis on geological survey as well, which is what sparked Nicholas's interests. Nicholas was a dark-skinned man of average size and body type. He had a pair of brown eyes and short black hair that at the moment was overdue for a trim. He wore a tan pair of slacks, a blue polo shirt, and a pair of loafers. Nicholas folded the envelope and placed it in his back pocket. The last thing he wanted was for Tyler or Frankie to see it. It would raise too many questions. Questions related to whether or not he was going, and what that would mean for the Sparkle Guardians. He didn't like the idea of leaving his two best friends. But at the same time, this was an opportunity to attend the school of his dreams with full funding. Nicholas sat at the bar of a local restaurant called Anthony's. Anthony's was a great little spot that served alcohol and had some great lunch and dinner specials. Nicholas didn't really drink, but he loved the cheesesteak. He had been there, waiting for his two best friends, for about 15 minutes. Nicholas was a little early, and in fact, he always showed up early. It was lunchtime, and the crowd wasn't too bad today. Whenever Nicholas, Tyler, and Frankie met to socialize, or to have Sparkle Guardian meetings, they would choose a booth at the back of the restaurant.
I told you he'd be early. Nikki always beats us here.
Nicholas turned around on his bar stool and beheld the pair of individuals who approached him. Tyler was a tall and well-built guy with large biceps, developed pecs, and visible abs. In high school, he had been a part of the swim team, the wrestling team, and the football team. He had a shaved head, a pair of blonde eyebrows, and a set of emerald green eyes. Of the three of them, Tyler was the tallest. He wore a sleeveless light blue t-shirt, a pair of tan shorts, and a pair of brown sandals. Frankie was the shortest, and they were also the most charming. Their hair was shoulder length and colored wheat golden. To be honest, Nicholas couldn't remember if that was Frankie's original color or if they dyed it. They had hazel eyes. Frankie wore a cerulean-colored t-shirt, a pair of white pants, and a pair of nice loafers.
Hey, we didn't keep you waiting too long, did we?
Oh, no, it's fine. I was just, people watching. So, how were your days?
Nicholas stood up and led the trio to one of the booths in the back.
I can't believe this weekend's practically over. I hate Mondays.
I don't mind Mondays that much.
The trio sat in the booth, with Tyler sitting beside Nicholas on one side, and Frankie on the other, alone.
Yeah. Well, that's because you actually like your job. I freaking hate insurance sales. My boss is always yelling at me for my long call times. Gah! How the hell am I supposed to close the deal within 15 minutes? It's bullcrap.
I don't envy you at all, man. Have you ever considered, I don't know, doing something else?
No industry is going to pay me what I make with Apollo Heath, but the stress is killing me, man. I'm always under the gun to meet my monthly quotas, and every damned day is a hustle.
I can understand that. I'm lucky enough to not be on commission like you. We're still slammed with project deadline after deadline. Don't get me wrong, I like my office, and the projects we work on are pretty cool. But it's just so much work. I didn't think I was gonna be this busy when I graduated.
One day, Nikki, you'll find out exactly what we're going through.
And what's that supposed to mean? You don't think my days aren't stressful?
How hard could it be? You grade freshman tests while you study for your own. I wish I could still be in school and get paid to do it.
You're the one who chose a marketing sales degree.
I was a student athlete, and I had to focus on my sport. At the time, sales marketing seemed like an easy major.
Sometimes I wish I had chosen an easier major. My bachelor's wasn't that bad, but this master's is whooping me. At least it's in something I'm interested in, though, so there's that.
You graduate at the end of the semester, right? Do you know what you're going to do?
A swift and angry coat of acid covered Nicholas's heart, no doubt bubbling up from his stomach. He simply shrugged.
Oh, I don't know. I have a bachelor's degree in geology, and my master's will be in mineralogy. I could try and find a good job with one of the local jewelry manufacturers or distributors. I haven't decided yet.
Okay, enough about careers. Let's talk about something more interesting.
Tyler looked around for a moment before he gave Nicholas and Frankie a wide smile.
So, Frankie, how's it going with you and Dana?
Can we please not? You know how I feel about that whole thing. I've tried to talk to her multiple times, but she's just so... Ugh.
Bruh, I don't get it. Like, seriously. It's always been that way with you, ever since middle school.
Let's see if I have an accurate list. There was Callista in 8th grade, then Leda in 9th, Samali and Demetria in 10th, and Antiope in senior year.
Don't forget Amanda, that foreign exchange student from Europe. She was the prominent pursuer in 11th grade.
Not to mention all the interested would-be lovers in college. You are blessed by the gods, my friend.
More like cursed.
Yeah, I could see why you'd see it that way, bruh. I wish I could take your curse from you. I would be drowning and
Nicholas cleared his throat and gestured over Frankie's shoulder toward the waitress coming toward them. A lithe young woman, perhaps a couple of years younger than the three of them, practically skipped up to their table. Her name tag said Dana. Dana was dressed in a server uniform as she waited tables while working her way through college. She was a gifted and brilliant scholar, studying accounting and being at the top of her class. If Nicholas remembered right, she was going to graduate with a bachelor's at the end of the semester. Dana had light, long brown hair with tints of red in it, and a pair of warm brown eyes. She was incredibly beautiful, and most definitely sought after by tons of her peers. After all, she had the looks, the brains, and the most charming personality. Too bad for her, she was only interested in Frankie. Dana stopped at the end of the table.
Hey, you three. Sorry I didn't come over sooner. I had to close out a large party of 10. Do you all want the usual?
Yeah, but I'm feeling extra manly. Can you make my steak rare today?
I'll take my usual, please.
Okay, great. So we have a rare T-bone steak with a loaded baked potato and a dark beer, and a cheesesteak sandwich with an extra order fries and an apple juice. Hey, Frankie, do you want the usual, or would you like something special today?
Yeah, Frankie. Do you want something special today?
My usual is fine. Thanks a lot, Dana.
Sure thing, sweetie. I'll be back with your drinks.
As soon as Dana was out of earshot, Frankie shook their head.
Sometimes I really hate you two.
Don't say that. You love us, and you'd be lost without us around.
Both things can be true.
Even though Nicholas smiled along with his friends, his heart continued to throb.
Hello, Nixie? Are you here?
Linnet stood in the open expanse of a vacant mechanic's garage. There were a pair of large raisable garage doors, but dirt or dust covered the little windows in the front. A couple of old, rusted vehicle lifts were still installed in place. Nixie walked into the garage, presumably from the offices connected to it.
Hey, you can follow me in here.
She gestured for Linnet to follow, and so she did. Nixie led her to the lobby of the mechanic's office. Thick sheets of plywood covered the doors and windows. Nixie pointed toward one particular office, with a door that had faded lettering on the front. The words manager once prominently covered the door's exterior, but now they were a barely visible reminder of the room's importance.
Just set up the server in that room, somewhere against the wall, and then we'll go to the kiosk.
Nixie took a long drag off her vape pen, and then sent out a cloud of gray smoke. Strange enough, it smelled like rain.
So, did that R&D chick show you how to use the apps?
Elvinia. Her name is Elvinia. And yes, she did. She also gave me a human appearance brooch.
Ah, NHAP. Nice. I'll put mine out too. Have you ever taken a human form before?
Oh, no. I've not done it yet. Elvinia tried to explain it to me. I guess the artifact reads my mind and then allows me to take the form of what I thought I would look like?
Yep. Set up the server and we'll go. When we get there, I'll have you play the apps on the big screen.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Sure. I mean, Elvinia showed you how to use the apps, right? I have no idea, so I would be a poor person to demonstrate. As you do that, I'll find out the crowd's interest.
Linnet went into the office and placed the fully formed server against the wall, just left of the door. A small computer terminal also appeared beside the server. As per Elvinia's explanation, the computer would run the app program, then store the Anam energy in the server. In turn, the server would create orbs, much like the LDAE. When Linnet came back out, she stopped and gaped in surprise. A human stood in the office, and a sudden sense of fright danced in Linnet's spine. The woman was perhaps average height for a human woman, and looked exactly like Nixie, except was bigger, normal human ears, and a completely different outfit on. The human Nixie wore a cute light purple skirt, a pair of heeled sandals, and a white short-sleeved blouse.
Ugh, I hate wearing stuff like this. Come on, and activate your HAP, and remember to think of something trendy as you're going to be the customer.
Linnet fastened the brooch to the front of her dress, and then she willed magic into it. There was a magical flash of light, and then she blinked several times. When she glanced down, she noticed how much she had changed. Her body had been transformed into that of a human, much like Nixie. Her body type was still about the same, only now it was the size of a human woman. Linnet wore a pair of brown open-toed sandals, a pair of stone-washed jeans, and a white halter top.
Huh. That's actually a cute outfit. Let's go.
Nixie reached out and gestured for Linnet's hand. As soon as Linnet took it, Nixie activated her teleporter crystal, and then they were engulfed in a nimbus of energy. As soon as it faded, Linnet and Nixie stood in a back alleyway of some large building. There wasn't anyone else around, which was probably quite fortunate for the both of them.
Where are we?
We're at the mall. We're going to be stationed at one of the kiosks on the first floor. Once we get inside, I'm going to have to act more peppy. So, try not to draw attention to it. In fact, I'll go in and set up. And in about 10 minutes, you can come find me and ask me what I'm selling. We'll go from there.
Nixie led Linnet out of the alleyways and toward the front entrance of the mall. They parted ways, and Linnet leaned against a small brick wall running beside the sidewalk, beside the street. On the other side of the wall was a long row of tall pine trees. As Linnet leaned there, she watched the humans walk into and out of the mall. In turn, they also regarded her with curiosity. A few of the guys even gave her, "Come to Daddy," facial expressions, and a couple of them approached her. She politely explained that she was waiting for someone, and when pressed, she lied and said it was her boyfriend. Those sort of relationships and such were usually human endeavors, although Nymphians could have them. However, when they did, they only had them with other Nymphians, and Linnet hadn't heard of any of her people getting together with humans. Thank the light that the eager human males left her alone. After about 10 minutes, Linnet walked inside the mall. It was fairly busy inside, with humans going into many of the shops on the first floor. Many of them were wrapped up in their own conversations, and so they didn't pay her any heed, which was fine by her. Linnet found Nixie at a little kiosk with a large TV screen resting on a large counter. Nixie was talking to a couple, and she was explaining about the apps. Linnet came in on the tail end of their conversation. Nixie was smiling broadly, and her mannerisms were so energetic and actually pleasing to see.
And then you can send your videos to your friends and post them on social media. Do you want to give one of our apps a try?
I'm not sure. I'm not very good at games, and I'd be too shy to do something in public.
I totally understand. Hey, you there, in those cute jeans. Would you like to try one of our apps? We have 2 great ones.
Nixie pointed directly at Linnet, and her smile was so inviting. It was definitely different than the previous Nixie expressions she had seen. Linnet smiled and then approached the kiosk.
Sure. What kind of apps do you have?
How about trying our game app called Magical Defender Erica? Go ahead and try on this test mobile device.
Nixie handed Linnet a mobile device that looked exactly like the kinds of tech that young humans would use. Linnet started the app on the phone, and the image on the mobile device showed on the big screen. A magical girl showed up on the title screen, and the words, Magical Defender Erica, spread across the screen. Linnet started a new game. Suddenly, an animated cutscene started to play. The magical girl on the front title screen appeared in the center of the screen in a flash, and she pointed toward the audience. This case being Linnet and the humans who might be watching behind her.
OMG! I'm so happy you're here! The evil titans have taken over my high school, and I have to save my friends! I can't do it alone. I need your help!
The cutscene ended, and then it showed a 2D image of a monster on a screen. The numbers 140 over 140 were beside the monster. At the bottom of the screen, there was a little opened box space with various little shapes and colors. The shapes and colors were the following: blue diamonds, green circles, red squares, and yellow triangles. A message appeared on the screen saying, match 3 of the same color to do a special attack. A second passed, and the word start flashed on the screen. The little app game had full sound effects and background music. The monster growled and roared. A timer appeared at the top left corner, and it counted down from 1 minute 30 seconds. A slight panic flared in Linnet's stomach, and she started touching the little shapes. Whenever she did, she was able to touch another one and switch their positions. When she matched 3 yellow triangles, a lightning bolt zapped out and hit the monster.
Yes! Lightning bolt!
The monster howled in pain. Linnet matched 3 blue diamonds, and at the same time allowed for 3 green circles to be matched as well. Both snowflakes and leaf projectiles shot forth against the monster.
Combination attack! Yes! Way to go!
Linnet matched 3 red squares, and a ton of fire hit the monster.
Eat fire, you big meanie!
The monster began to dissolve, and Magical Girl Defender Erica appeared on the screen.
You did it! We defeated the monster! Huh, I'm so happy! We're going to save my friends!
Linnet continued to play through the app, fighting various monsters and unlocking more animated and well-detailed cutscenes. Whenever she got stuck, someone from behind her would point out a match she had not seen. When Linnet looked back, a sudden heavy pulse started throbbing in her. Dozens of humans were behind her, watching the screen, and there were humans watching from the upper floors.
Oh no! It's Lord Meanie's Titan Lieutenant Crowdor! Get ready! This is going to be a boss fight!
The boss fight was more difficult than the previous stages. She was allowed 3 minutes to play, but the boss had over 1,000 hit points. In the end, Linnet couldn't defeat the boss in time. A new cutscene activated.
It's okay. You did your best. Level up, unlock more spells, and let's try again, okay?
Nixie walked in front of Linnet and addressed the massive human crowd.
With Magical Defender Erica, you can earn experience after you play each level, and you can unlock different spells to use against bosses and monsters. You can choose what kind of color to specialize in and unlock different shapes for the colors to do powerful spells. Would you like to try our video making app?
A trio of girls raised their hand, and they took Linnet's place. Linnet beamed a quick smile at Nixie, who actually returned her smile, and even gave Linnet a wink. So far, the plan was working.
Another hard-ass day. Ugh.
Tyler closed the front door to his townhome with more than the necessary force. He wasn't trying to be a bad neighbor, but today had been another nightmare in a long series of foul and horrid days. Stress pressed in on the sides of his head as he took heavy steps toward his couch. Sunset was already painting the land outside in an orange hue, and his living room was getting darker. Pressure started to build up behind his eyes, and Tyler flopped down upon the softness of his couch. He pulled out his phone, and he began his daily ritual to mindlessly thumb through social media in hopes to begin the unwinding process. Today had been especially grueling as his supervisor berated his whole department over their less than ideal numbers. Each and every day seemed to get worse and worse with how bitter the upper management treated him and all the other insurance sales reps. Too bad Tyler wasn't qualified for anything else. Or at least, that's how he felt. Tyler wasn't as smart as Nicholas, nor was he naturally charismatic as Frankie. Why hadn't he gone into athletic training? That would have been a more natural career course than sales. Back in his college days, immature Tyler just wanted an easy career track so he could party with his friends. Well, of all the people he had considered friends, the only ones who kept in contact with him were the true blue Sparkle Guardian allies he had fought with, bled with, and nearly died with. Too bad he couldn't get paid to be a Sparkle Guardian. Tyler loved kicking those dumb Nymphians' asses, and being Sparkle Guardian Poseidon gave him a brief reprieve from having to face his greatest nemesis, an uncertain future. Whenever he thought about his future, where he was going, or what he could be doing, a great deal of sourness started to flare up inside him like persistent acid reflux. Something on his social media page caught his eye. It was a banner for a game of some kind, and it had a ton of hearts, likes, and laughing comments. Tyler clicked on the comments section of the game. App game ads showed up all the time, and you could always tell whether or not the game was trash by the comments people posted. I can't believe this game is free. Beautiful game, fantastic voice acting, cutscenes and gameplay. I loved the leveling system. Magical Defender Erica is my waifu. Tyler chuckled for a moment and then gave the game in question, titled Magical Defender Erica, a closer review. It was some kind of super easy and perhaps addictive matching game. He had seen a bunch of them in the past, in many different versions, but this game seemed kind of cool. It had a magical girl as the mascot, and since he was a magical boy, or rather, a magical man, it touched a few chords with him.
Screw it, why not? It's free.
Tyler downloaded the app on his phone, and then he started a new game. Suddenly, an animated cutscene started to play. The magical girl on the front title screen appeared in the center of the screen in a flash, and she pointed toward Tyler.
OMG! I'm so happy you're here! The evil titans have taken over my high school, and I have to save my friends! I can't do it alone. I need your help!
The cutscene ended, and then it showed a 2D image of a monster on the screen. The numbers 140 over 140 were beside the monster. At the bottom of the screen, there was a little opened box space with various little shapes. The shapes and colors were the following: blue diamonds, green circles, red squares, and yellow triangles. A message appeared on the screen saying match 3 of the same color to do a special attack. A second passed and the word start flashed on the screen. Tyler started playing through it, and the game was easy enough. When he matched 3 colors, a special attack would occur, and Magical Defender Erica would announce what the attack name was.
Snowflake Rush! Hi-ya!
Yeah, suck on snowflakes, you punk ass!
Combination attack! Yes! Way to go!
Oh yeah, who's the man? Right here, baby!
Eat fire, you big meanie!
I am going to burn your ass!
You did it! We defeated the monster! Huh, I'm so happy! We're going to save my friends!
The game was easy enough. When Tyler beat levels, he gained experience, and then he leveled up his spells, skills, and other aspects of the game. Time seemed to slip by, and eventually he let out a wide yawn. His phone displayed a message saying, power below 10%. That couldn't be right. He had charged his phone while he was driving home, and it should...
Holy shit, it's 2:30! No way.
Sure enough, Tyler had sat there all night, playing the game. His eyes were heavy, and they actually kind of hurt. In fact, his hands also felt a little strange, and they were kind of hot, although that might have been due to holding the phone for so long. Tyler's body resonated with stiffness, and also very subtle degrees of anguish. He must have been more tired than he thought. He turned off the light and started to move upstairs. Damn, he was exhausted, and moving took way more energy than he anticipated. Then again, he didn't really have dinner, so his body didn't have any replacement fuel in it. Tyler glanced down at his phone, and his blood started to run a little colder. His phone was giving off a faint bluish-white energy, and it was so subtle that he had missed it in the light. Now, anyone else might have dismissed it to hysterical weariness, but Tyler was not a normal person. His mouth went dry, and he looked on his phone. He went to his contacts and hit call on Frankie's name. The phone rang 3 times before Frankie picked up.
Huh? Tyler? Is everything okay? It's late.
Come over now. I'm in trouble, please. It's the Nymphians.
Wow, I can't believe we were able to collect this much Anam energy.
We certainly have had a lot of successes, haven't we? When I worked with Alfreda, she mentioned that since the Sparkle Guardians always show up to stop our plans, it's more of a matter of collecting as much Anam energy as we can, rather than beating them. What do you think?
Nixie and Linnet had just finished loading 100 small Anam spheres into Linnet's infinity bag, and they sat against the wall in the same room as the server. A small smile had appeared on Nixie's face, and while it was not as wide as the one she beamed at the humans, this one was much more authentic. She simply shrugged, and the smile remained. She took a long drag off her vape pen, and then blew it away from Linnet.
I guess. I mean, I don't know if I can say we never win, but I will say that the Sparkle Guardians are formidable. Oh, sure, there are cases when we being the operatives as a whole, are unable to get any Anam, or we lose our entire harvest we've accumulated. When that happens, Serene comes down on us so hard. It sucks. There are other times when we return with something and Serene is a bitch during those mission debriefings because she thinks we should be able to take the Sparkle Dorks down. But whatever. So long as you come back with something, all that bullcrap she talks is just an act, lip service, you know?
So, what got you into this field anyway? Did you always want to work in Anam Energy?
Well, to be honest...
A loud explosion rocked the building, coming from the lobby just outside the room they sat in.
Nymphians! Come out and face us! How dare you take advantage of innocent people's interest in stress-relieving apps! The world can be so intense with all its obligations and requirements, and people use those apps as refuge from their tensions!
We are going to stop you from harvesting any more of your dreaded Anam energy from others. Come out and fight!
Both Linnet and Nixie peeked out of the room. Into the expanse of the lobby, a massive hole had been created where the front door was, and 2 of the Sparkle Guardians, Zeus, the yellow one, and Hades, the black one, stood in the entry. As soon as their eyes met, Sparkle Guardian Zeus held up their javelin. It crackled with magical lightning. They tossed it a moment later. Nixie pulled Linnet into the room just in time to avoid the lightning bolt's tip. The javelin collided with the back wall, and static power crawled along the wall. The wall caved in on itself, and another small hole had been created where it struck. Nixie reached into her side pouch and then pulled out a black vial. She pulled a similar cartridge from her vape pen and then placed the black vial inside the pen. Another lightning bolt struck the doorframe, and once more lightning zapped into the wall. One of the slender tendrils nearly touched Linnet's skin, and her hair started to stand on end. Nixie inhaled, and then blew out thick black smoke from her lips. It smelled like licorice, and it glowed with a slight otherworldly glimmer. The smoke grew extensively and filled the room with faint black smoke that surprisingly didn't impair Linnet's ability to breathe. The smoke billowed out into the outer area.
Oh crap, it's the vape one. What does black do again? Is that the paralysis smoke or the hallucinogenic one?
I don't know. I can't see them.
Nixie was already switching her black vial with a vibrant orange one. She pulled Linnet in close and then whispered into her ear.
We have to leave the server behind. There's no time to deactivate it. Stay in the black smoke as long as you can. We have to get away.
Suddenly, a pair of arms reached out and they grabbed Linnet's and Nixie's arms. Sparkle Guardian Hades had grabbed Nixie's arm that held the vape pen.
I got you! You're not going anywhere!
Linnet stepped forward and punched the taller human in the throat. That was one of the few lessons that Linnet's older sister, Latifah, had advised her on that she actually remembered. Though she was not as strong as a human, Linnet still gave some force behind her little fist. It certainly caught the Sparkle Guardian by surprise, and he gagged. The black smoke had already started to dissipate. Nixie and Linnet wiggled out of the man's grasp, and they moved out of the office. Another swift lightning bolt sailed between them, going into the office. The whoosh from the enchanted javelin swept away some of the smoke.
There you are!
They raised their hand up as the javelin appeared back in their hands. The smoke created from Nixie's vape pen had all but faded away. Nixie brought up the vape pen up to her lips and inhaled. Perhaps she thought she could have exhaled quicker, but Sparkle Guardian Zeus had already tossed the javelin toward Nixie. Linnet barreled into her at the last moment, ensuring they were both out of the way. The javelin struck the wall and the wall crumbled. The server was against that wall and started to spark. Slowly, Sparkle Guardian Hades stumbled out of the office. A pained expression was on his face. Linnet and Nixie got to their feet as the javelin reappeared in Sparkle Guardian Zeus's hand. This time, however, Nixie was the faster one. She exhaled, and when she did, a wide 15-foot cone of orange fire danced past Nixie's lips. Sparkle Guardian Zeus jumped outside as the flames coated the walls, the floor, and the doorframe hole where they once stood. Sparkle Guardian Hades jumped toward them from the other side, but Linnet and Nixie stepped out of the way of his swift haymaker punches. Linnet stepped up closer to the large human and inhaled. Linnet's voice resonated with innate magic, and the echo rippling from her lips assaulted Sparkle Guardian Hades' face. He closed his eyes tightly, and he yelled out in pain. His hands went to his ears. Nixie grabbed Linnet's hand as Sparkle Guardian Hades fell to the ground. The fire was starting to spread throughout the building. Nixie led Linnet into the garage bay area, towards the back of the larger area, where one of the garage doors was still closed. Nixie gripped Linnet's hands tighter and then activated the teleportation crystal in her pocket. The last thing Linnet saw of the garage was a still dazed Sparkle Guardian Hades, stumbling into the mechanic's bay, perhaps trying to find a way out. The light was intense for only a moment, and then Nixie and Linnet stood in the teleportation room.
I can't believe it. We escaped. That was a good punch. And a great scream.
Thanks. You did pretty great, too.
I think it's about time you started pulling your own weight around here. What do you think? Huh? Do you think you've had enough training?
Linnet sat in the office of the Citadel commander, an older Nymphian with a mean sort of face. Cyrene had to have been in her mid-130s, which by Nymphian standards was just starting to enter into middle age. Linnet's mother was only 145, and this Nymphian was just shy of being one of her mother's peers. Cyrene had an average body type, with a pair of arms slightly too short for her torso. She had chin-length bleach blonde hair that was trimmed in the front, but feathered in the back. Her eyes were green, although they were the color of slime on the surface of ponds. Cyrene wore thick red lipstick on her thin lips, and she had too much eyeshadow under her eyes. Linnet sat up straighter before the commander's desk. Cyrene lounged in an expensive-looking, high-backed leather chair behind a glass office desk.
Yes, ma'am. I am ready. What sort of mission do you have for me?
Do I have to do everything for you? You're the operative. You figure it out. I'm not one of these commanders who hand-holds their minions. You have to come up with a proposal, and then once I accept it, then you have to do it. You have until tomorrow to come up with a proposal. Otherwise, I'm going to be very disappointed. Trust me. You don't want that.
No, ma'am. I don't want that. So where do I get supplies that I might need for the mission? And can't...
Ta-ta-ta-ta! Before we talk about the resources or anything like that, you need to come up with a plan. Didn't they teach you this in school?
Yes, they did.
Then go do that. I have important work to do, and any more time spent on you will be a waste. Show me you're worthy of my attention.
Cyrene started working at her computer, and she waved her hand toward the door. Slowly, Linnet got up and walked out of the office. As she did, she heard a couple of strange voices dance on the air. There was light music and more dialogue, and from the corner of Linnet's eye, she saw that Cyrene was transfixed on it. The Citadel commander gave the screen a goofy smile, and she started reclining in her chair. Linnet closed the door behind her, and a white-hot anger blew up in her chest. Yes, when she was in college, there were classes devoted to scheme and plot proposals. But would it have killed Cyrene to provide a little more hands-on guidance? She sighed, and she started walking the hallways of the Citadel. Linnet didn't have a destination in mind, but walking certainly helped her cope with the building stress that started to float up inside her. So, she had to come up with a plan. And it could be anything she wanted, but she had to be the one to figure it out. A chilly sliver danced inside her. Alfreda and Nixie had incredible plans. How was she supposed to compete with that? There were so many variables that needed to be considered for a good plan. For starters, where was she going to harvest the Anam energy from? Well, obviously from the humans, but how was she going to do it? What was the mission time frame? And how was she going to fend off those stupid magical boys by herself? A frown creased her face. What was she going to do? This was her first mission. Should she play it safe or try to be ambitious?
Hey, Linnet, right? Are you doing okay? You look kinda terrible.
Linnet stopped where she stood and glanced to the other side of the hallway, where Elvinia was coming from the opposite direction. A wide and nurturing smile was on the Arcanist's face.
Oh, hey. I'm okay.
Oh yeah, well, that's totally convincing. Let me guess, you just got assigned your first mission.
Yeah, well, I have to come up with a proposal by tomorrow, or Cyrene is going to get displeased. I'm a little nervous because I don't know what I should be doing.
Oh, I can understand that. I'm sure everyone is nervous before their first time. Don't think you have to hang the moon during your first mission. You got a chance to work with the other two and saw how they approached their missions, right?
Yeah, I saw. Am I expected to do grand things like that starting out?
I mean, if you're comfortable, then sure. The more important thing is to collect some Anam energy. You know what? I have an idea. Have you eaten yet?
Eaten yet? No, I haven't had lunch yet. And I don't know that I could eat anything at the moment. I have to figure out something or I'm gonna be fired.
Oh, I'll doubt you'll be fired on your first solo mission. Come have lunch with me. You might end up with some ideas while we're out, because we are going to have lunch at a human restaurant. While we eat, we can brainstorm.
Wow, you're really kind. It's a stark difference from what I've gotten from, the commander. We're going to a human restaurant?
Yeah, I feel it's the best way to gather intel on potential missions and stuff. And not only that, this place I love going to has great sandwich and drink specials. We'll have to use the HAVs. So, will you come with me?
Sure.
Elvinia led Linnet to the teleporter rooms, and then they flashed out of the Citadel. When they arrived in the human dimension, they were standing in an alleyway, away from the prying eyes of the humans. They activated their HABs, and then they walked out into the open. It was a beautiful day, with several clouds floating on the wind. A hot breeze kissed Linnet's face as she and Elvinia walked down the sidewalk among the other humans. None of the humans reacted to them, and like before during the mission with Nixie, several of the human males and a couple of the human females leered at her.
So, for the job, what sort of things do you like to do for fun?
For fun? Like, recreationally?
Sure. When trying to figure out what to do for missions, jobs, or even careers, sometimes a great starting place is to identify what you like to do. You wouldn't want to do something you hated, right? Short term, long term, it doesn't matter. Life is way too short to settle and do things that take away from the joys of living.
You know, that is a really good point. So do you think Alfreda likes water, or Nixie likes apps?
Well, I don't know them well enough to say for sure. I know that Alfreda loves planning and precise details, and Nixie, well, she's the exact opposite. But we're not talking about them. We're talking about you. So, what do you like to do for fun? Are you a karaoke nut?
Not really. I like singing, as, you know, my magic stems from my singing and my voice. But I do it so much that it doesn't really give me passion, you know? It's just like when someone runs or lifts heavy boxes, like, I could take it or leave it. I do like live music. There's just something interesting about listening to others make music.
That could be something to consider. Let's put that on the back burner for now. What else do you like?
Oh, I like animals, like cats and dogs. I also really like going to zoos.
There could be something there. Although we'd have to figure out some stuff in R&D to combine that with Anam energy extraction. There's potential. Good thinking. Anything else?
Thanks. Okay, what else do I like? I like sweets and baked goods. Maybe we could do something with making cupcakes that somehow leads towards Anam Energy Collection. Oh, I might have an easier time if I knew what R&D could fabricate.
R&D can make just about anything. Not to be that Nymphian, but I am a genius. Here's the place. We can talk more once we get some food and coffee. We already have 3 potential ideas. See? I told you coming to lunch was better than pacing around the Citadel nervously.
Linnet and Elvinia stood outside of a restaurant called Anthony's. It had large windows and a lot of warm brown wooden colors. They went inside, were seated at a table, and a nice waitress named Dana took their orders. Elvinia was right. This was a great idea. It was always better to come up with new ideas with a full stomach At least that's what Frankie's grandmother used to say. It was a beautiful day outside. Rather than sit in that stuffy office along with the other hopeful, yet overly stressed advertising peeps, coming here would allow them to relax, unwind, and brainstorm. Frankie loved coming to Anthony's. They had the best sandwich specials, as well as drink deals at night. Frankie, Tyler, and Nicholas had been coming to Anthony's since middle school, and here lately, their new friend Dana worked there. It was a pretty great place. As soon as Dana popped into their mind, a small bead of shifting tension had grown inside Frankie's mind. Frankie and Dana had met during Frankie's sophomore year in college. And to be perfectly honest, Dana was an amazing friend, but she liked Frankie. The tension vibrated more, because even though they had the conversation, Dana still had the residual attempts to try and change them. Frankie understood well enough, or rather they thought they did, as romantic and sexual feelings weren't in Frankie's genetic makeup. Frankie walked in through the front doors, and like most days they visited the restaurant, the first person they saw was Dana. Dana had just seated a pair of women at a booth, and all of the other tables were filled at the moment. One spot was left, a place at the bar. Dana walked up to them, and her eyes glimmered with all the wonder and magic they always had.
Hey, what a pleasant surprise! Just you, or are all three of you coming in today?
Just me today. I see a spot by the bar. You don't mind if I pull up my work laptop, do you?
Oh no, that's fine. Do you want the usual?
My usual is fine. May I also get a cup of black coffee, too?
Sure thing. Just set yourself up. By the way, there's something I want to ask you.
Ask me?
Yeah, it's a kind of favor, and it's not anything weird, you know? I promise.
Sure. What's up?
Oh, I'll ask you once I bring out your food.
Frankie moved over to the open spot at the bar, pulled out their laptop from their leather satchel, and started reviewing data from a client database. It didn't take long for Dana to return with their usual order. A Reuben sandwich with tater tots, a large glass of apple juice, and a black coffee. As Dana placed the food down, she gave Frankie a brief and apprehensive look.
So, what's up?
So, my cousin works for this radio station, and he got a couple of tickets to Blossoming Soul Music Festival. The indie music festival happening this weekend. I really want to go, but I don't have anyone to go with. I, was hoping that you'd go with me.
Oh, Dana. I don't know.
Oh, please, it won't be a date, and I promise I won't flirt with you. Much. I can't help it, but I'm working really hard, you know? I really like you, and you're amazing, and, well, I just don't think there's anyone else I know who I'd have as much fun with as you.
I really enjoy hanging out with you, too. I deeply value you as a friend.
And I value you, too. That's why I want to go with you. They're still accepting applications for performers, but the lineup so far is really great. There will be a ton of people there, and I don't know if I'd want to go with anyone but you. I know it sounds stupid, but I just...
You know what? Okay, I'll go with you. As friends. I really appreciate that you support and accept me. It means a lot. It really sucks when people talk down to me about it or try and change my mind.
I may really like you, like, a lot. But I also respect you. I'm sorry that people don't respect you for being you. And I'm sorry if I've ever tried to...
You came on strong, but you were always nice about it. No worries. Text me the details and we'll go.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm really excited about this. I better go back to my other tables before they get pissed.
Frankie watched her go to another table, and they smiled a little broader. They went back to their laptop and started working again.
Did You hear that? A musical festival! That's perfect! You love live music!
Linnet and Elvinia sat in a booth, and they were perhaps 6 feet from where their server Dana spoke to another person.
Yeah! Oh, what a coincidence! Oh my gosh. So, would I just, walk around, or?
I'm not sure that would be the best. Using the current technology as is, walking around would draw too much attention to you, and the you-know-who might be able to sense it. They are really tenacious about sensing our magical technology. I do have another idea, though.
I'm open to anything.
Open to anything. What about performing on stage?
Performing? Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, come on. You have a beautiful voice. And I've been working on some new tech that could prove very useful. I started using some new techniques during your mission with Nixie, and I would love to collect more data to refine it. And I could perhaps be on stage with you.
Wait, do you sing?
Oh, no, I don't. But I could run the tech on stage. The soundboards, the speakers, and even the carefully concealed Anam Energy Collectors. I have a couple of theories on how we can make the harvesting process even more sneaky and subtle. Not only that, I can provide some ideas on how to handle any issues that may rise up, sparkling or otherwise.
What if they don't like my singing?
Can't you draw them in?
Well, yes, I suppose I can.
Then do that. You draw them in and keep them there, and I'll work on the other part. Not only that, but if they show up, I'll get to see them with my own eyes.
Oh, I see. Is that why you really wanted to help me? Well, I don't mind feeding your deep desires. Thank you. I'm lucky to have a friend in you.
You're welcome. I'm glad to help. This is how it's supposed to be. Us helping one another? Not the way Cyrene would have you do it. Okay, so now we have an idea. Now we just have to flesh out the plan.
That's wonderful. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. You asked me to ask you later, and I guess now is as good a time as any.
Ask me what?
You asked me to ask you what some word meant. But I don't exactly remember the word. Was it Yubi? Yori? Yorkie?
For a long moment, Elvinia just gazed at Linnet wonderingly. And then a wild smile creased her face. A dangerous but inviting sparkle danced in her eyes. Elvinia leaned over the table and whispered with all the candor of an excited child.
Are you asking me about Yowie?
Oh, yes, that! What is Yowie?
Elvinia pulled out a mobile device, not unlike the one the humans usually used, and she pulled up some written texts on it. She handed it to Linnet.
Here, read this. You'll find out what Yowie is real quick.
Linnet took the mobile device, and she began reading the small story, which she would come to find out was a fanfic. It started out like any story by introducing 2 male characters. They started out talking, and then it quickly escalated to...
Oh my. Wow. Okay, we're really here.
Linnet and Elvinia had just passed through security, and they stood at the back area where the other musical performers and guests were congregating. As they walked toward the large park where the festival was going to take place, Linnet had the opportunity to see how many humans had come to enjoy the event. Her stomach twisted within her. She could not decide what made her feel more apprehensive. Whether this was her first planned mission, or the fact that she was about to sing in front of so many people. Once they got past the security checkpoint, Manned by several muscular-looking fellows, Linnet and Elvinia found themselves in between two long rows of tents, 20 on each side. Groups of performers, or singular individuals, were in the various tents, and there wasn't any indication of assignment. Perhaps it was first come, first serve. To ensure that they didn't attract any unusual attention, both Elvinia and Linnet carried in metal briefcases. The briefcases were empty, of course, and all of their real equipment were nestled in the infinity bags that hung at their sides. A human woman with a clipboard walked up to Linnet and Elvinia. She had a nice smile and a pair of light blue eyes.
Hi there. Welcome to the Blossoming Soul Music Festival Performers area. My name is Hannah, and I'm going to help you get situated. May I please have your name you registered as?
I go by Lady Fate, spelled Feyte.
Ah, yes. You're going to be on the 11th tent on my left side.
Hannah, the clipboard holder, gestured with her hand.
Are you both going to be performing?
Oh no, it's just her. She's a great singer, while my talents lie in the technological side of it all. I'm just here to make sure our mics, speakers, and other sound-generating tech works right.
Oh! So what type of music do you perform?
Oh, it's kind of, worldly music, all sung a cappella. You said the 11th tent on the left side, right?
Oh, wonderful! I can't wait to hear you. Break a leg. You're supposed to perform on the left stage at 1:45 p.m.
Great! Left stage at 1:45 p.m. Wonderful, thank you.
Linnet and Elvinia walked along the long line of tents. Many of the other performers were lounging around, while others practiced before the start of the festival. All of the tents were outfitted with closable flaps, which allowed some privacy. According to the notice that Linnet and Elvinia received upon registration, check-in times were at 8 in the morning, and the first performers started at 10:30. The crowd of humans had collected outside in the park, in long lines, and they would be allowed to enter at 9 a.m. All in all, there was a long time to wait before Linnet had to go on. When they got to their tent, they noticed how big and spacious it really was for 2 people. It could have easily accommodated 8 people, with room to spare. A long table had been set up with 4 chairs on each side. Linnet and Elvinia closed to the tent flap, isolating themselves from the outside world. Elvinia reached into her infinity bag and then pulled out a circular stone-like object. She touched the center of it, and it began glowing with runic lettering. A short burst of magical energy blasted out, and the walls, ceilings, and the grass at their feet glowed with a temporary shimmer of green light.
Okay, the sound dampening generator is active. Now we can speak without anyone hearing us. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm unsettled. Not only is this my first planned mission, but there are a ton of people out there.
Yes, a ton of people. Which means if we use the new technology I've developed, we should be able to collect immense Anam energy from people without anyone having any long-term adverse reactions. You're going to do fine. Don't forget that I'm here to support you.
Yes. Well, that part does make me feel much better. We have a lot of time before my performance. Should we begin setting up now?
Yes, after we set out everything on this conveniently provided table, then we will head over to the left stage to make sure it's all prepped. After reviewing the festival policies related to technology, we should be allowed to leave our stuff there, and I'll know if anyone tries to steal it.
Elvinia pulled out several devices and artifacts from both her own bag and Linnet's bag.
Okay, first, we have the Siren Amplifier speakers, the primary Anam Energy Collectors disguised as functioning flashing lights and laser streams, the Vorpal mic, the secondary Anam Energy Collectors disguised as functioning smoke machines, the projection pads, and the holographic imaging display projector. Once we set up the tech on the left stage, I'll set the Anam Energy Collectors to a lower setting. That way, we can collect some Anam energy from the people coming to see the other performers. Once we go on at 1:45 p.m., I'll change the parameters to the normal settings so we can collect even more.
I really hope that me singing a cappella will be enough to compare with these other performers.
Oh, it will. The Vorpal mic and the Siren amplifier speakers will create sonic waves that assist with your magic to draw the humans in. Just sing a pretty little song and trust in the plan.
Right. And I do trust the plan. I just hope everything works out.
Oh, it will. Your first time is always the hardest. Or so I've heard.
Wait, have you never been in the field before?
Nope. This is my first mission. Sort of. I just told my boss I was going to test some tech I had developed, and so this is still technically R&D.
Oh, I suppose it is. So, should we take all this to the left stage now?
Yep. The sooner we set up, the sooner we can go around and enjoy the other performers.
Setting up the technology on the left stage was easy enough, and they completed all of their preparations within 30 minutes. Other bands were storing their own amps, instruments, and other equipment as well. There was a sort of camaraderie among everyone else back there, and it eased some of the tension that Linnet had been feeling. Once they were finished, Linnet and Alvinia walked around the crowds and listened to the music. There was so much energy and excitement in the humans, and it was infectious. Linnet found herself swept up by the delight of those around her. She and Alvinia saw a couple of rock music bands in the morning, and a country folk singer an hour or so before Linnet was supposed to perform. They returned to their tent at 1 p.m., and they began making all the preparations necessary within the tent. Alvinia set up the pair of projection pads by the tent wall, and she placed a magical terminal on the table. The Anam Energy Extractor was beside the tent wall, and it functioned like the others Linnet had seen on other missions. Orbs kept falling into the expanse of an infinity bag, and unfortunately they couldn't see how many they had collected already. The orbs kept falling at regular intervals, which was a great sign.
When it's our time to go on, I'll raise the levels on the collectors about 50%. That should still be low enough to avoid magical boy detection. Unless by some horrid chance they were already here at the festival. Oh, I can program the projector to give you a badass background. What are you thinking? Foggy forest-like imagery? Or do you want something more oceany?
Foggy forest, please.
At 1:45 p.m., Alvinia typed on her keyboard, and a wide grin creased her face.
Okay, holographic terrain is set. The lights are flashing, and the fog is covering the stage. When you're ready, set onto the pad. Good luck! Remember, you got this.
You're supposed to say something opposite, like, break a leg.
Oh, in that case, crack a clavicle?
Thanks.
Linnet stepped onto the pad and took a deep breath, and then nodded toward Alvinia. Alvinia pressed something on the keyboard, and then Linnet was surrounded by a nimbus of light. When the light faded, she stood on stage, before the mic, and before a large group of people. There had to have been perhaps 300 or 400 people in the crowd, and many of them gasped when Linnet appeared. Linnet glanced behind her. The floor of the stage was covered in fog that stayed exactly on stage. The background appeared to be a thriving and vibrant, otherworldly forest. Linnet's attire had changed, and she actually looked like a human-sized version of her actual self. Or rather, perhaps more like one of those elvish females that geeky humans seem to go crazy over. The butterflies in Linnet's stomach flapped harder, and yet she still smiled. She took a deep breath, and then she began singing lightly. Her song wasn't one of her spell songs, but it was an old Nymphian love ballad called By the Touch of the Fingers. Linnet let the sweet words of her native language dance past her lips, and they swirled into the open air in front of her. It was an ancient song, and it had an enchanting melody. From the corner of her eye, she noticed the flashes of beautiful color changes and images of animals and other such fanciful creatures dancing in the background. The crowd was quite transfixed by Linnet's performance. When she finished her song, a long moment of silence lingered before people started clapping. More people had come over to the left stage, and the anxiousness inside her grew more powerful. A sudden and light magical tickling danced in her left ear.
Don't be alarmed. I'm using the holographic projectors to project this sound in your ears. You're doing great. Just on your performance alone, we've gathered vast amounts of Anam energy. Keep it up. Give me 1 nod for spooky old world castle and 2 nods for the middle of the desert.
Linnet nodded once.
Wow, the left stage seems really popular. I wonder who's performing over there.
It says the performer at 145 is Lady Fate? That's a weird spelling. Wanna go check it out?
Sure, and I really appreciate you coming with me today. It's been so much fun. I hope I haven't made you uncomfortable with any flirting.
You're fine. I don't mind a little flirting, so long as you understand that I won't reciprocate, and it won't lead to anything other than friendship.
Of course. Let's go.
Frankie and Dana approached the back of the large crowd that had gathered in front of the left stage. The background had been designed to look like it were the site of some ancient and long-forgotten castle. This stage appeared to be more like a sliver of some other reality. Fog covered the stage at the feet of a single person. At the moment, the performer wasn't singing. She looked like some sort of elf-like creature one might see at a Renaissance festival. The crowd stared at the performer, who had finished her first song. No one said anything, and everyone waited in bated breath. A sudden and unsettling tingling zapped at the barest edges of Frankie's perception. They couldn't put their finger on what it was, but something felt a little off. Dana didn't seem off-put, but she stared open-mouthed at the performer.
I wonder what's going to happen. Is she going to dance or sing? I love the background scenery. It looks so real.
Yeah, it does look pretty high-tech. Most of the other bands and performers here are indie, right? That looks like some Silent Rhapsody Records level of showmanship.
Yeah, you are right about that one. This Lady Fate is bringing her A-game.
The performer started to sing, and it was a haunting tune. A wild flickering awoke in Frankie's veins, and their blood felt icy. As the notes wrapped over them, Frankie's mouth went dry. Everyone in the crowd watched with unbroken attention, including Dana. Little pricklings started to pinch at Frankie's skin.
Wow. She really has a pretty voice, huh? It's a little sad.
Dana didn't react, and she merely gaped in awe.
Dana.
Dana didn't turn away. Frankie reached out to touch her, and suddenly, something caught their eye. It was such a small and tiny little detail, but it was there. Barely perceivable, even to Frankie's eye, were faint wisps of energy coming from Dana's skin. A spasm of coldness slammed into Frankie's chest, and they looked at the woman on stage. The ethereal nature of her voice danced on the air, and mental sparks were blasting loudly in Frankie's mind. They started to reach for their phone, but then they stopped. It would take too long for the others to get here, and there was no telling what this Nymphian had planned, if it were a Nymphian. However, soul energy was being collected. Frankie glanced around. No one else was looking in their direction, nor were there any people headed toward the left stage at the moment. If they positioned themselves behind people in the back, out of sight of the stage, Frankie reached into their pocket and pulled out a golden drachma with the image of a lightning bolt on the front of it. They crouched down behind Dana, who had not turned her attention away from the stage, and then they willed their magic into the coin. The world fell away, and Frankie became surrounded by a field of sparkling light.
To sparkling power!
Frankie's entire body flashed, and within that confined space of light, their clothes seemed to disappear like mist. In an instant, they twirled about, and their Sparkle Guardian outfit slipped onto their body quite snugly. The field of light faded away, and Sparkle Guardian Zeus returned to the outside world. A tremendous shimmering of light danced behind the crowd, and Linnet stopped singing. One moment, everything was fine, and then the next, brilliant golden light rose up from the back of the crowd. The people in the crowd still watched her with rapt attention, and yet she looked toward the lone figure jumping into the air. Linnet's heart stopped in her chest. The gold-colored Sparkle Guardian soared through the sky, and they moved toward her with rapid speed. Linnet threw herself to the side as Sparkle Guardian Zeus landed where she stood, their javelin leading the charge. People in the crowd gasped a little, and yet they were still fixated on the stage with unbroken attention. Alvinia's voice danced in Linnet's ears.
Don't panic, just stay calm. I've tapped into the festival's CCTV security feeds, and it doesn't appear like the others are here. It's just one.
Linnet got to her feet, and she gazed into Sparkle Guardian Zeus's eyes.
How dare you try and harvest these good people! Music festivals are supposed to be fun and exciting, and you're tainting the vibes that these music lovers are thirsting for! Evil villain, in the name of all things musical and lyrical! I'm going to stop you!
Just remain calm, keep moving, keep singing, and trust me.
Music started pumping over the speakers, and 4 copies of Linnet appeared all around her. They moved about, and so she did at the same time. She opened her mouth and she started to sing once more, matching her voice and notes to the music. To her relief, rather than the Sparkle Guardian throwing their javelin around, like the previous fights, they merely leapt forward and jabbed. The others dodged and weaved. Light beams started moving in intricate patterns, and the fog machines started putting out dark gray fog. The background flashed every now and then, and it appeared as if they fought on a storm cloud. The crowd started cheering, and they waved their hands in delight. Sparkle Guardian Zeus winced as the dirge's effects started to kick in. Sparkle Guardian Zeus's eyes were starting to lose some of their luster, and the movements were slower and awkward. The color drained from their skin as the dirge of doom made Linnet's targets nauseous. The javelin in the Sparkle Guardian's hands started glowing, and they stopped and looked down at it wonderingly. Several small slivers of lightning jumped from the end of the javelin, and both Linnet and Sparkle Guardian Zeus were surprised. The other Linnets danced around the volts, but Sparkle Guardian Zeus's eyes met with the real Linnet's.
You're the real one! I just have to keep my eyes on you!
The Sparkle Guardian lunged for Linnet and dodged around the others who tried to get in their way. The flashes of lightning got faster and brighter, and Sparkle Guardian Zeus closed to the distance.
I know this sounds crazy, but take the hit.
What?
Trust me.
Every inch of her told her to dodge, duck, or run. But instead, Linnet stood her ground. Sparkle Guardian Zeus's javelin thrusted forward, and it plunged into her chest. There wasn't any pain, but there was a bright flash of light. When Linnet opened her eyes, she was in the tent, standing on the pad. Alvinia smiled at her. Seconds later, a loud roar of applause and cheering rumbled from somewhere in the distance.
What happened? I thought I was just stabbed.
Oh, the actual you never left the tent. The you on stage was a hologram. I would never put you in real danger.
I was here the whole time? But everything felt so real.
Yep, advanced magical VR technology. Anyway, I made it appear when the Sparkle Guardian stabbed you, it engulfed you in lightning. The humans all think it was part of the act, and they are loving it.
Wow. I didn't know tech like this existed. You are so talented.
Thanks. Let's bag all this up and be gone before the Sparkle Guardian finds us.
How did we do with the Anam Energy collecting?
We did really well. Like, really, really well. Let's just say, you couldn't have done better for your first mission.
By the goddess! Thank you so much! I couldn't have done this without you.
You're welcome. And thank you for allowing me to test out my new tech. Now let's seriously get out of here before they find us.
Right.
The Sparkle Guardians have to be stopped! The fact that none of you has been able to best them... It's ridiculous!
Linnet sat in the Citadel commander's office, and this time she wasn't alone. Alfreda and Nixie sat beside her, before Cyrene's desk. The Citadel commander scowled at all three of them, and the frustration dripping from her eyes seemed a little, well, okay, a lot uncalled for. The three of them had some fairly good success, all things considered. Alfreda had managed to secure significant amounts of Anam energy before the Sparkle Guardians came to stop her. Nixie had not returned with as much as Alfreda. As for Linnet, thanks to Elvinia's help, Linnet's very first mission had been a great success. Nevertheless, even when Linnet provided her report, Cyrene didn't congratulate her on her victory. Instead, she was quite short with Linnet and wasn't paying attention when she gave her mission report. Cyrene stood up from her chair behind her desk, and she gestured with her finger, pointing it at each of the three operatives in turn.
The district supervisor has been on my ass since you three can't seem to defeat a trio of measly magical boys! It's actually quite embarrassing. I don't understand why you three can't beat them! Please, tell me what I can do to alleviate your continuous string of failures!
We didn't fail.
Both Nixie and Alfreda cleared their throats and gave Linnet narrowed eyes. Nixie even shook her head.
Oh, no! Don't stop her! It looks like the person with the least experience has something to say to the Citadel Commander! Go on, sweetie. Finish what you were going to say.
Alfreda bit her lip, and she averted her eyes to the side, while Nixie just lowered her gaze and let her eyes go unfocused.
I was just going to say that we didn't fail exactly. We managed to bring back some Anam energy, which is better than, not bringing back any.
Oh, you brought back some Anam energy. Tell me, Lenice, are we in the business of getting some Anam energy, or are we in the business of getting as much Anam energy as we can? What do you think?
It's Linnet, and I think that
Oh, I don't care what your name is. It doesn't really matter. What really matters is getting as much Anam energy as we can. Your thoughts and opinions don't matter. Results matter. If this problem persists, I may have to fire some of you so we can recruit some real talent. Now, does anyone have plans on how to deal with the magical boys? Huh?
The silence in the room dug into Linnet's nerves. It was quite hard to breathe as Cyrene glared hard into each of the three. Perhaps it was because she had just gotten in trouble, or maybe it was her own insecurity, but it almost looked like Cyrene set her angry expression on her longer than anyone else. Slowly, Linnet raised a hand a little. Once again, Nixie made a noise that sounded like "nuh-uh" with her closed mouth. It was too late, because Cyrene settled her attention right on her. A wicked and fake smile covered her face. Cyrene laced her fingers together, propped her elbows up, and then rested her chin on the backs of her fingers.
Oh, yay! More thoughts and opinions from Latrice! Her name is Linnet. Whatever. Spit it out, Linnet. What is your idea?
Well, during each of our missions, we have to fight the Sparkle Guardians, and there are 3 of them.
There are 3 of them? No! You don't say!
I think that maybe if we, being the 3 of us, work together to fight them, we may have a better chance of defeating them, rather than us fighting individually or with the 2 of us. Maybe if we had hench Nymphians too, we could have numbers on our sides.
Cyrene narrowed her eyes, and then she let out a slight huff. The mocking smile faded from between her cheeks, and she stared harder at Linnet, so much so that Linnet felt the urge to squirm in her seat. Alfreda and Nixie kept switching their gazes between Linnet and Cyrene.
You 3 working together isn't a bad idea. But as for giving you all minions of your own, or actual staff to serve as hench Nymphians, it would be an enormous expense on the budget. Those 2 might be deserving of consideration of such a thing. Maybe. But not you, Linnet. However, let's focus on your first point. Maybe having you all 3 working on something to stop the Sparkle Guardians could work. Alfreda, since you have the most experience, you're in charge. You have, 3 days to give me a proposal. Otherwise, I'm firing one of you. I'm sure you can guess who that might be.
Hot acid splashed inside Linnet's throat, and she felt the color drain from her face. For just a moment, Cyrene smiled again.
Go! Get out. 3 days will pass before you know it.
Alfreda was the first to get up, followed by Nixie. Linnet ran after them, and she finally caught up with both of them about 50 feet away from the Citadel commander's office door. A vicious sneer had creased on Alfreda's face, while Nixie averted her eyes from looking at any one person in particular. As soon as Linnet matched her stride, Alfreda wheeled to face her.
You know you made it much harder for yourself, right? You should have just kept quiet.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do our best, but you're probably gonna get fired.
The billowing that had been building up in Linnet's chest finally overpowered her, and a few tears trickled down her cheeks. The hardness in Alfreda's face softened a little, and Nixie winced more profoundly.
Crying isn't going to get you out of this situation. As Nixie said, we'll do our best. The problem is that the Sparkle Guardians are very powerful, and any plan to overcome them will need to be expertly thought out, researched, and well executed.
Researched? So, in order to defeat the Magical Boys, it would help us to have lots of information about them, right?
Yes. I mean, I'm sure we could research the mission reports and any surveillance footage we have of them, but that could take a lot of time. We would be cutting it really close if that's what we're thinking about doing.
Yes, I agree. It will certainly eat up a lot of time trying to research all that information and then coming up with strategies to defeat them. If we start right now, we may be able to come up with something on the day of. I hate cutting it that close.
Actually, we might be able to bypass all of that. I know someone who has, intimate knowledge about them.
You do? Who?
Well, it's Elvinia, my friend from R&D. If we ask her for help and treat her to lunch, then she might be able to help us.
Huh. Interesting. Let's go see her now.
So, you want to know about the Kaibashi triplets? That really cool J-pop band, huh?
Linnet and Elvinia sat on one side of a booth at Anthony's, while Nixie and Alfreda sat on the other side of the table. They were in their human appearances thanks to the use of the HABs. It was 3:37 p.m., and there weren't a lot of people in the restaurant at the time. The booth they sat in was at the back of the restaurant.
You know, the Kaibashi triplets. The ones who sparkle on stage.
Yes, we want to know about the J-pop band. I am curious why you know so much about them.
Oh, so Linnet didn't tell you?
No, she just said you had an intimate knowledge about them.
That's interesting. Well, the why I know so much isn't important. What is important is what I know. Can we just focus on that, please? Thank you.
Fine. What can you tell me about the,
Kaibashi triplets. Well, I can tell you quite a bit. They consist of 3 members, Zip Zap, Splashy Splash, and Grunge.
Zip, zap, gold. Splashy splash, blue? And I suppose grunge is black.
Yep, that's right. Now, let me start off with Zip Zap. They prefer they-them pronouns, and they're very charismatic, but also quite shy when it comes to getting attention from others. Whenever the other two joke about relationship stuff, Zip Zap gets flustered. I'm not sure if there's a love connection or not, but they get all weird about it.
Okay, hold on. How do you know all that kind of stuff? Where do you even get that kind of info?
It doesn't matter how or why she knows. Elvinia just knows, okay? Stop trying to figure her out and listen to details. We may be able to work out a plan on how to defeat them, okay?
Fine.
I know that Zip Zap prefers they-them because when they're not around, that is how the other two refer to Zip Zap. I will say that I monitor all your missions, as well as other things. And no, you can't have access to my files. Anyway, as we know, Zip Zap prefers medium to long-distance combat, and they throw their javelin. When enemies get too close, they resort to stabbing, and while there is still voltage, the effects and damage is lessened significantly.
Really? That's interesting. So maybe focus on close combat or surrounding Zip Zap.
I didn't know about the power of their weapon having a lessened effect in melee.
I remember when we, hung out, and you had called forth all your brothers. Zip Zap seemed a little more flustered than, Splishy Splash? Splishy Splash.
Yes, I sort of remember that. I also remember that I'm sorry. Their lightning didn't blow up like the walls.
That's because once those javelins are thrown, they become exploding projectiles. In melee range, they just stab and shock you.
I didn't know that either. Let's avoid getting exploded. Yes?
Right. Is there anything else you can tell us about Zip Zap?
Yes. Of all 3, they are the weakest physically, but they're the most nimble and light. There are other biological things about Zap Zap that are unimportant. Whenever Zap Zap throws a javelin, it takes 2 seconds for it to reappear in their hands. And then there's 1 second cooldown before they can toss the javelin again. Once thrown, the weapon spirals with magic, and it hits with excessive and amplified force. To simplify, it would be best if we ensured that Zip Zap doesn't throw.
What can you tell us about Splishy Splash?
Oh, where do I begin with that one?
Both Alfreda's and Nixie's expressions descended into flat, vexed expressions. as if they could somehow sense the depth of Elvinia's fangirl depravity. Linnet had not told them, nor did she intend to. Linnet giggled into her hands, but still, Nixie and Elfreda glared harder at the Arcanist.
For starters, Splashy Splash is the most masculine and gung-ho male of the three. He's the strongest physically, and he likes to assert his dominance through heroic acts and overpowering endeavors. He has an ego, as well as an exploitable arrogance. I've noticed that he has a temper, too.
An ego, arrogance, and temper? Huh. So, malicious and mean-spirited and taunting. Yes?
I'm not very good at witty banter, taunting, and the like.
Good for you all. I am a snarky little taunter if I do say so myself.
That may aid you well in fighting him. Let's move on to his weapon, yeah? The Trident. Splashy Splash is dangerous because he is great at both medium range and close combat. When he shoots out water from the ends of his tips... it's pressurized and icy. You're all lucky none of you have ever been hit by his streams.
Wow! Wait, so pressurized and cold? How cold are we talking?
On average, the temperature of the water is between 25 and 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Prolonged exposure to the stream could send your body into hypothermia. That is, if the force of the pressurized water didn't break your bones instantly, which they are strong enough to do.
Yes, whenever he fights my clay golems, his water smashes them pretty easily.
You also mentioned that he's good at close range?
Yes, the Trident is sharp, and he's very strong, and skilled in using it.
Okay, what about the last one? Grunge, was it?
Yes, Grunge. Grunge is an interesting case, because he doesn't have any flashy attacks. What makes him dangerous is that he can turn invisible. I'd say that Grunge is the most intelligent, the most cunning, and the one most likely to outthink you. He's a strategist. In terms of physical attributes, he is middle of the road between the three. I've noticed when he lowers the visor on his helmet, his invisibility activates. However, he can still be detected via motion sensing, heat sensory scans, and other forms of radar location.
Elvinia stopped speaking when the server returned with their food. Once the young human male was gone, they started to speak once more.
They are all quite formidable and have great team dynamics. Zip Zap covers the long and medium range, Splashy Splash covers medium and close range, and Grunge will try to flank us. How do we approach defeating them?
No one had any real ideas as they started to eat. They shared their meals, which created a nice and pleasant spread of options. Alfreda ordered a veggie sandwich with no meat. Nixie had gotten a pastrami sandwich, and Elvinia wanted a hamburger with fries. Linnet requested a Reuben sandwich. She had gotten halfway through the sandwich when an idea popped in her head. It was such a small idea at first, but the more she thought about it, the better it got.
Hey, Elvinia, do you remember that pad you had me stand on? The one that made an illusion of me?
The projection pad? Sure. Why?
Could you make one that teleports? Similar to how we teleport to this dimension from the Citadel, but more like a trap?
A trap? You mean for the J-pop band?
Yes. I was thinking how you mentioned they have great teamwork and all, but what if we split them up? Could we take them on individually?
One by one, Elvinia's, Alfreda's, and Nixie's eyes lit up, and they nodded in succession.
Yes, that is something to consider. If I was alone with Zip Zap, I'm certain I could overwhelm them with my clay soldiers.
I have enough vape spells that I could dodge and keep away from Splashy Splash's attacks while I piss him off. I could maybe even wear him down with some paralysis and mind-affecting vapes. There is one problem with your plan.
I know, that leaves me with Grunge.
No offense, but you are kinda weak when it comes to physical fighting. Do you really think you'd be able to beat him on your own? I'm not trying to be a bitch or anything, but you're not very strong and you don't have any offensive spells. Just songs that affect people.
Yes, I know I'm kind of the weakest link at the Citadel, but I'm trying. Even if he's invisible, I can still affect him with my songs, and Elvinia said he could be tracked with motion sensing and other stuff, so if I get some tech from her, I should be okay.
Of course she'll be okay, because I'll be on site to fight him too.
You will?
Certainly. You've already proven yourself to be a loyal, trustworthy friend, and I wouldn't let you face this alone. Besides, I can provide you all tech to aid you in your fights.
Oh yeah? What kind of tech?
I wouldn't use a teleporter pad trap, as that would be too easy to spot. But I can rig something to shoot teleporting darts at the Sparkle Guardians to take them elsewhere. If we did isolate them and fight them one at a time, it would detract from their cohesion. We might be able to beat them this time. For Zip Zap, I would use several lightning rod type devices to make their weapon even more hampered.
That would be most appreciated.
As for Splashy Splash, I could engineer a sort of fog machine that will fill the air with special fog.
Ooh. Why is it special?
I have designs for microscopic nanoconstructs that can saturate the fog. They could fly into Splashy Splash's mouth to get into his lungs. Once inside his body, they could wear him down and make him more susceptible to your vape spells. The constructs could even affect his biochemistry and make him even more pissed off. If you want to go dark with it, we could even have the constructs break down his cells.
Wow. Sounds diabolical. I love it.
I mean, supporting Linnet will be super easy. I can just set up motion and heat sensors and keep him at bay while Linnet sings him into a stupor. Then, we could end him at our convenience.
Are you sure you're going to be okay with all this? You seem to really know them well. And maybe like them a bit too.
Oh, they'll live on in my stories, so it's fine.
Your what?
You know what? Who wants dessert? We just came up with a badass plan, so we should celebrate. Dessert's on me.
And then, my bastard supervisor tells me I should start showing more initiative. Can you believe that? I put a ridiculous amount of time at work. It's not my fault people aren't buying insurance. The market is saturated.
Tyler, Frankie, and Nicholas sat at the bar at Anthony's. It was late afternoon and everyone was off of work. Tyler had already pounded down a couple bottles of beer, and he was feeling very feisty. Frankie drank a single beer, and they were on their second one, while Nicholas hadn't touched his beer yet. His eyes weren't focused on his two best friends, but he listened.
I'm sorry, man. It really sucks to have a boss bust your chops constantly. I'm feeling the pressure too, so I get it.
Oh, did you manage to get your project completed in time?
Yeah, I managed to finish it, but my team lead says I should have completed it earlier. I guess everyone is feeling stressed. The higher-ups at my firm are encouraging us to take on more projects to bring more credibility and clout to our agency as a whole.
Well, at least they appear to care about you guys. To my bosses, I'm nothing more than a number. One that either brings more money in or one that's broken. At the moment, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to meet this month's quota.
I'm really sorry to hear that, man.
Tyler gave Nicholas a hard scowl, which stopped Frankie from whatever they were about to say. They just kept looking between Tyler and Nicholas, confused. Even Nicholas was taken aback, and his eyebrows raised slightly.
What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Here, lately, whenever Frankie or I talk about our jobs and our future, I've noticed you get real quiet. You don't bring up your graduation, which is a pretty big deal. I know you've been working hard on your thesis since you finished your undergrad, but you haven't talked much about that either.
I didn't want to bore you two with my subject matter. That's why I've not brought it up.
Oh, that's bullshit, and you know it. We've been friends since middle school, and whenever you have something bothering you, you get quiet.
It's true. You have been awfully quiet these last few months. I've noticed it for a while, but I didn't want to press the matter until you felt ready.
Well, screw that. I'm pressing. We're best friends, and we're teammates. We have to communicate with each other, or we're going to trip and fail, so spill it, Nikki. What's going on?
Tyler tightened his jaw muscles, and he glared at one of his longtime best friends. Frankie propped their elbow on the bar and rested their chin in their palm.
You know Tyler's just gonna keep on you until you finally tell us, right? And you know you're not leaving until you do.
Oh, listen, it's not that big a deal.
Ah, so there is something going on.
As you both know, I'm getting my master's degree in gemology. There are a couple of career paths I can take after I get it. One option is to get employed with a jeweler or some sort of gem company, and the other is... well, the other...
To be accepted into a doc program? Is that why you're feeling upset?
I wouldn't say that I'm upset.
Fine. How about affected? Is this why you're affected?
Well, yes. The thing is... I've applied to a bunch of doctoral programs all over the country because the university here doesn't have a PhD program I want to pursue.
Are you upset that you didn't get into any programs?
Actually, I got into 3, including the school I really wanted to get into.
Wait, isn't that a good thing? Where is the school?
It's the University of Thanatos.
Frankie turned their attention to the door.
Wait, the University of Thanatos? Isn't that like 1,000 miles away? Did you just get in, or did you get any kind of offer?
Full funding for a doctoral program, a stipend, and room and board.
So were you not gonna tell us? When are you leaving?
I haven't decided if I'm going yet.
Okay, that's more bullshit. You want to go because you applied and they're going to pay you. When were you going to tell us?
Guys?
I was going to tell you. I just didn't know.
Guys, look at me!
Tyler and Nicholas both looked at Frankie, and then Tyler felt something on the air. It was like a sort of static energy pulsating from somewhere. Ever since they had first been granted their Sparkle Guardian powers, from mysterious inner voices, they had been able to sense weird energy vibrations in the air. Those vibrations were usually caused by the Nymphians, either by their weird magical technology or through the harvesting of soul energy.
What is that?
I was wondering when those creepy little fairy children were going to do another dastardly plot. I'm ready to go when you all are.
Okay, but we're going to talk about this later.
They paid for their meal and they walked outside. They moved deep into the closest alley, away from the prying eyes of normal people. Tyler took out a golden drachma with the image of a cresting wave on it. Frankie pulled out a drachma with a lightning bolt on it, and Nicholas pulled out a drachma with the image of a skull on it. They all nodded, and then they willed their magic into their coins.
Zeus, sparkling power!
Poseidon, sparkling power!
Hades, sparkling power!
Nicholas and Frankie were surrounded by their own nimbuses of light, as was Tyler. He never asked what they saw when they transformed. Brilliant azure light swirled around him as if he were in a whirlpool vortex. His clothes disappeared, and his Sparkle Guardian outfit shimmered onto him. His trusty trident manifested in his hands. Tyler loved holding his weapon and being a Sparkle Guardian. When he fought as Sparkle Guardian Poseidon, there were no quotas, obligations, or supervisors breathing down their neck. There was only ass-kicking, and he was good at that for sure. As the light faded, the 3 of them stood together.
Let's find the Nymphians and stop them before they can enact whatever injustice they're planning.
I have a lot of aggression to work out, so I'm down.
Tyler glared at Nicholas before chasing after Frankie. Nicholas didn't say anything, which was fine by Tyler. How could Nicholas keep something like that from Tyler and Frankie? They were friends. But also, if Nicholas left, what would that do to the team? When united together, they were strong. But if they were separated, would they be overcome by the Nymphians? The more that Tyler thought about an absent Nicholas, the more sick his stomach became. They already rarely saw one another outside of Sparkle Guardian duties, and for the brief and fleeting lunches here and there. Back in school, they were always around one another. Those were the golden days of their youth and their friendship. Frankie, Tyler, and Nicholas followed the trail of weird vibrations, all the way to a warehouse in the industrial part of town. The warehouse was a large, multi-floored building with a single metal door at the front. All the windows were closed, but the front door was wide open.
That doesn't seem ominous at all.
That does seem strange.
Should I sneak in and scout it out?
So, you're just going to leave us behind while you go off and do your own thing. Is that a hint of what's to come?
Nicholas balled his fists and he started to step toward Tyler. Maybe it was because of the beer he had drank, or how his heart brimmed with bubbling betrayal. But Tyler stepped up too. Frankie stepped between them.
Stop it, both of you! Now is not the time to be fighting! We're all going in there side by side, so no one gets left behind and left exposed.
Yeah, we're a team, so no one should be left behind. We need to act as one.
Tyler moved toward the front entrance, and he heard Nicholas say something. It sounded like, asshole, but Tyler didn't care. Frankie said something coddling, but then they both caught up with him. Frankie was to his left, while Nicholas was on the other side of him. They walked into the warehouse. It was eerily quiet. The sensation of power had gotten stronger, and it was emanating from within this room. There was a strange series of whistles, and something pricked into the back of Tyler's arm.
Ow! Something bit me.
Tyler turned to look at them, but a nimbus of light had engulfed them. Tyler's body started to glow too, and when he blinked, everything became white. The white flashing stopped, and Frankie stood in the cement basement of a large building. The top of the basement had to have been 30 or 40 feet above them, and small square windows were at ground level towards the top of the ceiling. It was grimly dark, and there were several stone columns that went from floor to ceiling to serve as support for the floors above. There were long fluorescent lights lining the basement, but numerous shadows crawled around the columns, where the lights couldn't reach. There were a couple of tall, thin metal objects, with small balls at the top tips. The air saturated with malice.
Poseidon? Hades? Are you here too?
As an answer, several dozen clay soldiers moved out from behind the columns. Frankie's heart lurched in their chest as they started to charge energy into their javelin. As the javelin illuminated with electricity, the unknown metal objects began to shine with an ethereal light. The balls at the tips radiated the brightest, and beams of energy stretched down to touch the javelin. Suddenly, the lightning magic was gone. A clay soldier punched Frankie in the face, and the force was strong enough they fell back. Something grabbed Frankie from behind, and they twisted their body around with all the strength they could muster. Another clay soldier was behind them and had grabbed them. The soldier went flying, and Frankie looked behind them. There were more soldiers there, and they started trying to grab them or strike out at them with clay weapons. Once more, Frankie willed energy into their weapon, but the metal objects stole the power. Frankie dodged another clay fist. They jabbed their javelin into the body of the soldier who attacked, but the tip merely slid off of the surface, leaving a thick groove within the clay. Frankie tried to get away, but the clay soldiers surrounded them and held their arms together to form a kind of cage. It was hard to breathe as dozens of legs and feet came toward them in rapid, coordinated succession. This wasn't like any of the other Nymphian plots. There was no Anam Energy Collection scheme, only a plan with gruesome intentions. Frankie's body started tingling as they did their best to block and get past the unending series of kicks. One of the feet caught them in the ribs, and pain shot up Frankie's senses. Another clipped them in the kneecap, and they fell. The soldiers got closer and stood over Frankie. All together, they started stomping upon them. Frankie screamed, but there wasn't an end.
Is that all you punk asses got? Come on! Come fight me!
When the flash of light stopped, Tyler found himself in the middle of a massive fog cloud. He took in small breaths, and the air had a foul taste about it. His tongue wiggled in his mouth as a metallic and bitter flavor covered his taste buds. His throat started to dry up.
Hey. Sound off. Woohoo! You guys, can either of you hear me?
No, they can't hear you. You're all going to die. Alone.
The voice had come from somewhere in the fog, although Tyler couldn't rightly identify where. He swung out his trident in wide arcs, hoping to hit something.
Shut up! What did you do with my friends?
No matter how hard he stared into the fog, he couldn't see anything.
We already killed them. They called out for you, begging for help. If you were a real man, you would have been able to save them.
That's bullshit! There's no way you stupid Nymphians could take us down! We're too strong!
Tyler's head started to spin, and he gritted his teeth and started shooting streams of water into the fog. The stream blasted through, making a narrow window, but he didn't hit anything, even at max range. If he could just find some kind of landmark, he would be able to get his bearings. The Nymphian laughed again.
That's so pathetic. Are you trying to hit me?
Tyler started moving around in a circle and sprayed his water all around him. Still nothing. The tips of his fingers started to tingle. A cloud of dark brown mist started to surround him from a specific point, and so Tyler lunged. He thrusted his trident in the center, where the mist was coming from, and it stopped before the tip went through that spot. Tyler landed before it, and the Nymphian looked up at him with wide eyes. She ducked under a horizontal shaft strike, and she blew more dark brown mist into his face. Tyler closed his mouth, but the mist stung his eyes. He barely missed hitting her again. The Nymphian backflipped into the fog and disappeared. Tyler shot a stream of water into the fog, but he didn't hit her. His lungs burned every time he inhaled.
A real man would have gotten me.
Screw you! Come out and fight me, fair and square!
Green mist floated up from behind him, and he looked down at it. It smelled like green apples. He gasped a little and flipped around. Once more, he blasted water streams into the fog behind him. But once more, nothing. He dropped his trident, not by his own will. Tyler's hand shook violently, and his knees buckled under him. He fell to a knee. The Nymphian walked out of the mist, gazed right into his eyes, and then blew out cyan-colored vape mist into his face. His whole body tensed up like a fist. Well, this was a bad sign. Nicholas was in a pitch-black room, and he waved his hands in hopes of finding a light switch or something. Something light and thin brushed against his arm, and Nicholas grabbed it. It was a string, and so he yanked on it. A light came on, and he found himself in a janitor's closet. The door to the closet wasn't locked, and he exited the small room. His two friends were not in sight, and perhaps calling out to them was exactly what the enemy wanted. He reached back and felt the little object still jutting from the back of his neck. With a slight tug, Nicholas pulled it free and examined it in his hand. The thing that had bitten him was a tiny little dart with a small needle. Nicholas lowered his visor over his eyes, and the world began warbling around him. He saw through the visor, and his surroundings had taken on a gray appearance. While he walked invisibly, Everything was gray, black, and white. Slowly, Nicholas moved down the hallway. The words Elmfield High School were painted across one of the walls, above the rows of lockers. While he, Tyler, and Frankie went to another school, this school had been one of their rivals. The classrooms were dark, save for one at the very end of the hallway. Dread soaked Nicholas's stomach, but he pushed that unease away. He had to find his friends and make sure that they were okay. When he got to the classroom, Nicholas stood at a T-intersection, with another hallway going to his right. There was another classroom with its lights on, and as soon as he glanced towards it, the class beside him went dark.
Oh, great. Just great.
Nicholas walked over to the second classroom, and its lights shut off as another one's turned on from down the hall. The process repeated until he found his way to the gymnasium. The gym doors weren't locked, and the lights were on inside. An individual waited in the very center of the gym, the newest Nymphian who sang. She looked around nervously, and she held her hands close to her body. What was she doing all alone? Nicholas gazed all around at the bleachers, but he didn't see anyone else. His blood festered within him. The Nymphian jerked her head around and looked at the opposite direction, on the far side of the gym. She pulled out what appeared to be a knife, and she held it out in front of her in the direction of her gaze. Nicholas followed her gaze, and he kept his breath held tightly. Nicholas saw nothing, but the Nymphian appeared spooked as she was shaking. Nicholas took soft steps onto the floor of the gym, and he closed the distance between himself and the Nymphian. She had not started singing yet, and if he could just grab her from behind, he could... A weird thwomp noise broke the air, somewhere behind him. Nicholas stayed very still. Something cold, wet, and sticky struck the back of one of his boots. Nicholas looked down. A shimmering glob of bluish goo covered the back of his boot and the floor. He tried to pull his leg free, but his boot remained locked in place. A white-hot panic wiggled up Nicholas's throat as he looked in the direction from where the goop had come. Another Nymphian, one he had never seen before, stood between the benches and the bleachers. She had a long staff with a jeweled headpiece, and she had a visor over her eyes. The Nymphian stared right at him. As Nicholas tried to pull his leg free, another glob struck his other foot, locking it in place.
Now, Linnet! Now!
Linnet turned around. She was still nervous, but not frightened like Nicholas had assumed. Linnet opened her mouth. The tune that danced on the air was truly haunting, and Nicholas covered both of his ears with his hands. Something cuffed onto his right wrist. The Nymphian with the wand had another object in her grip. It was an opened clam-shaped object with a long neon orange lasso stretching from it. One end had tangled around Nicholas's wrists, and the lasso slowly started to pull towards the clam-shaped device. Nicholas fought the best he could, but his bound arm became tightly secured to his side. The dreadful lullaby of promised doom slipped into his exposed ear, and Nicholas's body vibrated with a sort of looseness. His eyes started to blur, and his other arm fell to his side lifelessly. Slowly, Linnet walked up to him with knife in hand. She had a sad pout on her face, and within her eyes danced conflict. However, Nicholas knew that conflict wasn't going to stop what was about to happen.
So, this is it? This is how my story ends.
Damn. I failed. I failed my friends, and I failed myself.
I have to fight this somehow. Not like this.
It doesn't have to end, Frankie.
You're not giving up, are you? Are you gonna be a little punk-ass bitch?
You got this. Don't falter. You can overcome.
Who are you?
What the hell did you just say to me?
I don't know who you three are, but I'm spent. I can't do anything.
I'm you. But I'm also the source of your power. Embrace me, and let's show these Nymphians what we can really do.
You heard what I said. Now, are you gonna lie down and die? Or are you gonna dig deep, grasp your real power, and be a man?
You are not spent. You have us. Let go of your fear, embrace us, and let us stand with you.
Another clay knuckle dug into Frankie's cheek. Yet this time, it didn't hurt. Their body began glowing and it crackled with storm-worthy power. Not only did that power course into their javelin, but it filtered into their limbs too. Frankie stood up, and they swung their javelin around in a wide circle. When their javelin touched one of the clay soldiers, the soldier exploded. Multiple streams touched their body, all coming from the large metal siphoning devices in the room. Frankie grinned, for they knew somehow they weren't getting dampened this time. They collected all of their magic inside them, and they pushed it out as hard as they could. Lightning bolts shot out from them in a wild display, and the streams flowing into the devices became quite fat. Frankie looked around them and noticed the massive energy mantle of a gigantic thunderbird surrounded them. The bird shrieked, and the electric energy surged more potently. The metal devices exploded moments later. The Nymphian peeked around one of the corners of the cement columns, but then disappeared in a flash of light. Tyler stood emerging from the cyan vapor mist. The Nymphian stepped back as her eyes widened in horror. Tyler's skin began glowing with a bright azure hue. Intense water blasted from his body, going out in all directions. The force was powerful enough to blast the Nymphian back as a result. The water seemed to spin above him in a gravity-defying whirlpool, and it took shape. The visage of a massive stallion, made from the sea itself, stood above him. Its equine eyes were on the soaking wet Nymphian, who stood 100 feet away. The machines that made the fog lay broken on the floor, drenched in the previous magical attack. The stallion of the sea breathed in and released a powerful stream of water. Just before it hit the Nymphian disappeared in a flash of light. The Nymphian Linnet stopped singing, and she gaped at Nicholas with wide eyes.
What's going on?
I don't know, but the power ratings are crazy.
A profound power awoke within Nicholas, and his body started crackling with black magical power. The goo that bound his legs started to wither and dissolve, and he rose to a full stand. A new presence appeared behind him, as if out of nowhere, and both Nymphians drifted their gazes upward. Nicholas followed their gaze. A massive, three-headed black Dachshund stood above them, with their eyes centered on the pair of Nymphians. The one named Linnet started to sing, but the three-headed dog barked. The sound was loud enough her singing was drowned out. All at once, the three heads zipped down and tried to snap at the Nymphians. The Nymphians jumped out of the way and scrambled across the gym floor. Cerberus chased after them comically as its long body hobbled along. The Nymphians disappeared moments later in flashes of white. Once they were gone, Cerberus bounded back to Nicholas, wagged its tail, and bent down to give him 3 happy licks. The dog faded moments later. Nicholas's cell phone rang, and he reached into his coat pocket to pull it out.
Hey, are you okay?
Y'all got separated.
Yeah, I almost died. But then something crazy happened.
Something crazy happened to us, too. I already spoke to Tyler. We're going to meet on the rooftop of the tool shop near Anthony's. Are you alright to meet us there?
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
And then all this water came rushing out of me. The next thing I know, I have this massive horse made of water over me. It scared that little Nymphian punk away. Woo!
Yours is a horse? Mine is a thunder eagle or something.
And mine is a dreaded 3-headed wiener dog of death.
A wiener dog? Bruh, that's sick! Our new powers are awesome! There's no way those stupid Nymphians can beat us now.
A sudden weight settled in Nicholas's stomach, and he averted his eyes from the group. The moisture in his mouth evaporated, and every breath he took in felt laden with sickness.
Listen, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the PhD program before. I was just scared.
So I guess we're doing this now, okay? Why were you scared?
I was afraid of how you were going to react.
So you are deciding to go? No more beating around the bush, say it! Are you going or not?
Nicholas's heart twisted inside his chest, and yet he couldn't turn away from his goal. He bit his lip and gazed directly into Tyler's eyes.
I'm going.
So that's it then? We don't get a say?
Come on, Tyler. Don't be that way.
We're a goddamn team, and we have been thick as thieves ever since middle school. When did that change, huh? You're just gonna leave us in a couple of months, is that it? Were you gonna tell us the week of your departure?
I have the right to choose my own future!
There was a brief moment of silence, and Tyler struck out. His hard fist slammed into Nicholas's cheek, and Nicholas fell to the ground. Frankie wrapped their arms around Tyler's neck and pulled him back.
Whoa! That is not okay!
Get off of me!
Tyler managed to wiggle out of Frankie's grasp easily, but he remained where he stood. Nicholas got to his feet, balled his fists, and then moved toward Tyler, white-hot anger flickering in his chest. Frankie moved in between them.
No!
You do whatever you want to do. I don't care. And I don't want to see you again. I'll come for Sparkle Guardian stuff, but you can forget anything else.
Tyler turned around and moved toward the metal staircase, leading down.
Tyler, come on! Tyler!
Tyler disappeared beyond the lip of the roof's edge, and a great quiet dominated the air. For a long moment, Frankie and Nicholas just stood there, not really looking at one another.
He's just mad, okay? You know how Tyler is.
Yeah, I know how he is.
I understand how he feels. I wish you would have told us you were applying. I'm happy you got accepted, but I'm gonna miss you, man.
I'm going to miss you too. Both of you.
I'll try and talk to Tyler, and we...
Don't bother. If that's how Tyler wants it, then I'll honor his wishes.
Oh, come on! You both are killing me, you know that?
Nicholas moved over to the top of the stairs, and he gave one last look to Frankie.
Call me if anything happens.
Ugh. Whatever, you both suck so much.
Nicholas walked down the stairs, into one of the alleys, taking the long way home.
Ugh! You know what? Why am I even surprised that you failed? I mean, seriously. I should fire you all!
Linnet, Alfreda, Nixie, and Elvinius sat before Cyrene's desk. None of the others looked at the commander, and Linnet averted her eyes as well. Meanwhile, Cyrene stood up from her chair, and she began circling both her desk and the line of 4 chairs they sat in.
I just want you all to know that my bosses were so unhappy when I gave them the report about your failure. I mean, seriously. Help me understand what happened. Did you all not plan enough? Did I not provide enough resources?
Cyrene got on the other side of Linnet, bent down, and practically whispered in her ear.
Or maybe it's just that some of you are weak and useless.
Hey, stop that. It wasn't her fault. We almost beat the Sparkle Guardians, but they got new powers.
Cyrene stopped and rounded her desk once more. She glared at Alfreda and gestured with both her hands.
We almost beat them, but blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter if they got new powers. You all should have been better prepared. I am so tired of all this incompetence, and I do not appreciate the backtalk. Here's the thing, ladies. You have one last opportunity to show some success, or someone is losing their job.
Tears welled up in Lynette's eyes, but she tried to blink them away.
We did our best. We couldn't have known that that was going to happen, and before they had a power surge, the Sparkle Dorks were on the verge of being beaten.
We did our best! You had additional support from R&D, especially that one.
Cyrene pointed directly at Linnet and snarled a little.
Support that I didn't give permission for. Elvinia is one of our top R&D arcanists, and she is not sanctioned for fieldwork.
Well,
I don't care what you were trying to do. You are not allowed to go on missions. I don't give a red cap's ass what you do when you're off, but when you're working, you're to be in that frickin' lab making me magical tech. Do it again and you'll be fired. As for you...
Once more, Cyrene pointed directly at Linnet.
Nixie and Alfreda have proven themselves to be worthwhile operatives, but you are still on probation. So far, you haven't lived up to expectations. That's why during this next mission, you're going to have to pull your own weight.
What do you mean? I mean, I always try and pull my weight. I do my best.
I read about some of the great successes that the other citadels are doing, and we're going to copy their ideas. However, because you all couldn't take out the magical boys like you were supposed to, we're going to have to improvise. There are going to be two major parts. The first major part is Nixie and Alfreda will split the city in half and secretly attach Anam Energy siphons to air conditioning units. The plan is to create a constant incoming source of Anam energy.
What about me?
Oh, you will have the most important part. You will be protecting an energy beacon in the center of the city, far away from where Nixie and Alfreda will be working. If I'm right, which I usually am, then the beacon should attract those stupid magical boys right to you.
The moisture in Lynette's mouth faded almost instantly, and a wild acid began throbbing in the pits of her stomach. Was it her imagination, or was her bottom lip quivering a little? It might have been a trick of the mind, but she couldn't rightly say. When she tried to speak, her voice refused to come out.
This is stupid! I'm the best choice for keeping the Sparkle Guardians busy. You're being too cruel to leave such a task to Linnet.
Actually, you can use your clay minions to help you distribute the Anam energy attachments to air conditioning units. Besides, you're a more valuable asset to me than she is. If Linnet wants to stay with the company on this career track, she's going to need to step up and prove herself. Being an Anam Energy operations operative isn't for everyone, and she might not cut it. So, Linnet, are you wanting to go along with the mission, or do you want to quit right now?
Cyrene glared hard at Linnet while the others gave her side eyes. No one said anything, but they all waited for her response. Did she really want this? Her mother and sister spoke highly of the career, and so Linnet followed their direction. Bitter sourness flickered within her, and in a brief instant, 100 or so thoughts danced in her mind. She had fun with Elvinia, who was such a wonderful person. Alfreda and Nixie were also quite nice too. But on the other side of the coin, there were the Sparkle Guardians and the dangers that came along with their constant interference. And then there was Cyrene.
I'll do my best to hold them off.
Wonderful! By the way, as we were talking, I put the other R&D Arcanist and the head of R&D on this mission. So all the necessary tech for the mission will be ready within the hour. Elvinia, you are not allowed to do anything for this mission. All the tech that Linnet is going to need will be provided.
A deep scowl floated on Elvinia's face, and it was the first time Linnet had seen such a dark expression from the Arcanist. Luckily, Elvinia turned her attention away from Cyrene, and the Citadel commander wasn't looking at her. Instead, she glanced toward her terminal. A slight chime danced on the air. Cyrene studied the surface of the terminal, and then she slowly turned a wicked smile over to Linnet.
Linnet, it appears the tech you're going to need is all ready. Go on and meet with the head of R&D. She will brief you on how to use it as well as where to go. The rest of you stay here. I want to brief you on where each of you is going to go. Elvinia, I want you to stay too and provide any magi-technical answers we might have. Go, Linnet.
Linnet slowly rose from her chair and she moved away from the office. She stopped in the doorway, and the only one who looked her way was Cyrene. Everyone else had their eyes averted to different directions. The glimmer in Cyrene's eyes was truly icy. Being up this high, the wind was frigid, and it was the perfect spot to be bait. Linnet hugged herself for a moment, and she gazed over the city lights. The sun had set about an hour ago, and it was quite dark, which would be perfect for Nixie and Alfreda. Would she be okay? When she walked up to the head of R&D, it was an awkward first meeting. The Nymphian's name was Roshi, and her demeanor regarding Linnet was less than inspiring. When Linnet introduced herself, Roshi's expression immediately fell into a pitiable exterior. What troubled Linnet the most were her eyes, for they were filled to the brim with a sort of reluctant wetness. Roshi had given her a large crystal beacon that was to collect residual Anam energy, while also generating enough of a signal that it would mask what the others were doing. Roshi also gave her a shield generator that would keep the Sparkle Guardians back. The only downside was that it was soundproof and airtight. At least the generator created an atmosphere within the bubble, because suffocating wouldn't be a pleasant way to go. Linnet sniffed a little as she stared at the deep space between the streetlights and the house lights. She wasn't looking at the ground, but peering into the depths of her own soul. While there were some nice things about this job, it wasn't what she expected. And while it may be the environment of this location rather than the job itself, Linnet had still drawn some unlucky cards. It wasn't all bad, as having Elvinia as a friend was more valuable than the tensions created by the other two major detractors for her job satisfaction. Why did the Sparkle Guardians have to be that powerful? It wasn't fair. And why did Cyrene have to be such a cruel and unsupportive boss? Something caught Linnet's attention, and it was a small speck of light to her right. Her blood ran cold. Were the Sparkle Guardians already here? She hadn't activated the beacon yet. A small bead of light whirled about on top of the roof. Linnet narrowed her eyes and studied the light carefully. It was a small little construct made to look like a lightning bug, and it carried something in its larger pincers.
Oh, what are you, little thing?
The little construct flew over to Linnet and hovered in front of her. It raised up an inch before falling and raising again. When Linnet held her hand out, the construct dropped what it held into her palm. The item was an earpiece. Lynette's eyes widened as she placed the little auditory artifact in her right ear.
Hello?
Hey, it's me. I'm really sorry about how this mission is going down. That's Irene. She's such a bitch.
Yeah, she really is. And if I'm being honest, I'm afraid I'm going to die.
Yeah. I know the situation looks bleak. Nixie and Alfreda send their support too. They can't help you, but I can.
But I thought you weren't allowed to help.
Oh, screw Cyrene. Yes, I can't physically be there, but I can be there for you emotionally, and I can provide surveillance. I'm afraid I can't do anything more flashy. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Having you here with me sort of, makes me feel better.
What kind of tech did they give you?
The tiny lightning bug construct whirled about.
That's a strange design for a shield generator. The field width is pretty large, but the conductors aren't as powerful as I would have expected.
Rochi said that the shield is airtight and soundproof.
What? Soundproof? That's terrible.
Terrible? What do you mean? Why's that bad?
Because none of the shield generators are supposed to come with soundproof energy barriers. This one was specifically designed and rigged for this mission to be soundproof. There's no reason to make it soundproof unless there's an enemy who has speech magic.
Or if someone has song magic.
If I was there, I could easily modify the shield. There's another thing that bothers me. The beacon doesn't appear to have an activation switch. Did Roshi give you a wand or button to press?
No, they just gave me these two things.
Okay, listen to me. You need to get out of there, now.
The crystal beacon illuminated instantly, and a brilliance engulfed Linnet and the top of the roof. She was only blinded for a moment, but when her vision came back into working order, it was just enough time to see the shield generator activate. A translucent yellow beam of energy rose up from the top of the generator and formed a bubble over most of the top of the roof. As soon as the barrier was fully closed, the little construct fell to the roof flooring. The end of the light in its rear shut off.
Alvinia, can you hear me?
Nothing. No static, no breathing, and no friendly voice.
Alvinia.
Linnet reached into a pocket and pulled out the teleporter crystal. Even after she fed magic into the artifact, it didn't illuminate. Instead, it was just a dull hunk of rock, similar to the pieces found in New Age stores, advertised as healing tools. She walked over to the side of the barrier, and she placed her hand on it. It didn't burn her, but it was solid. Linnet walked over to the shield generator, and a small but barely noticeable energy barrier had formed around it, as well as the energy stream flowing upward. The glaring light from the beacon was like a miniature sun, and Linnet turned around to see a long shadow cast from her body. Noxious energy danced up inside Lynette's chest and throat, and she began to pace. There wasn't any real place to sit aside from the open floor space. She couldn't get out. Tears trailed down her cheeks, and then she took a couple of deep breaths. Why would Cyrene purposely want her to fail? They were on the same team. They worked for the same company. And so, naturally, they had their own best interests at heart, right? Well, there was nothing to do except wait. Sharp fingers made from manifested anxiety stabbed into her, but Linnet kept breathing in and out. In order for her to survive this, she had to act with speed and purpose. If the shield should fail, she would have to be ready to sing one of her more powerful spell songs, in hopes to keep the Sparkle Guardians busy long enough for her to get the call to retreat. Surely they would give her the signal to leave once the others had attached enough Anam Energy siphons, right? Linnet didn't want to answer that question, and she immediately thought of how she was going to survive. She replayed the information that Alvinia had provided, because if the shield failed, she would have to face all 3 of the powerful magical boys. Time seemed to drag on, but more than an hour passed before the Sparkle Guardians showed up. They landed on the edge of the roof, and they were apparently talking to her. They certainly stared at her and made elaborate and overly dramatic gestures. Curious, Linnet watched them. Each of the Sparkle Guardians took turns saying something, although the meaning was lost to her. Wow, each of them gave some kind of monologue. It was a good thing she didn't have to suffer through it. They gestured toward her more fiercely, but then they started casually talking to one another, while still gesturing to the shield with confusion and vexation. Despite her situation, Linnet smiled. It certainly took them long enough. Her delight faded a moment later when the golden Sparkle Guardian started throwing lightning bolts at a certain spot at the barrier. The blue one, Poseidon, started blasting pressurized water against it from another angle. Hades, the last Guardian, was on a third side, merely punching the barrier. His hands were engulfed in a sort of onyx fire. Being this close, with ample time to study the Sparkle Guardians, Linnet noticed several things. Firstly, their costumes were a little different. Zeus had the insignia of a golden hawk or some other kind of avian creature on the front of their outfit. Poseidon had a dangling horsehead necklace around his neck. Lastly, Hades had an interesting-looking belt buckle. When Linnet walked over and bent down to stare at Hades' lower body, it must have upset him, because he started punching more furiously. The other details that Linnet noticed was that the powers exhibited by the magical boys was much more impressive looking. Water streams were thicker, lightning flashes were brighter, with more frequent lightning bolts scattering across the surface of the barrier, and Hades never had glowing fists before. A sudden crack formed where Zeus tossed lightning, and a second formed where the water kept striking. Hades punched the barrier, and several small cracks formed where his knuckles hit. Linnet retreated to the center where the generator was. It got harder to take calming breaths, and her fingertips started to vibrate ever so slightly. So, this was it. Time for her to step up. But was she stepping up to prove herself? Or was she stepping up to die?
Oh no. They're breaking through.
Whenever the barrier activated, both the communications link and the surveillance signal had been immediately terminated. Thank goodness that Alvinia had set up several observation beetles in the area. She watched as Linnet paced within the bubble for over an hour, and she observed the lengthy speeches that the magical boys had directed toward her. To be honest, they were quite good, and worthy of usage in one of her upcoming fanfics, if not for the fact that her friend was being set up for failure. This was not how things were supposed to be. Poor Linnet. Alvinia couldn't do anything to assist her, otherwise it would mean losing her own job within the company. As the Sparkle Guardians started attacking the bubble, that sense of unease fell away. Based on the power output given off by the Sparkle Guardians, they would surely be able to break that barrier in a rapid amount of time. Alvinia gazed around her lab, hoping to find something that she could use. And then she noticed. While the other Arcanists were still in their domains, doing stuff, they were all watching her. They couldn't hear her, nor could they see what she was doing, but they could still see whether or not she was still in the R&D labs. No, she couldn't come to Linnet's rescue. Not only would she be physically stopped, but she would be delayed from doing anything that would actually matter. Cracks started to form on the outside of the barrier. It got harder to breathe, and prickling needles started to stab into her brain. She had to do something. Well, maybe not her. Alvinia switched what she was looking at via her observation beetles, and the screen split into two halves. Each of the halves showed a different scene, one overlooking Alfreda directing her soldiers, while the other showed only Nixie trying to climb over a chain-linked fence. Alvinia piloted the observation beetles closer to each of the Nymphians respectively. As the beetles got closer, both Nixie and Alfreda turned cautious eyes upon them.
Listen to me, both of you. Things are bad. Linnet is about to be assaulted.
That's terrible. But what can we do? She's so far away from where we are. I guess we could teleport.
I doubt that would work. As soon as we teleported back to the Citadel, and then try to teleport to Linnet, Cyrene would be notified. Then she would stop us. Didn't she get provided with a barrier? Why can't she just sing them into paralysis or something?
Ladies, Cyrene set her up. The barrier that she provided Linnet is soundproof until it's broken. She can't teleport out. Not only that beacon doesn't even collect Anam energy, as Cyrene said it was going to. It was simply designed to draw the Sparkle Guardians there. She's trying to sacrifice Linnet. If you two don't do something, she is going to die.
But what can we do?
I have an idea, and I can direct you how to modify one of the siphons you have. The barrier is about to break. Will you please help me save her?
More cracks crept up the outside of the barrier, and the shield generator began shaking violently. Linnet stood in the middle of the shielded rooftop and continuously changed her attention to each of the Sparkle Guardians. They each wore masks of utter contempt, and their eyes burned with desire for her blood. Would she have enough time to sing anything? Even if she started right now, it would be pointless until they heard it. Linnet couldn't help but tremble where she stood, and she held her arms close to her body. The shield generator shook harder, and the entire shield barrier started flickering. Flashes of yells, lightning cracks, and the sound of rushing water found their way into her ears. The flashes were brief, only when the barrier flickered for a half second. It wouldn't be enough time for her to do anything with her magic. The barrier was going to fail, and there she stood, powerless, helpless, and soon she was probably going to die. A loud whoosh-whomping noise broke out through the interior of the shield bubble as one of Hades' fists burst through the barrier. A moment later, the generator powered off. Together, they took steps closer to her, and she knew the moment she started singing, they would attack. They all stopped within 10 feet of her.
You've threatened this city for the last time. It's time for you to die.
A long moment of silence passed, and neither of the other two refuted the comment. Well, if she was going to die, she wouldn't simply let it happen. She crouched down ever so slightly, and when she did, Zeus pulled their javelin back a little more. Poseidon leveled his trident in front of him. Hades held out his hands, as if to block her attempts to flee.
Before we end you, tell us what your plans are with this.
Sparkle Guardian Hades pointed toward the large crystal beacon.
It isn't collecting spirit energy, so what is it? A weapon? One in which you're going to threaten the city?
Yes it is! It is a magical bomb, and it will devastate the city! You are going to be...
A lightning bolt crackled at Linnet's feet, which created a large hole before her. A moment later, the javelin reappeared back in Sparkle Guardian Zeus's hands.
No tricks! Nice try, but you're not going to trap us with that splendid and evil voice. Try again, and I'll plant the next bolt in your chest. So that big thing is a bomb?
Linnet opened her mouth to speak, But then intense light flickered on either side of her. All three of the Sparkle Guardians stopped, and they gazed at the two sources of the disturbance. On either side of the city, 2-mile-high columns of light rose up from the ground. The flashes happened for less than 10 seconds, but were easily observable, especially from this height. A voice echoed in Linnet's ear.
Hey, those lights are Nixie and Alfreda. Just remain calm, and let whatever happens, happen. Stay safe, and stay alive.
The Sparkle Guardians turned their attention back to Linnet.
What the hell was that, Nymphian?
Linnet licked her lips, kept in a poised position, and regarded the magical boys carefully. Sparkle Guardian Hades looked upon the crystal one more time.
This thing isn't a bomb. It's a distraction.
I think he's right. Ugh, I can't believe it. But did these freaking Nymphians attempt to sacrifice one of their own just to keep our attention here?
You sneaky little... Ugh. What is your plan?
I'm never going to tell you!
You stupid little bit!
There's no time. We have to stop whatever they're doing in those locations. We also have to make sure this giant thing doesn't actually serve some other purpose. You two go, and I'll stay here.
Screw you! You're not the team leader!
This is the Nymphian who almost killed me. I have a score to settle. Please.
Linnet continued to watch the Sparkle Guardians, and Alvinia wasn't saying anything, although the light on the little construct had started glowing again. None of the Sparkle Guardians had noticed it.
Whatever, do what you want, I'm heading east.
Sparkle Guardian Poseidon sprinted off in one of the directions.
I'll head out in the other direction. Be careful, Hades. This one can be very tricky.
Oh, don't I know it.
Sparkle Guardian Zeus ran off of the roof and dove out of sight. Linnet locked gazes with Sparkle Guardian Hades, who merely held up his hands in balled fists.
Are you ready for our rematch?
Are you really going to be okay?
I'll do my best.
Well, good.
In an instant, Sparkle Guardian Hades lunged for her, and Linnet threw herself to the side in a tuck and roll. His fist crunched into the ground where she once stood, yet his skin didn't break or tear against the stone. Just like before, a fiery onyx aura coated his fists. The black-clad Sparkle Guardian winced a little as he punched out again, closing the distance between she and him. Linnet ducked, and her voice cracked, yet she still sang out. Sparkle Guardian Hades stepped back, and he drew one of his fists back in a karate-style windup. Linnet retreated, all the while ensuring that she wouldn't fall through the massive hole somewhere behind her. Her voice got a little louder, and judging from the way his knees started to wobble, the Sparkle Guardian was almost under Linnet's sway. Just a few seconds longer.
Cerberus Punch!
Sparkle Guardian Hades punched his fist toward Linnet. A massive and ghostly image of a three-headed Dotson appeared over him. It flopped toward Linnet, as one might expect from a wiener dog of any size. All three heads started barking intensely, and just for a moment, Linnet winced and ducked. Sparkle Guardian Hades' fist thundered over Linnet's head, where her chest would have been. Massive wind blasted over her, and it pressed her against the flat of the roof. Had she been slightly to either side, the strong gusts of the wind would have blown her off the roof entirely. And had she not ducked, well, it would have been bloody for sure. Sparkle Guardian Hades' eyes went wide with surprise, yet he acted first. His other hand came around, and he slapped Linnet hard across the face. She fell upon the ground, and before she could push herself up, Sparkle Guardian Hades placed a knee on her chest. The man's massive hand wrapped around her throat, yet it didn't block her air passage. It merely pinned her into place.
Damn you, Nymphians. You're always trying to steal the energy from our souls. Are you happy with yourself? Are you happy that you're a monster? Is this what you wanted out of your life?
No! This isn't... I never wanted to hurt
Then why are you doing it? Don't you know what happens when you drain us of all of our soul energy? We die! Your people are literally trying to kill us!
I just fell into this career path, okay? My family does it, and so I just followed their path. I don't know what else to do! And you're wrong. Anam Energy comes back. Yes, we can drain it to kill, but none of the plans I've had been a part of have been designed to kill, I swear!
That is a lie! There are other Nymphians who do kill, and who want to slaughter us! We are not the only Sparkle Guardians! There are others who have reached out to us, others who have told us of their battles! Your people are monsters, and I am going to stop you!
Suddenly, a brilliant light zipped towards Sparkle Guardian Hades. The small construct Elvinia had sent earlier struck him in the cheek, just under the left eye. He screamed out and was knocked to the side of Linnet.
Linnet, roll into the hole if you can. It's the only way you can survive. Go! Nixie and Alfreda are starting to retreat too.
Linnet twisted to the side as hard as she could, and she neared the hole in the roof. A massive hand grabbed her thigh, clutching the thick meat of her leg. Sparkle Guardian Hades inched over Linnet. An ugly bruise had already started to form. The Sparkle Guardian let go of her thigh, and he squished his palms over his ears. Linnet rolled harder and fell into the hole. She landed quite hard, and her body throbbed.
Teleport out of there!
Linnet reached into her pocket and pulled out the teleporter crystal. She fed magic into it as she looked up at Sparkle Guardian Hades, who had jumped down toward her. A fist engulfed in magic. White light engulfed her just as his flaming fist almost touched her nose.
I can't believe you all failed again! I mean, seriously! This job was supposed to be easy! You had it nearly perfect, but then you all choked in the end. All to save her!
Cyrene pointed directly at Linnet, while her two comrades, Alfreda and Nixie, sat beside her.
You were supposed to keep the Sparkle Guardians busy and distracted, but you couldn't even do that right!
You made it so that I couldn't use my magic against them until it was too late! Why? I could have trapped them if it had been a normal shield!
How dare you raise your voice with me! You're supposed to do what you're told and follow the mission! You can't even die right, you're so frickin' weak!
You set up Linnet for failure. Why? We're all supposed to be on the same team here. I know you're terrible, but I can't believe you would be so destructive.
Oh, I can! Elvinia told us you rigged that shield to specifically hinder Linnet. Why?
Shut up! Or you're all fired! I'm the Citadel Commander! Me! Not you! I didn't work my ass off for years to be second-guessed by the likes of you! Yes, I made it so that Linnet would fail. So what? She would have died, and then you two would have been able to accomplish the mission as intended. But you all buckled, and so now I have to take drastic action.
An evil smile creased Cyrene's face.
You think that anyone is actually going to care that I set you up? No! The only thing that matters is results. People die in our industry all the time. Secondly, it will be your word against mine, and I'll just lie. If you two say anything, I'll fire you both in a heartbeat. As for you, little Miss Linnet.
The Citadel commander rounded the corner of the desk, and she actually stood over Linnet with her hands on her hips.
You're fired! And if you think for a moment you're going to attack me in a fit of rage, I'll show you why I was called the Flame Witch of the Forest.
A deep coldness had started spinning around Linnet's chest, and her hands had tightened into fists. Wetness lined the bottom of her eyes.
Aww, is the little worthless piece of trash gonna cry? You're so pathetic. By the way, that friend of yours in R&D, the one who disobeyed me, I won't fire her, but she'll never work on anything important again. She can thank you for that.
Okay, that's enough. This stops now.
Cyrene gazed over Linnet's head, and the other two also turned their attention to the speaker. Linnet sniffled a little, and she shifted around in her chair to see the speaker in the doorway to the office. The Nymphian had long red hair, braided in a thick braid that almost touched the ground. Her skin was milky white, and she had deep blue eyes. She wore a smart red pantsuit that matched her hair, and blue stripes ran up and down her pants. The Nymphian wore modest 1-inch heels that exposed her toes. She gingerly held a manila envelope in her hands. The speaker smiled.
What the hell did you say? And who the hell are you? I'm in the middle of firing someone.
The Nymphian walked toward Cyrene with a powerful gait, and she stopped behind Linnet. Her hand fell upon Linnet's shoulder.
No, you are not. Don't get me wrong, there will still be a firing, just not hers.
And what the hell is that supposed to mean? I'm the Citadel Commander and I make the rules around here!
Not anymore. I am the new Citadel Commander. You are fired. Here's the paperwork. Everything is in order, as you will see. My name is Marika.
Marika gestured for the manila envelope, and Cyrene snatched it. Once the envelope was torn open savagely, Cyrene pulled out the single letter inside. As she read it, the anger in her eyes fell away, and her sneer melted into a pout.
No! This isn't fair! It's not my fault my operatives keep getting beaten!
Well, of course it's your fault. This is clearly a fault in leadership. Had you been a better guide to your team, then perhaps your failure wouldn't have been so egregious. As it stands, based on your lackluster reports to the board of directors, it has been decided you are to be fired.
For a long moment, Cyrene gazed at the letter, perhaps trying to will the words listed on the page to disappear. Linnet kept switching her gaze from Cyrene to this new individual, and yet neither of the Citadel commanders turned their attention towards her, or the other two operatives. The bitter, crushing despair that Cyrene had tried to plant within her had been pulled up so rapidly that Linnet simply felt numb. Cyrene stepped back, and then she openly glared at the new commander, the Nymphian named Marika. She crunched the letter in her hand, and seconds later it was engulfed in crimson fire.
You think I'm going to just lay down and let you screw me? I've worked too hard to let my career be ended by a bitch like you. I'll kill you. Then the board will have no choice but to give me another chance.
Cyrene's body started sparking with more fire, and Linnet pushed back in her chair, falling over. The new Nymphian had sidestepped out of the way of the tumbling Linnet, but her eyes never left the now blazing Cyrene. Marika smiled wider. Nixie and Elfreda helped Linnet to her feet, but they all took several steps away from the pair of them.
So you're resisting the will of the board?
You bet your ass I am!
Perfect.
Marika snapped with her right hand, and then gave a profound giggle. A circular portal opened behind Cyrene, and its interior shimmered as if drenched in liquid metal. By the time Cyrene glanced behind her, a massive creature made from dark metal jumped up from the portal. It landed behind her as the portal vanished. The creature was similar to one of Alfreda's clay golems. except this one was more impressive. It looked like an empty suit of battle armor. The golem was made from dark iron, with spikes jutting from its torso, arms, and legs. It also had a pair of menacing, glowing yellow eyes beneath its helmet-like head. Cyrene started to turn to face off against it. Marika waggled her left hand. A thin rapier appeared within her left grip, and Marika lunged forward. Cyrene stopped, and the horror on her face said it all. She tried to form a ball of fire, but one of the metal golem's hands grabbed her arm. Cyrene winced, and Marika closed the distance. The tip of her rapier stabbed into Cyrene's right hip. Cyrene screamed, and the fire fell away. She plummeted to the ground in a heap. Marika withdrew her sword and placed its tip at the edge of Cyrene's left eye.
Give up?
Yes, please, spare me!
The iron golem pulled Cyrene to her feet, and it held her aloft as the strength was fading from the former Citadel commander.
This is Bertha, my iron golem. She is going to escort you to the teleportation pads. I don't care where you go, but don't ever come back here. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Before Cyrene could finish, Marika gestured with her hand. The iron golem dragged Cyrene from the office like a sack of rubbish.
I'm the Citadel commander! This is me! It's mine!
Marika moved over to the desk, sat down behind it, and gestured to the chairs.
Please, sit.
Linnet fixed her chair, and she, Nixie, and Alfreda sat as if nothing had happened.
All right. For starters, my name is Marika, and I am now the new Citadel commander. In order for me to gain a good understanding of this post and what you have been doing, I plan on spending the next week going over all your reports, files, and records. I have reviewed what your former commander submitted to her district supervisor, and let's just say, no one is pleased with her failure.
A heavy weight pressed down on Linnet, and yet she didn't say anything. This Nymphian saved her job, whatever that job was worth at the moment. Something felt weird, though, and yet she couldn't place it.
Secondly, it was made aware that Cyrene was paying herself an exorbitant amount of salary while lowballing all of you. That will be corrected now. Each one of you is getting a 15% salary increase. And while I am reviewing your files, you are all encouraged to spend some time gaining some reconnaissance in the city at your leisure. Please consider it paid time off.
I have a couple of questions.
I understand that, but at this time, I am not prepared to offer any definitive answers on anything related to future goals, objectives, and such. I would like for you to hold your questions until you return from your week vacation. By that time, I will have fully studied each of your personnel files, past reports, budgets, and R&D projects. With that being said, I would like to encourage you to go ahead and leave my office, as I would like to get started now. I look forward to getting to know you.
Marika smiled as Nixie, Alfreda, and Linnet got up and moved toward the office door. Not once did the strength or confidence in that smile waver.
All right, ladies, I'll be back with your drinks in just a few.
The human server named Dana walked away from the table, leaving Elvinia, Linnet, Nixie, and Alfreda at a round top table in the front of the restaurant. It had been a lively day, and while there were several other patrons, Linnet and her friends had plenty of room for themselves.
Can you believe that actually happened? I mean, she's gone.
Yeah, I know. Me too. Don't get me wrong, I hated Cyrene. But now this new person shows up. Will it be any better or maybe worse?
I can tell you this much. My boss and the other arcanists are happy about it. When this new commander met with us briefly, she promised to increase our salaries and our operating budgets. While she couldn't promise unrestricted freedom and autonomy, she did say she would welcome new ideas. I'm kind of excited myself, as the thought of doing menial tasks for the rest of my career didn't settle well.
Well, so long as there isn't another Serene, I don't care. Increased pay and better support? Yes, please.
How do you feel about this new commander, Linnet? You've been quiet ever since we left the Citadel.
Yeah, I noticed that too. At first, I thought it was the anxiety of almost being fired. But you seem concerned.
I don't know what it is. There's something about America that makes me a little nervous.
Is it her impeccable sense of fashion? Because she's certainly bold.
Well, I seem to remember the name America from somewhere, but I can't seem to recall it. I sent my sister a message, but I've not heard anything back from her. I mean, I'm glad I'm not getting fired.
I'm certainly glad you're not getting fired too. So she plans on reviewing every scrap of documentation we reported. I wonder what will come of it.
If you want, I can do a quick search over the company database to find out more information. I rigged my terminal to look like a human laptop, so we can do it without worry of attracting attention.
Yes, I think if we find out more about her, I'll feel better about this whole thing.
Elvinia pulled out a laptop, and she started tapping away at what looked like computer keys. Dana brought them their drinks, then made a joke about them working on their lunches. She seemed really nice for a human. Dana didn't linger long, as a pair of men walked into the restaurant and strolled past their table.
Hey, Frankie, Tyler. Where's Nicholas today? I'm used to seeing three of you.
Linnet turned her attention to the window at the front of the restaurant. It was a beautiful day, and the sun sparkled through the break in the trees like diamonds. While they walked to the restaurant, the wind had kissed them over and over. Nixie and Alfredo were talking about something, and then the conversation died.
Okay, I have a question, and I want honest answers.
Okay, what's up?
If you could do anything else, or rather, if you could do anything with your life, what would it be?
Nixie frowned for a moment, and Alfreda's eyes opened wide. Elvinia glanced up from her computer.
Anything?
Yes, anything.
To be honest, I'd be doing what I'm doing now. Developing new technology and being as creative and uninhibited as possible. I love inventing and developing new technology. It's my jam. Well, one of my jams.
Can you get paid for writing dirty fan fiction?
Yes! Yes, you can. There's a crowdfunding program called FanFund, and I actually have one of those accounts. But anyway, I would be making new tech that makes our lives and jobs easier. Being in our field just makes sense.
The same is true for me. Once upon a time, I wanted to be a famous sculptor and make all of my money through my art. That is really hard to do. So I did some self-exploring and well... one day, I want to be a Citadel commander.
Really? But what about your art? You're so good at it.
Thank you. I am good at making sculptures, but I'm also a damn good operative. I discovered a great love for this career, and I am embracing both things that move me.
You two can have this industry. I just fell into it, and I haven't fallen out of it yet. My dream is a little, well, a lot off the beaten path.
Oh? How so?
Well, I want to own and operate a bed and breakfast one day.
Really? Oh my gosh! That's adorable! I can totally see you doing that. Wow.
I'll be honest, I really can't. Not that I'm poking at your dream, but isn't running a bed and breakfast stressful? You are the anti-stress queen.
Oh, I'm sure it would be a lot of work, but I mean, my mindset behind it is that bed and breakfasts are a great place to distress, you know? Maybe I could help people do that. Maybe it's dumb.
No, I think it's great. It's totally worthwhile.
I'm sorry. I was kind of being a bitch. As long as I've known you, you always struck me as super chill. When you explain your idea, it does make sense, and I think you'd be great at it. After all, no one knows how to distress better than you. It's one of the many things I admire about you.
A small smile crept on Nixie's face.
What about you, Linnet? Is this what you always wanted to do?
Oh, it's my turn? Did I ever think I'd do this? No. Like Nixie, I just kinda fell into it.
So what would you want to do?
I honestly don't even know. Is it stupid that I'm an adult and I still don't know what I want to be when I grow up?
That's not stupid. I mean, I have a cool ultimate dream, but I honestly feel lost most days.
I have a definite career goal. I often stumble and wonder if I'm making the best choice or wasting my time.
I don't have that problem, to be honest. But I will be here to help you figure it out, however long it takes. By the way, I found some information about our new boss. Would you all like to hear?
Yes, please. And thank you.
Alfreda and Nixie glanced around a bit, and then they leaned intently toward Elvinia. Linnet couldn't help but do the same. And for the briefest moments, she grinned inwardly to herself. Linnet wasn't floating aimlessly alone amidst the vast and dark ocean of meaning and purpose. She had at least one person, and perhaps as many as 3, who would guide her to wherever the currents of the universe led her. The spark of happiness faded as Alvinia's mouth formed a small frown.
It appears that she had a few placements over the last few years, all of them as Citadel commanders. Prior to her leadership roles, she had proven herself a very effective and ruthless operations operative. In fact, based on this information, it seems the board of directors had sent her some of the dimensions with the worst concentration of powerful magical boy or magical girl opposition.
Do you think that's why she was sent here? I mean, they have been beating us pretty badly lately.
Yes, well, they were always beating us. We always had minor successes here and there, but after their power-up, they have been quite relentless.
Her longest pre-commander post was on a world in a dimension where the Citadel fought an actual war with the local forces for, 15 years. That particular assignment won her a posting to a Citadel commander interim position.
How long was she in her interim position?
Not long. According to the company records, she was at a little place on the edge of known dimensions, where she gained some reputation by converting the entire planet into one large Anam Energy bounty.
The entire planet? How is that possible?
For a long moment, Alvinia scrolled down her laptop, and her eyes danced across the screen.
There was some kind of accident during one of the Anam Energy Collection missions she was in charge of, and it caused the planet's core to overload and explode. There was such a massive explosion, the entire staff was killed during the mission. Still, she rigged some technology to siphon as much energy as she could before she fled. She was the only survivor.
She killed her entire staff?
Yes, and while she got in major trouble, she was given another post, still on the fringes of Nymphian reach, where she also managed to collect large sums of Anam energy. Actually, record-breaking sums.
And what of her staff at that location?
There was a high turnover rate, and not because people quit on her. There was a high death count for both Nymphian operatives and the local population.
Citadel commanders are supposed to take care of their operatives, not risk them like pawns.
There was some major resistance met in one of the core dimensions, closer to Nymphia, and the board of directors reassigned Mirica to that post.
And what happened to the staff at that post?
Well, Actually, there weren't that many casualties, even with the large force of magical boys present. Well, there weren't any Nymphian casualties, anyway.
And what does that mean?
In order to quell the resistance of the people on that world, Murica discovered the identities of the magical boys, then crucified them and their families before enslaving the entire population and turning them into Anam factories. That particular world is still one of Nymphia's most lucrative dimensions. The Citadel is still expanding out from that one planet.
That's terrible. Was that her last assignment?
No. Her last assignment was actually quite strange. She was stationed in a dimension with a trio of densely populated planets. It says here that she was given unrestricted discretion. I am not even sure what that means, but here's where it gets weird. It says that Murica went to that Citadel, but then that's the last mention of the Citadel in any of the official records.
What do you mean that's the last mention of it?
Yes? What do you mean? Like, it's a top secret facility?
No, it doesn't exist anymore. That whole dimension has been listed as a dead dimension on the official company records. It simply says she was stationed to the Citadel, there was a previous staff station there, then nothing. Murica hasn't been stationed for a while either. It seems she's been on a sabbatical for about 25 years.
A light vibration started shaking in Linnet's pocket. She glanced down to her hip, where her pocket was, and then started to rise.
I just received a message, maybe from my sister. I'm gonna go check it out in the bathroom.
The others watched her go, and Linnet made her way to the restroom. No one was in there, so she moved to the largest handicap stall. As soon as she closed the door, she pulled out a slender crystal and held it up. A projection flashed from its tip, and the image of a parchment flashed on the stall wall. In black flowing letters, Linnet read the following words. Linnet, did you say your new Citadel commander was named Murica? Does she have red hair, blue eyes, and pale skin? Oh yes, and a massive companion made of iron? I certainly hope it's a different Murica, because if not, you had better quit right now. That Murica is extremely dangerous, and only cares about herself. She's a staff killer, and is willing and has sacrificed her own operatives in the past. Among other Citadel commanders, she is called the Grim Commander. Please, if this is your commander, don't be foolish and risk your life. Please let me know one way or the other. Love you. Sincerely, Latifah. Linnet slumped against the other stall wall, and she let her eyes go unfocused.
What am I going to do?
A little more to the left.
Linnet and Nixie pushed and pulled respectively, and moved the long purple couch to the left, so it was a little more off to the center of the large painting against the wall. The end of the couch was just a couple of inches from the left corner, which made it more aesthetically pleasing. Linnet wasn't as knowledgeable about that sort of thing as Nixie or Alfreda were. Thank the light that they were taking more of a lead during this mission. At the moment, Linnet, Alfreda, and Nixie stood in the front office of a key building for their current mission. A chic mustard-colored rug was on the center of the floor, while the lavender-colored couch sat against the wall. A massive oil painting hung above the couch, and it was a whirlpool of dark colors, with flecks of gold swirling within the barely noticeable vortexes. 3 doors were in the room, one leading outside, one leading to the bathroom, and one leading to the back room, where the real magic would happen. Linnet's insides still rattled a little bit, but at least all of the interior designs took her mind off the larger, more imposing presence of their new boss. Days before, Linnet had explained what her sister Latifah had told her via magical message. During their very first staff meeting after coming back from their pseudo-vacation, the matter was brought up.
Ma'am, I would like to discuss something before we proceed any further.
By all means, please speak your mind.
Marika laced her fingers together and rested them on the desk in front of her. The smile on her face was wide and inviting, and yet the woman's eyes didn't quite match the pleasantness of the smirk. An old and wild fierceness still thrived in the Citadel commander's soul, and up till now, aside from the fight with Cyrene, it had been contained. The brief conflict between she and their previous boss was only a mere sliver of what perhaps lingered behind the beguiling shimmer of veneers.
We have done some background checking on you, ma'am, and frankly, we're all a little concerned.
Concerned? Why? Whatever for?
We know all about your previous posts. And, how many of your staff died during missions during your tenure?
Marika gave a slight chuckle, and she stood up from the chair behind the desk. With all the confidence in the world, she stepped around the desk and then leaned on the front of it. Her eyes danced on each operative.
Yes, I will admit I was much more brazen in my youth. But in all your research, did you also see that I had a 20-plus stint where I wasn't assigned anywhere?
We saw that, ma'am.
Once again, Marika laced her hands together, and she placed them in front of her lap. Her blue eyes went out of focus for only a moment, and her smile diminished slightly.
I went through a lot of therapy and soul-searching on my forced retirement. As I stepped away from the industry as a whole, I began to consider the true worth and the true price of my ambition. Yes, I was effective, but at what cost? I am not the same Marika. Nor am I the same person who earned the title of Grim Commander.
There was a brief silence before she stood up from the desk, but remained within arm's reach of Linnet and the others.
Yes, I've done things I'm not proud of. However, this posting will be a new start for me. I promise I'm not going to risk your lives needlessly. But I'm not going to lie to you. We will have a serious fight on our hands. These Sparkle Guardians are very strong.
Yeah, they've beaten us many times. We almost had them. One time.
Yes, I read that in the reports. You all did very well. It was just the devil's luck that they all got power-ups in that exact moment. I can't tell you how often that happens in the business. It's annoying.
We read about how you defeated a ton of magical boys during a war.
Yes, I did. And we will defeat the Sparkle Guardians when the time is right. For now, I have a super special mission that I want all three of you to do.
Oh? What's the mission?
You three are going to open a modeling agency!
Hello? Linnet!
Linnet blinked her eyes for a moment. She gazed at her friends. Nixie beamed an amused expression at her, while Alfreda was much more judgmental.
You okay?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was just thinking about... Well, it's not important.
You're still worried about Marika, aren't you? I can't blame you. I still don't know what to think.
Well, I like her. She gave us a raise and more appreciation, and
You only like her because it's more stressful not to trust her.
Okay. Guilty. I'd rather not think about how she may or may not be a staff killer. Thinking about it will make me anxious and will affect the mission.
Oh, well, yes, that is a good point. I'm trying to keep myself distracted, but it is hard.
I'm not saying let your guard down, but I am saying give her a chance.
You're right. I mean, she's already better than Cyrene.
I'll say, The budget increase and the more autonomy is pretty sweet, but I don't quite trust her either.
Elvinia walked through the front door, and she carried a large duffel bag. She was dressed in casual clothing, which was somewhat jarring as she wasn't wearing her lab coat.
Whoa, someone's dressed down today.
Don't remind me. Merica said not to wear our lab coats in human form, as it might be too noticeable for the concealed enemy. I feel naked.
Elvinia paused, and then she glanced over her shoulder toward the front door. At the moment, no one walked past or looked inside. Elvinia's mouth straightened, and while it didn't form a frown, it was not a welcoming facial expression at all.
Did Merica explain what you were supposed to do during this mission?
Linnet's stomach dropped into her knees, and based on the other girls' expressions, they also brought the point of the mission to the forefront of their minds. When Merica had first explained what she planned for them to do, well, Linnet couldn't quite believe it. Yes, she had heard about dark missions, and she was well aware that the old Merica had led some messed up plans. But this was far darker than anything Linnet and the others had done before, while under Cyrene's supervision.
Yes, we know. Or at least we have a rudimentary understanding. I take it that you're going to tell us more about what to do.
Yeah. Let me be frank, I don't like this level of Anam extraction. It puts too much stress on the host, regardless of how effective the techniques are.
At least it's not gonna kill them.
Yes, at least it won't do that.
Elvinia walked into the back room, and Linnet followed her. Nixie and Alfreda stayed in the front room, and they whispered something to one another that Linnet didn't quite catch. Once they were free from the others, Linnet frowned deeply.
Hey, it's going to be all right. It's like Nixie said, it won't kill them. We're going to ensure that.
I know, it's just that... Is this what it means to be an operations operative? Is this what my family went through?
Yeah, pretty much. The whole objective is to get Anam energy for Nymphia. Any way you can.
Linnet stopped in place, and a moment later, Elvinia placed a hand on her shoulder.
Hey, there's no shame in quitting if this isn't for you. I mean, I couldn't do what you do. That's why I'm an arcanist, and not an operative.
I'm not ready to quit. Yet. Do you need help setting up the draining chambers?
Yeah. Let me take them out of my bag.
Wow. It was an impossibly beautiful day today. The sun felt amazing on Dana's skin, and she closed her eyes as absolute pleasure conquered her conscious mind. If only she had someone to share the day with, but the only person who caught her eye happened to be someone who just didn't catch feelings for anyone. That was the story of Dana's life, always being in the eyes of others, but never quite being the one for those she found attraction with. To be fair to Frankie, it was just the way they were wired. Frankie was an amazing friend, and despite the fact that Dana would never feel that spark of amazing romantic love, she certainly gained immense amounts of support and encouragement from Frankie. That was enough. Dana leaned against a waist-high stone wall near a park, and a large willow tree was just off to the right, about 10 feet away. The height of the tree was just enough to conceal Dana beneath a shaded section, although beams of sunlight still zipped between the leaves and kissed Dana's hands, arms, and face.
Excuse me, but you're beautiful. You have such wonderful features.
Dana opened her eyes and beheld the speaker, a dainty female, a couple of inches shorter than she was. She had short blue hair, a pair of brown eyes, and an outfit that looked cool. She wore a pair of leather boots, a black cotton dress, and a black beret on her head, tilted to the side. She carried a high-tech camera in her hands, with a collar strap attached to it. She had a camera bag at her side.
Oh, thank you.
You would be perfect. Hi there. My name is Noreen, and I am a photographer for a new modeling agency that just opened up in an office in town.
A modeling agency? Really?
Yes. We are a new agency, and we're wanting to capture a different sort of person to show the world another appreciation of beauty. You are a working girl, aren't you?
Yes. I'm a server at a restaurant, just working my way through college.
Wait, do you work at Anthony's?
Wow, how did you know?
Oh, I've been there before. Maybe that's why you stood out. You looked familiar. Anyway, we're looking for new models to sign. Could I please take your picture?
You want to take my picture?
Yes, I do.
Do you by chance have a business card?
Without flinching, the young woman named Noreen pulled out a business card from the camera bag. The card was thick, matte, and had a flowing font with the image of a woman sitting on a lotus. It said Nymph's Visage Modeling Agency, and it had a phone number, a website link, and an address on the front of the card.
Wow, Nymph's Visage. That's a cool name.
Yes. I think it encapsulates the spirit of our agency well. So, may I take a few more pictures of you? I'll send them to your email address for free, and if you want to work with us, you can come by the office to sign contracts.
Are you really sure I'm what you're looking for?
Oh, don't be like that. You're quite lovely.
Okay. So, where do you want me?
How about you do what you were doing when I first saw you? You were basking in the sun. Start out with your eyes closed, and then I'll give you directions.
Dana leaned back once more, and she closed her eyes. Her stomach scrambled within her, going in multiple directions. The sound of camera shutters closing and opening sent maddening spikes throughout her nerves. And she took a deep breath.
Yes, just like that. Let's get a couple more shots, and then let's do some other poses.
Dana ended up doing many more poses, and for the better part of an hour, she moved and gestured how the woman named Noreen requested of her. Once she was all done, Noreen showed Dana the pictures on the display screen of the camera.
Is that really me? No way.
Of course. That's you. I'm telling you, you're exactly what my agency is looking for. You're just projecting a kind of powerful aura. Take my card and think about it, okay?
Okay.
Noreen asked for Dana's email address and then sent her the pictures. They parted ways, and Dana couldn't help but marvel at how lightheaded and giddy she felt. It was almost unnatural, as if she was bombarded with happy energy. Dana pulled out her phone and sent a text.
You'll never guess what. A modeling agency wants me to drop by their studio.
Wow, really? That's awesome! How did this happen?
I was just chilling out at the park and this photographer saw me. She took some pictures of me, check it out.
Dana copied the photos from her email app on her phone, then pasted them into the text. In total, she only sent 3 of the 25 photos that were sent to her.
Wow. You look amazing. In that light, your features really stand out.
For a single fleeting moment, Dana pondered what sort of response to send. In lieu of a flirty retort, she simply sent,
Thank you. I'm going to sleep on it, but I might go by their office tomorrow.
You should. I'm so happy for you.
Here's their business card in case I get murdered, LOL.
Dana took a picture of the card, then sent it to Frankie. Before she could even hit send, Frankie's response was lightning quick.
That's not funny. Did you get a bad feeling or something?
I was just kidding. I'm sure it will be fine.
Okay, be safe. If you need anything, you call or text me, okay?
I will. TTYL.
As Dana slipped her phone into her purse, she couldn't help but smile widely.
My hero. Always ready to come to my rescue.
That night, Dana didn't get much sleep, as the thoughts of Nymph's visage kept prancing around in her mind's eye. What kind of place was it going to be? Was there going to be money tied to gigs? If there were contracts, there had to be money, right? What sort of ads or projects would her likeness be used for? It was exciting, and she managed to finally get some sleep sometime after midnight. The next morning, she went to the address on the card. The Nymph's Visage office was located in a quiet part of town, far from other similar businesses. It was a one-story yellow brick building with a dark wooden roof. A set of double doors welcomed visitors, and Dana saw people inside the office. Her heart skipped a beat as she took steps toward the front door. She pushed the door open and went inside. So far, so good. Linnet walked between the 12 large egg-shaped pods, and she glanced at the magical indicator panels on the lower front sides, right beside the oval glass pane. Nestled inside each of the large pods were the humans they had tricked, all asleep, locked in a sort of dream dimension of their own creation. What did those humans see for themselves? Elvinia hadn't designed any means of seeing what they saw. Linnet hoped they were all having pleasant dreams, at least. The indicator panels specified the person's name, their overall health and vital levels, and most importantly, how much Anam energy they were draining from them. Small needles and tubes were hooked into the human's arms and legs via their veins. Ventilator devices were attached to the humans so they wouldn't suffocate within the draining chamber. The needles and tubes glowed with luminescence as Anam energy, in its purest form, was pulled from their bodies. Linnet was left alone to watch the humans in the back, while Nixie and Alfreda traded off, going out into the public to lure more humans into their trap. She had been grateful when they had given her the easier of the jobs, for Linnet couldn't imagine lying to a hopeful person's face, knowing that they would meet this fate. One of the terminals at one of the pods at the end of the line started flashing red, and so Linnet ran over to it. She read the panel. Name: Dana. Body condition: warning. Anam energy threshold: critical. Anam energy output: 20 out of 100. Linnet pressed a couple of buttons on the terminal, and suddenly a green light tinted the inside of the egg, casting the human inside in the same illumination. The needles and tubes pulled from her body, and the interior filled with a liquid that almost resembled water. As soon as it did, the vitals information started to stabilize to better levels. Had the draining process continued lower, the human would have died. Elvinia mentioned that it was important that the Anam energy output not reach 15 over 100.
You won't die under my watch. None of you.
Another egg pod that had been filled with liquid started beeping. Linnet walked over to it and checked the Anam energy output, which was back up to 100 out of 100. She let out another heavy sigh before switching the pod's function from revive back to drain. The green liquid was pulled from the pod, and the needles and tubes were plunged back into the human's arms and legs. As soon as Frankie walked into the dining area, they noticed the absence once more, like a jarring and silent but present roar. Frankie stopped in the doorway and then gazed all around at the serving staff. The noticeable signs of stress and short-handedness flashed on their faces, and Frankie's stomach jostled from side to side. They walked up to one of the other servers and waved them down.
Hey, does Dana work today?
She was supposed to, but she no-called no-showed again for the second day in a row.
Second time? But that's not like her!
Rather than answer, the male server just resumed his duties and moved toward the newest table of patrons. Frankie walked outside, for the interior of the restaurant was stifling. They took in a deep breath, and then they pulled out their cell phone. You'll never guess what. A modeling agency wants me to drop by their studio. Wow, really? That's awesome. How did that even happen? I was just chilling out at the park, and this photographer saw me. She took some photos of me. Check it out. Wow, you look amazing. In that light, your features really stand out. Thank you. I'm going to sleep on it, but I might go by their office tomorrow. You should. I'm so happy for you. Here's their business card in case I get murdered. LOL. That's not funny. Did you get a bad feeling or something? I was just kidding. I'm sure it will be fine. Okay, be safe. If you need anything, you call or text me, okay? I will. TTYL. Too bad that TTYL never came. Frankie's eyes drifted up to the business card picture, and then they pressed their thumb on it. A wild sickness nearly crawled up from their throat, and they had to bite their lip to avoid from letting it free into the world. Nymph's visage. Why didn't they see it before? If they had. Oh Lord, if they had! Tears welled in their eyes, and they started typing across the keyboard. Dana, please call me now. It was a fruitless effort, but it came as no surprise when there wasn't a response. Much to their expectation, when Frankie called Dana's phone, it went right to voicemail. He began typing to the special text group. Tyler Nicholas, Dana is in trouble. Nymphian trouble. Please, get to the address on the bottom of this business card as quickly as you can. If you're not there by the time I get there, I'm going in without you. Frankie ran hard down the street. Dark fantasies of horrid ends and macabre imagery flared before their eyes. Why didn't they offer to go with Dana? Why did they let this happen? Tears started to trail down Frankie's cheeks, but they pushed the sadness away. No, sadness was the last thing that Frankie needed. A massive storm of fury billowed up inside them, and they ducked into an alley within sight of the address on the card. It was a single-story yellow building with a brown roof, far from any similar businesses or storefronts. That was the MO, or the way of operating, for those damn Nymphians. How could they do something like their regular schemes to Dana? Yes, she flirted with Frankie, but at the core of her character, Dana was a sweet and wonderful friend. As soon as Frankie was out of sight, they drew their golden drachma from their pocket and held it above their head.
So sparkling power!
Lightning flashed all around them, and trumpets of thunder crackled around Frankie. Their clothing changed, and the mighty javelin of lightning appeared at their fingertips. They sprinted away from the alley and moved toward the entrance of the modeling agency. From the corner of their eye, they saw someone running down the street, although they couldn't tell if it was Tyler or Nicholas. There was no time, and to be honest, it might be too late. Without saying a word, Sparkle Guardian Zeus kicked the door open and then leapt inside. There were a half-dozen people in the lobby, all sitting on couches. They all looked at Sparkle Guardian Zeus, quite strangely. One of them, however, did something quite interesting. They stood up, breathed into what looked like a vape pen, then exhaled a massive cloud of green smoke. The smoke filled the room, and the humans screamed. When they breathed in the smoke, they collapsed on the ground. Sparkle Guardian Zeus threw their javelin against the wall and created a massive hole where before bricks existed. Sparkle Guardian Poseidon and Sparkle Guardian Hades entered through the front door.
Holy crap! You didn't wait after all, bruh!
The woman who breathed the vape ran into the back room, while the others who were not unconscious ran out through the front door, or through the hole in the wall. Green smoke started to seep out through it and lessen.
Get them out of here! I have to find Dana!
Sparkle Guardian Zeus ran to the back room. They came to a large opened space that had a curtained wall sectioning off most of the room. In front of it was a paltry photography setup, and they rushed through the curtain wall. They stopped in their tracks. A dozen or more large egg-shaped pods formed 2 rows, and between them stood 3 Nymphians. One of them was the infamous Vape Magician. The second was the Clay Soldier Nymphian. And the last was the Songstress. A dozen or so soldiers stood in other parts of the room, and they started to advance on Sparkle Guardian Zeus. Sparkle Guardian Zeus reared back their javelin, but one of the Nymphians held out their hands.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. You could miss and hit one of the pods.
We have not killed them. But if you accidentally hit one of them, you probably will.
You all are monsters! What are you doing to them?
None of your business, Sparkle Dork. The only thing you need to be concerned with is that if you want the...
A massive stream of water barreled through the curtain wall and struck the Vape Magician hard enough they tumbled back over.
Well, then we'll have to aim carefully, won't we?
Both Sparkle Guardian Poseidon and Sparkle Guardian Hades ran through the curtain barrier. At the same time, the clay golems rushed the trio. As Sparkle Guardian Zeus got into the rhythm of dodging, weaving, and stabbing with their javelin, they took note. The Vape Magician didn't get back up, but she merely moaned and held her chest. The songstress was at her side, singing some kind of soft song. Meanwhile, the mother of the clay golems directed them with fierceness. Still, they were the Sparkle Guardians, protectors of the innocent and warriors of light. Poseidon and Hades clobbered the clay golem, while Zeus proceeded to lightning bolt them from a distance. A smile appeared on Zeus's face as the last clay golem crumbled. A gigantic metal golem rose up from the ground like a specter. It was strange, but even the Nymphian who controlled the clay soldiers seemed surprised.
Suck on this!
Poseidon sent a massive, powerful stream of water toward the metal golem's body. Only, it merely splashed against its chest. Zeus threw a lightning bolt at it, and while it did explode, it merely made the massive golem stumble back a single step.
Okay, this is new. Since when can she make metal ones?
She can't, but I can.
Another Nymphian stepped out from behind one of the egg chambers, and she grinned from ear to ear. She had pale white skin, red hair, and a pair of blue eyes. She wore a red pantsuit and had a jeweled rapier in one hand.
Who the hell are you?
I'm the reason you're all going to die one day!
The rapier-wielding Nymphian charged through the legs of the metal golem with incredible speed toward Poseidon. Her rapier twirled about, and had Poseidon not parried with his trident when he did, the Nymphian would have impaled his chin. The golem jumped toward and punched at Hades. It missed, but it reacted quickly that it dodged under Zeus's lightning bolt. The massive golem pivoted and then leapt through the air like a metal ballerina. It landed beside Zeus and then kicked out hard. The metal shin caught Zeus in the chest, and they went flying. Pain rocked every inch of Zeus's body, and it tripled when they slammed into the solid wall. A moment later, the golem's iron fingers clasped around Zeus's neck. Hades punched and kicked at its legs and thighs, yet the metal golem stared into Zeus's eyes with an empty soul. Poseidon screamed out as the Nymphian stabbed him in the collarbone with the tip of the rapier. Before Poseidon could react, counter, or even fall over in pain, the Nymphian flipped over to where the other Nymphian, the one who typically controlled clay golems, stood. The new Nymphian snapped, and the iron golem let go of Zeus and moved over to stand beside its master.
Just so we're clear, I'm letting you live. In fact, I'll even leave your precious humans alive. I got all I needed. My name is Marika, and the next time we meet face to face, you all will die. Bye!
A massive flash blinded the area for a moment. Then the Nymphians were gone. Sparkle Guardian Zeus ran for the pods.
Oh God, Dana, please open your eyes!
One moment before, she was bathed in a strange sea of warmth. It wasn't that comfortable or soothing. As she knew something was off, Dana just couldn't figure out what. For a while, her entire world was shaking and swirling, as if she were standing in the midst of a scary storm. Then, for a little while, she would be trapped within a thick and unfriendly haze. However, now, the air cooled her naked skin, like the sweet breeze of the ocean. Her eyes fluttered, and then they came into focus. A figure clad in golds and yellows stood before her, with a lightning bolt javelin in their hands. Dana smiled.
Frankie? I knew you'd come for me.
The one who went by Sparkle Guardian Zeus stepped back with wide eyes and a slightly quivering mouth. As her vision returned to her clearer, Dana noticed the other two staring at her. Based on the fact that neither one was wearing a mask, even with Nicholas wearing a helmet, they were easy to pick out. Tyler had a ripped physique, while Hades had a set of square and solid shoulders. Hell, Dana had been their consistent server for many years. She recognized them easily. It was funny, but Dana couldn't see their faces, as some magic coated them like pixelated images, censored for their obscenity.
I'm sorry, you're mistaken. I'm not who you think I am.
Sparkle Guardian Zeus reached in and took Dana's hand to help her out of the pod. As soon as they touched, another piece of evidence fell into place. Dana smiled. Sparkle Guardian Hades took off his coat and offered it to her. She took it gingerly.
Thank you, Nicholas.
But I'm not Nicholas. I don't even know a Nicholas.
She stumbled a bit as her body was still half asleep. Sparkle Guardian Zeus held on to her. Just having their touch against her bare skin, it was like a tormenting dream of something she would never have. How cruel life could be.
I saw you transform like 4 years ago. I know it's you.
The Sparkle Guardians, or rather her dear friends, glanced toward one another, and a moment of silence lingered between them.
You saw us?
Yeah. Remember when Nicholas left his cell phone behind and I gave it to you the next day? Well, you all left so quickly that I followed you into the alley and then I saw.
Once more they were silent. Dana planted her bare feet against the stone and wrapped the leather jacket around her more snugly. Ever so slowly, her strength began feeding back into her from some unknown place.
You three, you're all so amazing. You keep on saving us from whatever those people were, and no one really knows about it. No one thanks you for constantly protecting us. So, thank you. Thank you so much.
Dana.
I knew as soon as those bogus modeling agency women attacked me that you would come to save me. You're not only my heroes, but the whole city's heroes. You all are so special. And I promise that I'm going to help you in any way I can. You don't have to bear the burden all alone. No matter what, I'll always stand with you.
What's going on?
Whoa!
Dana?
Dana glanced down, and her skin shimmered with a lime green light. However, as soon as she saw it, she didn't have any fear. The opposite, in fact. A surge of enveloping and caressing warmth blossomed inside her. A bead of light appeared in front of her, perhaps the size of an apple, and the light pulsated with a lime green illumination.
No way!
What is that? What's going on?
A beautiful voice rippled on the air, one that enchanted the blossoming within Dana's soul.
You wish to stand with them against the forces of evil and darkness. I can grant you that power if you really want it. Will you safeguard the land, protect the people who live upon it, and ensure that the children of today will be able to reap a bountiful future? Do you swear to uphold the tenets of a Sparkle Guardian? Yes, I promise. I will protect this world and stand with them until my dying breath.
The shimmering bead of light faded, and a single item floated in the middle of the air between the four of them. A golden coin with the image of an opened flower on the front and back.
Take my token, call my name, and be my champion!
Dana reached forward and clutched the golden drachma. She held it above her head as tears continued to roll down her chin.
Demeter Sparkling Power!
A spiraling field of green energy lifted Dana up, surrounding her with leaves and petals. Her body shimmered with a bright light, and the dark jacket fizzled away. Glistening clothing replaced the light. Green and white ankle boots covered her bare feet. Opaque green leggings hid her legs, and a white sleeveless tunic covered her chest. Green leather bracers decorated her arms, and a belt of golden wheat circled her waist. A slender golden staff with a blooming rose at the top appeared in her hand. When the light faded, she was back with the other Sparkle Guardians.
I can't believe it. You're one of us!
Welcome to the team!
Thank you, everyone. I won't let you down.
Wait a frickin' second. Where's my jacket?
Oops, I'm sorry.
I must say, ladies, you all did exceptionally well.
A wide smile sat upon the Citadel commander's face, and even her eyes radiated immense pleasure. Linnet, Nixie, Alfreda, and Elvinia sat in chairs before Marika's desk.
So you're not mad that you had to come to our rescue?
Mad? Why would I be mad? That was a part of my plan.
Wait. You wanted to lure the Sparkle Guardians to us? That's why you had us so abruptly kidnap and place humans in the pods, didn't you?
Now, don't get your hair in a tizzy. None of you were in any real danger. I was watching and waiting to jump in at the right time. And yes, part of my plan was to lure the Magical Boys out. I had to get a good look at them after all. And I might say, I have defeated stronger foes, to be sure.
Well, I'm glad you came when you did. Nixie was almost fatally wounded. Had I not started healing him when I did, she might have died. So, did we get a lot of Anam energy?
Oh, we got some Anam energy. But more importantly, we got data.
Data? We're collecting data? I didn't know that.
Yes, well, your little friend there from R&D did a masterful job of adding that little detail into the draining pods. By the way, darling, your tech is top-notch.
Thank you. So am I in this meeting so I can explain the technology for the next mission?
Wow, we're being sent out again so soon? I mean, that's cool and all. I'm just a little surprised. Cyrene always took too long with reviewing our mission proposals that we usually waited a couple of days between deployments.
As you can see, that sorry excuse for a Citadel commander isn't here anymore. And you're not going out yet, as the technology still needs a couple more tweaks before we can really move to implementation. As for why you're here, Miss Elvinia, you're going on the next mission.
I am? Really?
Why, yes. After all, for what I have planned, I want you to operate the tech, while these 3 strong girls protect you. I won't be coming along with you this time, so I look forward to seeing what you ladies got.
Sour acid sloshed around Linnet's stomach, and it burned the inside of her esophagus.
So, what is the next plan?
For a long moment, the Citadel commander turned her attention on each of the Nymphian operatives and the one Arcanist. As soon as she gave each of them an equal amount of peeping, she grinned wider.
Oh, we're going to infect the humans with a plague!
Elvinia averted her attention from the group, which told Linnet all she needed to know. Elvinia had already known of the plan, or at least part of it. From the corner of her eye, Linnet noticed the other facial expressions. Alfreda's mouth was scrunched into a tight little line, while Nixie had her mouth open and ajar. Both of their eyes were wider. Linnet's own eyes were practically ready to fall from their sockets.
Now before you all start to freak out, no, the plague won't kill all of the humans. Yes, there will be some casualties, coming from the older folks and those with weakened immune systems, but most will survive.
How is this going to help us collect Anam energy? Is this some sort of distraction while we enact another plan?
Nope. The plan is only to infect the humans, and then collect the Anam energy from them directly.
As well as data.
Yes, as well as data.
Ma'am, may I please ask why you're so obsessed with data? You made special emphasis on it for our last mission.
My dear Alfreda, data is important for strategy and making the best decisions. Yes, we're here for Anam energy, but I'm here for the information gleaned from the process of Anam energy extraction and collection.
Back to Linnet's question. What does infecting the humans have to do with collecting Anam energy? If that's the whole plan, then where do we get the Anam energy from?
Why, from the humans themselves? The plague we're developing is a magical one, and it will be able to turn their diseased bodies into little Anam factories. If we're lucky, then maybe the Sparkle Guardians will get sick too, provided they are human.
Doesn't this violate the ethics policies and procedures set forth by the board of directors? I mean, we're not really supposed to severely affect the human population so drastically when we're collecting Anam energy.
Oh, we're not actively trying to kill anyone.
What about the people with weaker immune systems or old people?
Those people could just as easily die to something else. Listen, according to the magical science behind the plan, we should be able to generate a lot of Anam energy. By collecting data, we might be able to figure out safer ways to do it. Elvinia, please explain the little construct thing.
So, I have been designing these tiny little constructs that are about strawberry size. They'll fly about and collect Anam energy particles from the air. Each construct is rigged with a mini extra-dimensional space within it, so they can absorb a ton of Anam energy. They also move swiftly and are noiseless, so hopefully no human or animal tries to mess with them.
She said that the humans are going to essentially be little Anam energy factories. What does that mean?
Well, I'm not the one making the plague. That's Glinda. But from how she explained it to me, is that the human's nervous system vibrates at such a rapid pace that it weakens their immune system temporarily. The nerves resonate fiercely that they start to give off Anam energy particles, which can be reconstructed into larger orbs of Anam energy. Because of the weakened immune systems, it'll be easier for humans to catch other things. The plague is an airborne infection that can only be stopped and ultimately cured by a single means.
Which is?
Elvinia said what it was, and to be honest, it was not what Linnet was expecting.
Now, once the party starts, all you four will have to do is sit at the mission headquarters and empty the robots as they return with their loads. If all goes well, then you shouldn't have to worry about those pesky Sparkle Guardians. And if they do show up, then you outnumber them 3 to 4. Does anyone have any questions?
No one did. It was a little after 5:30 in the afternoon, and under normal circumstances, the street would be packed with people just getting off of work. Oftentimes, large groups of co-workers would meet together in various pubs, bars, and the like. The city was surprisingly good about that, and it was something that Nicholas was going to miss. Nicholas didn't hang out with his co-workers at the university, as there was only one other graduate student in his department. The professors were always too busy, and he never wanted to hang out with the students in his class. Still, he appreciated the warm spirit that seemed to take hold of the people of the city. It wasn't like that today, nor was it crowded yesterday, or the day before. A strange virus had taken hold of the citizens of Duanville, coming out of nowhere and striking with a viper-like fierceness. Of course, Nicholas knew exactly who was to blame, and yet, this plan didn't feel like their other schemes in the past. No, this one was far more insidious. This illness made people weak, and then they would catch other things too. According to the news, there had already been deaths in the older population. Not many, but enough. What was worse, according to Dana, was both Tyler and Frankie were sick. Nicholas's heart twisted inside him as he walked down the empty sidewalk. Today, he was walking to Anthony's, but he hadn't been there since his disagreement with Tyler. Instead of his favorite restaurant, he had started buying sandwiches from the little sub place several blocks away from Anthony's. He would take long walks through the park and casually munch on his dinner while he thought. Somehow, the Sparkle Guardians would overcome the Nymphians, because they always did. Well, they always did before this new Nymphian showed up. Soon, Nicholas would be leaving this city behind. Bittersweet orbs of pain and guilt started slamming into him from all directions. Was he being selfish for wanting to leave? For wanting to pursue his PhD? It was something he had been thirsting for, even before they had become Sparkle Guardians. On the other hand, was he supposed to just give up on his own dreams? One funny thing about embodying the spirit of Hades was that he couldn't get sick. He was immune to any illness, so the virus didn't take hold on him. Nicholas didn't have any cool or flashy powers like his two best friends, but he was sturdy as hell. Surely his friends wouldn't die from the virus, right? Fiery acid splashed inside Nicholas as he pushed the front door to Anthony's open. As he expected, the dining room was empty, with only a couple of people seated toward the back. Dana was the only person serving, and she wore a blue mask over her mouth and nose. As soon as she noticed Nicholas, her eyes flared wildly.
Well, it's great to see a friendly face. I'm sure glad you're not sick.
Yeah, I can't get sick. Too bad the others can't say the same. Have you been getting sick?
Oh, I've been fine. It's weird, but my family got sick for a little bit, but I made them some soup and they recovered. Do you want to sit in a booth or a table?
Oh, a booth, please. And you said they got better? That's weird. I mean, good, but weird.
Dana led Nicholas over to one of the front booths and took his drink order.
Have you by chance mentioned this wonder cure to either of the guys? I know you and Frankie talk a lot.
Yeah, I dropped by their place and left some of the soup I had left over. Unfortunately, it's not working and they're still sick. I don't really talk to Tyler outside of this place. Have you spoken to him?
No, Tyler and I aren't on speaking terms at the moment. You said you gave Frankie the same soup? And it didn't work, but it worked with your family. I wonder why it didn't work with Frankie, but it did with them. Did you do anything differently?
Different. Well, I suppose the only real difference is that I also served my family tea with the soup.
Tea?
Yes, my family has always been really big tea people. The tea I served with the soup was mint tea.
Mint tea? Do you drink a lot of mint tea yourself?
I sure do. I drink a cup in the morning and a cup before bed. You know, mint tea is great for inflammation and does wonders for the voice.
Maybe the cure is in the mint then. What time does your shift end?
Oh, in like an hour. I have a couple of boxes of mint tea at my place. We can swing by and grab it, as well as some stuff to make soup and nurse the others back to health.
Great! Once we get them back on their feet, we'll focus on finding those damned Nymphians.
So, that brings up a great question. How are we going to find them? I'm still new at this whole magical girl thing, but is there a mystic technique or a piece of tech operated by a magical talking animal?
You have been watching too much anime. Don't worry, we'll find a way. We're the Sparkle Guardians.
Okay, first of all, there's no such thing as too much anime. Not to me, anyway. I'm gonna put in your order. Maybe you could text Tyler to get over to Frankie's?
Before Nicholas had the chance to rebuttal, Dana waltzed away swiftly. The violent acid inside him gyrated more fiercely. And yet, she was right. Nicholas took out his phone and started typing.
Hey, I know you feel like crap, but get over to Frankie's ASAP.
Screw you. I'm dying right now. I'm not going anywhere.
Stop being a whiny little bitch. I'm pretty sure that Dana figured out how to cure you. All you have to do is slowly walk your happy ass over to Frankie's. Or take a taxi, I don't care. Just get over there. You have an hour and a half.
Whatever.
I'll take that as a yes. I'm sorry you're sick. We're going to make you better.
okay.
A single letter. Nicholas chuckled, if nothing else but to quell his own growing ire. Back and forth, zoom in and zoom out. Every 10 seconds or so, one of the smaller constructs zipped in through each of the tops of the windows. As there were 4 large windows in the building, the tiny Anam Energy Collectors would zoom in through one window, and 2.5 seconds later, another zipped in through the next window, going clockwise. By the time it got back to the first window, a full 10 seconds had passed. How Elvinia managed to program that, it was beyond Linnet. Each of the little constructs flew toward the center of the room, where a large oval-like bowl device sat on a coffee table. The little collectors flew inside the bowl, made a single lap within it, and then released their energy into the bowl. The constructs soared back out through the lower part of the window, opposite the one they flew into. Watching it was like watching a fine dance, with all the members knowing exactly what to do and when to do it. The bowl had a pair of hoses that wrapped down and fed into square machines. Small orbs would be spat out through small conveyor belts, right into 2 opened infinity bags. Elvinia sat on a couch in the living room, and she watched the laptop screen passively. For a long while, Linnet admired her intense focus for the mission. But when she walked over to see what held Elvinia's attention, a small burst of spiraling warmth blossomed inside her. There was a taskbar along the bottom of the screen, but a large display of some kind of animated movie dominated much of the viewing screen. Nixie sat beside her, transfixed by whatever it was, and she calmly smoked her vape and blew it away from Elvinia. Meanwhile, Alfreda had a large, old-looking book opened in her lap. She sat in a high-backed chair towards the corner, opposite the one in which Linnet was in. Several rows of unsummoned statuettes were placed together before Alfreda on the floor. Linnet let her attention drift toward the open sky, and it was nearing sunset. They had been in that 3-bedroom house for the last week, and it was fairly uneventful. If she had to be honest, it was kind of boring. Then again, the alternative was much more dangerous. When Linnet had pursued a degree in Anam Energy Acquisition and Processing, she had learned all the basics: fighting, tools of the trade, and she had been sent to do some shadowing and intern work. But none of her previous experiences or knowledge had prepared her for this. In terms of theory, Anam Energy was a fairly straightforward industry. Nymphians wove spells and were out of sight from humans, collecting Anam Energy without ever devastating the population. At least, that's what the textbooks, lectures, and even on-the-job learning experiences revealed to her. This was not like that at all. It was gritty, dark, and the idea of causing living creatures to die grated on her. At the back of her mind, she always knew it could be a possibility, but perhaps a once-in-a-while crazy event. Marika had mentioned that the plan wasn't specifically designed to kill humans, although some might die due to complications. What would happen if she were directly ordered to kill? Latifa has always told her that she was too soft sometimes, and maybe she was right. Maybe this was not the right career path for her. But if this was not the right career path, what was? Both of the boxes started beeping, and the continuous output of Anam Energy spheres became less frequent. The beeping caused Elvinia, Nixie, and Alfreda to glance upward. Linnet was already staring at them herself. Elvinia started tapping on her keyboard.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh? What's wrong?
The constructs aren't able to collect as much Anam energy. They're returning with fewer and fewer, and it's continuing to fall with each drone.
What does that mean?
Well, one of 2 things happened. The latter is most likely, mind you. Firstly, one possibility is that humans are starting to die by the droves and are no longer producing Anam energy. I don't think that's what's going on. As from the data gathered from Murica's last Endeavored showed us, humans produce more potent bursts of Anam energy as they are weakening, as the soul's trying to compensate. That leaves one other possibility.
Alfreda clapped her book shut and she placed it in the seat beside her. She stood up and repositioned herself over her battalion of statuettes.
Someone, most likely them, figured out the cure and perhaps told people en masse. Which means there is a great chance we're going to have company very soon.
Elvinia started typing on her laptop once more. A moment later, Nixie's eyes opened wide and she pushed herself up off the couch. Elvinia's nose wrinkled up, and she even let out a small snarl. Linnet and Alfreda moved over to see what caused such a reaction. In the center of the screen was a sort of radar map, with a small building in the center of it. Small little dots were flying to and from the center. A large blip was approaching from the west, moving at a rapid speed, followed by two smaller, slower blips.
How do they always find us?
Alfreda moved over to her collection of statuettes, and she started using her magic. Elvinia typed furiously, and suddenly, the little constructs stopped flying into the house. A mask of seriousness coated the Arcanist's face. The blue dots on the screen started moving away from the center and towards the approaching blips.
What are you doing?
Making the first strike.
A series of loud explosions rumbled in the distance. It sounded like a firework finale, with near infinite pops, booms, and whistles. Rumbles of thunder roared over the explosions, and lightning forked across the sky. Hundreds of blue dots on the screen faded into nothingness.
Let's grab the bags and try to make a break for it, okay?
We can't run. Remember, this is our chance to show America we deserve to be here. We stand and fight.
Nixie beamed a whimpered look at Alfreda for a moment before nodding and moving toward one of the infinity bags. Linnet went to the other.
They're moving again, and faster.
Linnet tied the infinity bag to her belt and then took in a deep breath. Linnet's whole body started glowing with a brilliant white aura. Streams of energy flowed from her lips, and each one touched Elvinia, Nixie, and Alfreda. For a moment, they too became bathed in luminous power. The light faded, but the others glanced down at themselves with intrigue.
What was that?
It's a special song I've been holding back. I can't use it on myself, so it never came into play. It is the song of heroines, and you all will be able to react quicker, move faster, and hit harder.
I knew you were way stronger than you appear. Thank you.
Elvinia reached for her own infinity bag and she placed her laptop inside it. She reached deeper into it and pulled out a series of items. One of them was a leather vest, another was a circlet, and the last was a staff with a dark green diamond at the end. Elvinia tossed the vest at Linnet.
Hurry, put this on. It will provide you some protection.
An army of clay soldiers filled the room, and they took defensive positions around the walls. Linnet put on the vest while Elvinia placed the circlet around her forehead, and she held the staff defensively. A massive lightning bolt struck the house and collapsed one side of the walls. From the gaping hole, Linnet saw the Sparkle Guardians.
Ladies, there are now 4 of them.
4? Great. There goes our numbers advantage.
Excuse you. We usually have the numbers advantage. Go.
This time, the Sparkle Guardians didn't posture. They didn't make any speeches. They just charged. Sparkle Guardian Zeus flew through the air and landed in the middle of the backyard. They hurled their lightning bolt forward, and it only smacked into several of the clay soldiers. Nixie, Alfreda, and Elvinia advanced closer, much faster thanks to Linnet's power. While she was no good at standing toe-to-toe with her foes, Linnet was damned good at buffering her allies. Linnet ran forward too, but she watched as the other 3 Sparkle Guardians entered the fray. The new Guardian was a woman clad in green, with a weird staff in her hands. What did she do? Linnet and her friends would no doubt find out. She positioned herself towards the back, and she decided to use another spell song, one that she would never sing when she was alone. Linnet ducked under a stream of water blasting toward her. It nearly clipped her, but she kept on singing. Alvinia pointed her magical staff, and arcs of green light blasted out. It struck Sparkle Guardian Hades in the chest, and he tumbled back. Sparkle Guardian Poseidon spun his trident around, smacking and shattering soldiers. Alfreda had placed a dozen more, and with Linnet's increased speed spell, the soldiers came to life with increased veracity. Clay soldiers advanced on the new Guardian, and the new Guardian slammed the end of her staff into the ground. Thick and spiky vines emerged from the yard, twisting around the soldiers. They broke moments later. Linnet's haunting tune was dancing on the air, and yet it was a bit longer before it would take effect. Nixie blew black vape smoke and engulfed the battlefield in obscurity. Lightning bolts and streams of water blasted out, yet they missed hitting any of her allies. Verdant beams of magic arced into the fog, and yet none of the enemies screamed out in pain or surprise. During all the confusion, Alfreda pulled out more soldiers to grow. When the smoke cleared, a large shield of vines, trees, and plants had swirled around the Sparkle Guardians. The vines unraveled, and the Sparkle Guardians charged. Wait, there were only 3.
Linnet, to the right!
She didn't see anything, but she threw herself back as quickly as she could. A savage gust of air whooshed past her face, and yet she still sang. She couldn't afford to stop. A green arc of energy curled through the air, and it struck an invisible spot. Someone screamed. Almost there. Linnet stared hard into the empty space, and she kept singing. One of the vines grabbed Nixie by the ankle and lifted her upside down. Nixie breathed violent orange vape, and the vine began to melt. Sparkle Guardian Poseidon sprinted toward Alfreda, and he swung at her several times. Alfreda dipped and dodged past the blows, but she was on the verge of failure. Alvinia narrowly missed getting struck by a lightning bolt, and in turn, she missed hitting Sparkle Guardian Zeus.
I've got you now!
A chromatic ring expanded from Linnet with extreme velocity, and it struck all 4 of the Sparkle Guardians. They all stopped a moment later, and then they started screaming. Their eyes became bathed in chromatic swirls, and they rolled around uncontrollably. Alvinia leveled her magic staff.
No! If you hit one of them, they will be freed from the spiraling prison of insanity!
The what?
It's my most powerful spell, but it takes so long to pull off. They're trapped within their own mind in a prison of spinning colors. It has a short duration, and if we hit any of them, they'll be freed.
So, should we kill one and then do the spell again?
I can only do it once a day. And it has a short duration. Like, really short. It'll get longer one day, but I'm just...
You don't have to justify it or defend yourself. You were amazing today.
Agreed.
Tactical retreat?
Linnet, Nixie, and Alvinia took out their crystals, and then they were engulfed in white light.
And that's when we decided to pull out. We didn't want to chance losing the Anam energy we collected, or perhaps losing one of our lives. The Sparkle Guardians are very powerful. I hope you aren't too terribly upset at us.
Alfreda, Linnet, Alvinia, and Nixie had returned an hour ago, and here they were. The weight of the silence and the prolonged, studious stare from Marika, the grim commander, sent chills down the back of Linnet's arms. Suddenly, Marika smiled widely.
Miss Linnet, there's more to you than what that cow Cyrene led me to believe. I would expect nothing less considering who your sister and mother are.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, as for the rest of you, why would I be upset? 1, you managed to pull a fantastic harvest of Anam Energy. 2, you all proved you are quite formidable. Yes, you didn't beat the Sparkle Guardians, but you bopped them in the face, that's for sure. Thirdly, you all came back alive. And last, you all collected excellent data for me. Well done, ladies. Well done indeed.
Linnet peeked over at her 3 friends, and they all smiled back at her.
So, for our next plan, we're going to blow up the city!
For a long moment, Linnet just stared at her, trying to discern some hint of humor or playfulness. However, the only emotion that dominated Marika's face was that of earnest, unbroken honesty. Cold dread creaked and groaned inside Linnet, and she was surprised that it had not made a disturbance during the meeting. Slowly, Linnet turned her attention to face the others, as there were a bunch of people in the staff meeting today. In addition to Alfreda, Nixie, and herself, Elvinia and the entire R&D Arcanist staff were present as well. Nixie's eyes were opened wide, and her mouth hung ajar. Alfreda's lips formed a small pout underneath her nose, and she sort of glared at Marika. What was most unsettling was that Elvinia and the other Arcanists averted their eyes from the commander. Guilt stained their faces, and the air around them was quite bitter.
Well, I'll be honest. I had hoped for a better reception to my brilliant plan.
Ma'am, when you say blow up, do you mean make something explode and kill large percentages of the population?
Yes, I would say this plan will kill a majority of the population.
Alfreda stood up and crossed her arms over her chest.
Killing so many humans is an ethics policy violation. It's against company standards.
Yeah, about that. Those ethics policies are so antiquated, and to be honest, they're stupid. We are in the business of harvesting soul energy from living beings. What we do is a giant ethics violation. I'm sure if we consulted with the humans, they would see it as a tremendous ethics complication. Hell, they'd probably see it as an act of war.
Be that as it may, the Operon Corporation had set in its updated bylaws that we're not supposed to perform open genocide, which is what you're proposing now. What you're planning is wrong.
A long and prickly silence flickered in the air above their heads, and everyone kept turning their eyes from Alfreda to Marika, and then back again. Marika's smile fell away, and she openly glared back at Alfreda with a kind of foreboding and doom-filled stare that forced Alfreda to turn her attention away for only a second.
I wanted to like you. I really did, Alfreda. But I will not tolerate divisiveness. Firstly, I don't give a rat's ass about those ethics policies. And neither does the current board of directors.
Marika pulled open one of her drawers and then stood up. In her hands, she held a rolled-up scroll.
I have in my hands a writ of permission to conduct the next mission as I see fit. You see, everyone, ever since I first arrived, I have been reviewing all your reports, and also collecting my own data. Based on my data, both from this current assignment and from my previous posts in the past, I found an interesting discovery.
Marika glared harder at Alfreda, and slowly, Alfreda sat back down. As soon as she was back where she was supposed to be, Marika smiled again. However, this time, it wasn't the same warmth as she had before. No, this perhaps was the real Marika. The one that Latifah had warned her about. Or at least, this was a hint of who the real Marika was.
Would you all like to know what my discovery was? How funny. But in all the years that Nymphians have been harvesting Anam energy, we never recorded and studied how much Anam energy is produced when the soul leaves the body. In the past, when large amounts of death occurred, I was surprised to see an abundance of Anam energy for the taking. So, I submitted a proposal to the board of directors.
She moved from around the desk and started weaving through the various seated individuals. She didn't menacingly approach Alfreda, but merely waltzed around her without so much of a glance.
My plan is simple. We're going to enact several catastrophic explosions within the city, killing thousands of people. While this happens, we're going to measure the Anam energy output, the Anam energy potency, and how much raw reserve we can collect from such a small community. If my hypotheses are correct, and we are able to harvest vast more sums of Anam energy compared to the regular procedure, then those silly ethics policies will be abandoned for a fierce new business model.
Linnet averted her eyes as the swirling bitterness nearly overtook her. This was too much. She couldn't do this. She didn't want to be a killer. She didn't want to cause the deaths of innocents. Linnet glanced back to check where the commander was. Her heart stopped in her chest. Marika's eyes were level with her own. The commander had bent over, and she watched Linnet as a starving predator might observe a weak prey. No one said anything.
If any of you do not want to do this, you are welcome to quit right now. However, if any of you do quit on me, I promise you, I will make it so you will never be hired anywhere, ever.
Without breaking eye contact, Marika slowly rose back to her full height. She gave Linnet a wide grin and then started walking again.
Believe me, ladies, I can make it happen. You all signed up to be in the Anam energy operations industry, and this is what it looks like. It can get gritty, dark, and dangerous. Strap in.
Marika peered over her shoulder.
Or ruin the rest of your lives. So, without further ado, I'd like to go over the plan. Does anyone have any objections?
No one did, not even Alfreda. Even though Linnet was the one who was the target of the commander's ire, it was clear from Alfreda's expression. Her shoulders were slumped. She frowned, and her eyes shimmered with some light wetness.
I've been having the head of R&D work on some delightful artifacts that will make fantastically devastating explosions when placed in the right environments. The right environments will be the city's energy plants. The artifacts will collect latent magic from their power grids, and then cause each of the 3 power grids to explode. The resulting blast should kill about 83% of the population. The best part, it will look like freak accidents, or perhaps terrorist attacks from human terrorists. If we're lucky, the Sparkle Guardians will be caught in the blasts as well.
Marika pointed right at Linnet.
You and Elvinia will form Team 1 and place your artifact in the smallest of the energy plants. You two seem to work together. Why break up a good thing? Team 2 will be comprised of Nixie and Alfreda. Your energy plant is twice the size of the first one, But with Alfreda's army, you shouldn't have any trouble.
Marika sat upon the front of her desk, and she started to lightly swing her legs back and forth, as if it were a playground.
The last team will consist of me and the rest of R&D. We are taking on the biggest reactor, and statistically, it should be the one that should attract the Sparkle Guardians. However, if they come to one of the first 2 plants instead, hold them off until I get there. The Sparkle Guardians will die during this mission, one way or another. Any questions?
Ma'am, are we going to have to activate a timer on the artifacts, or is there going to be some kind of trigger?
Oh, I'll be the one to activate the trigger. I'll only do that once we're safe back in the Citadel. Don't worry. I won't sacrifice any of you. Any other questions?
No one had another, and so Marika swung her legs back over her desk and slid into her seat.
R&D is putting the final touches on the bombs. We're going to start this plan in 5 days. You all are free to do whatever you want until then. You can even go to the city and have your last hurrahs at your favorite little spots. After we're finished with this city, they won't be there anymore. Dismissed.
R&D was the first to get up and leave, although Linnet didn't rise up until Elvinia was beside her. It was silent as everyone shuffled out. Linnet gave one look over her shoulder to Marika. Rather than smile, the Citadel commander glared at Linnet. How funny. The day was so gorgeous today. The sun dominated the sky without any clouds to hinder its brilliance. It was warm, but not overly so, and a soothing breeze tickled Linnet's cheek. As wonderful as it was, it did little to lift her spirits. Elvinia walked beside her, and yet she was also enveloped in a melancholy shell. Alfreda and Nixie had elected to not join them on this outing, as they had their own special spots to visit before the mission. Many humans were on the sidewalks today, as it was the weekend. People were smiling, conversing with one another, and they moved past Elvinia and Linnet. The 2 of them were the harbingers of death, reluctantly so. Rather than go to Anthony's, Elvinia and Linnet had decided to just walk around the city. It was unfortunate that they did not do this before, just exploring all of the small and large aspects of life and culture. Every once in a while, one of them would point towards something interesting, and they traded brief conversations about whatever it was. They eventually found their way into a large park with trails, benches, and playground equipment. There was also a ton of trees in the park, which reminded Linnet of sweet Nymphia. Linnet sat down on one of the benches, and Elvinia plopped down beside her. A group of young moms strolled past them, pushing strollers, and talking about the state of the economy and how it affected their Roth IRAs. The babies cooed loudly, and it was not all that unpleasant to hear. In the distance, children swung on the swings, climbed on the octagon-shaped jungle gym, and laughed. It was kind of infectious, and Linnet smiled ever so slightly. However, tears welled in her eyes. Elvinia placed a hand on her hand, and she gave a slight reassuring squeeze.
I know. This really sucks.
These people are good people. Innocent. Yes, we harvested Anam energy from them before, but what Marika is planning, it's horrid.
Yeah, I only found out about the plans yesterday morning. I wanted to tell you, but I was directly told not to. Thank the goddess that I wasn't a part of the development of the exploding artifacts, scanners, or anything. Still, that doesn't make this any easier.
This is not what I signed up for. I never wanted a life where I killed other people.
What were you expecting? I know they covered combat and such in college. I didn't go through the curriculum, but I had other friends who did.
Why do you think I honed my song magic the way I did? I'm a support type operative, not a combat type. I never wanted to follow in my family's direct footsteps. They told me I had a legacy to follow, and I came from a long line of songstress Anam Energy collectors. I figured if I healed and buffed my allies, it would be something I could get used to.
Something you could get used to? Life is way too short to settle for a life you get used to. One thing is for sure, after this mission, you need to find a new career.
I should have quit before. If I try and leave now, America will ruin any chance to start over anywhere.
Yeah, I believe she can make it hard, but I don't think she can ruin your chances. You should quit now. Just go. It'll be okay.
Slowly, Linnet turned her attention squarely on her friend. Alvinia's eyes were cast in narrow, anguish-filled slits, and her mouth had formed a crooked frown.
No. I can't leave you to face this alone. Me, you, Alfreda, and Nixie came on this journey together. And I'm not going to be selfish and run away. I just hate this.
Alvinia grinned, but only for a second. Her eyes became wetter, and then she turned her attention toward the children again.
I wish we could warn them, But doing that will have the same sort of effect as quitting. Hell, it would be even worse for us.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm going to quit after this mission. I'll accept the sins of what's going to happen, but I couldn't make a career of it.
You know what? I will too. I love the opportunity to build magical technology, but I can do that anywhere.
You're going to quit too?
Alvinia simply nodded, and then let out a heavy sigh. A couple of young men ran past them, and they were dressed in bright yellow, teeny shorts, and were shirtless. Within 30 seconds, 10 more young men ran past, followed by a group of 30 more 20 seconds after that.
Humans are so weird. Can you imagine willingly running? No, thank you.
Yeah, it's not something I'm into either. But human bodies are different than ours. Some humans even run for fun. Like, not as part of a team, but just to do it.
Well, once we quit, you'll have plenty of time to work on your fan fiction.
Yeah, well, I'll have to choose new characters to write about.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Don't be. All great things must end at some point. Besides, I've written so many naughty stories about Poseidon and Hades. It's getting kind of stale. I'll always treasure what I had written. But now, I need new material. And new muses.
So, what are you going to do?
I don't even know. I never really thought about it. I just figured I would spend about 200 years in R&D and maybe work my way up to being an R&D director. I always wanted to develop new technology to better harvest Anam energy safer, without killing anyone. Some of the projects here gave me a lot of things to think about and data to play with.
Well, maybe you can do that.
Maybe. What about you? What are you going to do?
That's the same question I've been muddling over since I graduated. I have no idea what I want to do or how to figure out what I want to do. I just know Anam Energy Collection isn't it.
Ooh, have you ever tried being a singer/performer?
Nope. Singing is okay and it's in my blood, but I wouldn't want to do it for a career. Like I said, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. I don't even know what my purpose is.
Well, maybe a career isn't supposed to be the thing that defines your purpose. Maybe it's a hobby.
A hobby? but I can't pay rent or eat food with hobbies.
Well, no, most of the time you can't. But that's why you can find an okay job that allows you the financial freedom to do whatever it is you want to do. You're funding your purpose, and that's okay too.
For a long time, Linnet sat there and stared at the sidewalk while Elvinia watched the people go by. She didn't stare at Linnet, place any expectation for her to respond, or anything. A small, barely noticeable bead of warmth began resonating inside her. It didn't grow, but it was there.
Maybe you're right. I was so overwhelmed thinking that I was supposed to find the perfect career as soon as possible, or I was going to be a failure. It has been so stressful.
I know it has. And I want you to realize it doesn't have to be. It's okay if you get it wrong at first. Hell, it's all right if you mess up over and over. I have an aunt who started over 4 times, trying out different careers until she stumbled upon what she wanted to do, by accident. Had she not gone on a couple of detours, she would have never discovered her greatest passion.
What did she do?
She's a producer of her own little startup production company. The point I'm trying to make is that it's okay if you haven't got it figured out, or if you go forward without really knowing where you're headed. The important thing is that you keep on moving.
Huh. You're so smart. I'm glad I have a friend like you. Now I just need to find an okay job to fund my self-exploration.
I actually have an idea about that. How about you stick with me?
What do you mean?
I know wherever I go, I'm going to be making stuff. Well, I need an assistant. Do you want to be my assistant?
Do you mean it?
Sure. We'll apply together, and if a company wants me, then they have to pay you as my assistant Arcanist researcher. You probably won't be paid near what I get paid, but I'll fight for a good salary. And when you find what you want to do, we can figure out the next step. Does that sound like a plan?
Linnet practically leapt on Elvinia and embraced her in a slight hug.
Yes! That sounds like it would be fun, and I promise I'll help you with whatever I can.
Don't get too excited yet. You and I still have to get through this next mission, alive and sane. But we will get through it. Let's just focus on that for now. And then, once we do,
we'll leave this crap situation and find a better place. Yes, we will get through this. We just have to.
Linnet and Elvinia stayed on the bench until sunset, and brilliant oranges blanketed across the city. As soon as no humans were in sight, they took out their teleportation crystals, and then became bathed in alabaster light. So it was time. Time for the last mission. A mission that would forever scar her. Every inch of Linnet's skin crawled as she waited in the teleportation room. Elvinia had told her she would meet Linnet there, that she needed to grab some last-minute provisions from her lab. Linnet stood by the doorway of the entrance, and she kept her eyes focused on the ground. When Nixie and Alfredo walked into the room, they stopped and beheld her for a moment. Their faces were locked in sullen expressions, with gaunt eyes and deeply pronounced frowns. Nixie walked up closer to her and placed her hand on Linnet's shoulder.
Hey, it's gonna be okay. I don't know how it will, but it will work out in the end. We're not to blame here.
How can you say that? Is that how you honestly feel?
Well,
We're just as much to blame as America. We're helping with this great evil, and it's something we're all going to have to live with.
Yes, this is something we're all going to have to live with. Unfortunately, it's not something we can change. We're stuck with doing it. If any of us had any actual choice in the matter, we wouldn't be doing this.
I know we're all good people in our hearts.
but this whole situation really sucks.
It really does.
Agreed. Are you going to be okay, though?
No, I'm not okay, but we'll get through this. I will get through this. But after...
Linnet turned her attention down the hallway, and to her relief, they were still alone.
I'm going to quit. Surely Marika won't ruin my life if I quit after this monstrosity of a mission, right?
We can only hope. I'm glad you're not quitting now. I would hate to see what she would do to you had you just left.
I couldn't let you all face this alone. It's like I told Elvinia. We all started this experience together, and I'm going to see it through with you.
It's true. She really did say that.
Elvinia walked up to the group, and she carried a staff with a blue orb as its headpiece, a pair of glasses with star-shaped lenses, and a large amulet hanging around her neck. She was also wearing an ornate belt buckle.
You look, prepared.
Yeah, well, last time there were 4 of them, and if all 4 came to our location, then I'm going to have to be ready while Linnet belts out a badass song.
I'll do my best.
And that's all I'm asking for.
All eyes turned to the entourage of 5 people walking down the hallway toward them. Marika strutted at the front of the group, with the head of R&D at her heels. The remainder of R&D slinked in their wake. Marika didn't stop where Linnet and the others stood, but led the group to the teleporter pads.
Come on, ladies. Let's get this glorious task started, shall we? Just to recap, Team 3 consists of myself and the bulk of R&D. Team 2 is Nixie and Alfreda, and the last team, Team 1, is Linnet and Elvinia. No one had better mess this up, otherwise I'm going to be very displeased. We'll meet back here before I set off the grand finale of this out-of-nowhere city.
Marika stepped on the teleporter pad, took a flourishing dramatic pose, and then disappeared into a blinding nimbus of light. The rest of R&D disappeared seconds after they stepped onto the pads. Alfreda turns to the others.
No matter how this turns out, I am honored to have served with you all. And while I am sad to hear that you're going to be leaving us, I know it's probably what's best for you. Let's finish off this last mission as a team, shall we?
As a team.
Oh, I'm so lucky that I got a chance to meet you all. Thank you all for your patience and your caring.
I guess you all are pretty cool.
Alfreda placed her hand outward, with her palm down and her fingers extended. A second passed, and then she gazed into the others' eyes for mere seconds as well. Linnet placed her hand on Alfreda's, and then Nixie placed it on hers. Elvinia rested her hand on top. They stood like that for a few long moments, before Nixie and Alfreda took their hands back. Elvinia and Linnet did the same. Just as Alfreda and Nixie got to the teleporter pads, Nixie turned back toward Linnet and Elvinia.
You two had both better come back alive.
Agreed.
Oh, you too! And if you run into the Sparkle Guardians, give them hell!
Same to you.
Oh, we will.
Alfreda and Nixie faded into brilliant columns of light. Elvinia and Linnet took their places on the paths next.
Are you ready?
As ready as I can be. Are you ready?
Elvinia simply nodded, and then an alabaster field of light swallowed Linnet.
This is not going according to plan.
Yeah, that was my fault. I shouldn't have missed that guy. Sorry.
Elvinia pointed her staff towards some of the humans hiding behind the corner. Every now and then, they'd peek around to shoot their guns, but they stared in fright as the blue orb at the end of Elvinia's staff pulsated brightly. A ball of similar-colored energy blasted out toward the floor where the armed humans stood. As soon as the ball struck the ground, wild tentacles of Azure energy emerged out like an upside-down octopus, and they slapped at the humans. When one of the energy tendrils hit, the person would be engulfed in light blue energy. They fell unconscious moments later. Linnet and Elvinia had arrived about 15 minutes ago, and everything was going well until they came upon a large group of the security guards who were throwing a retirement party for someone named Carl. Linnet had sung one of her songs and hypnotized more than half of them, while Elvinia blasted energy attacks with her staff and belt buckle. Too bad one of the human security guards, the eldest of the bunch, was a little more spry than his younger co-workers. He rolled away from the attacks and then ran down the hallway. Linnet and Elvinia chased after, but not before being pinned down by gunfire. When the last human fell to Elvinia's unique energy attack, she started running. Elvinia bled from a small wound in her arm, caused by a stray bullet. Linnet sang as they ran. Green flowing notes danced out past her lips, and they collided into the wound. When they did, they splashed into a liquid that closed the injury.
Thanks a lot. I think it's also safe to say we might be the ones who attract you-know-who.
Alfreda has an army of clay soldiers, and Marika is really violent. Do you really think so?
We're bound to fight him soon. Maybe if we're lucky, we can attach the artifact and be gone before they get here.
Elvinia and Linnet ran down the hallway and up a stairwell toward an office with a large metal door. It was locked, and a couple of humans stood inside, staring at the pair of them with concerned eyes. They were talking on the phone to someone. The guy who had been talking on the phone stopped talking and stared at Linnet. The others gaped too. She beckoned them to come with a finger, and one of them opened the door. As soon as it was open, Elvinia pointed her staff, and the orb lit up like a beacon. A blue ball shot out into the room, and the tentacle monster returned to touch the humans. Linnet moved in first, and Elvinia closed the door behind them.
How long do you think that door will hold the Sparkle Guardians?
Probably between 6 to 18 seconds. At least we can draw in their attention so the others can finish their missions. If they don't come for us, then we can get out of here and never mention to anyone that we kind of messed up.
Elvinia reached into her infinity bag and pulled out a large box-like artifact. The artifact had a bunch of engraved lines that crisscrossed the entire length of the box, making tiny geometric diamonds all over it. There was a single red button at the front center of the box. Elvinia placed the box on the main power console in the room, and then she pressed the red button. The box lifted an inch off of the surface of the console, and a brilliant bright green spike of energy jutted from the bottom of the box. It pierced the solid state of the console's surface, but it didn't affect its physical appearance. All of the crisscrosses began glowing green, and they hummed with consistent power. The red button sunk in and transformed into a glowing green glass indicator.
Well, the artifact is syncing up to the power mainframe. Once it glows gold, then we can leave.
How long is that going to last?
Before Elvinia had a chance to answer, a face appeared at the glass window of the metal door. Elvinia stared at it, and so Linnet turned her attention to it as well. Sparkle Guardian Poseidon glared at them. His teeth were bared.
They're already inside! And they've done something to the console.
Sparkle Guardian Zeus peeked inside, followed by the new female Guardian. And lastly, Sparkle Guardian Hades.
What is that? It's glowing with magic.
It's nothing good, that's for sure. Whatever it is you're planning, you had better stop right now.
Oh yes, that's going to make them stop.
Both of you stop it. You two have been squabbling all day. This is not the time for it. Get back!
Linnet took in a deep breath and she started to sing. Elvinia's body became bathed in light in the same manner it had during their last epic fight against the Sparkle Guardians. Elvinia pointed her staff toward the door and crouched down. There was only one entrance to the room. The door shook violently as zapping sounds of lightning and the boom of thunder rumbled, but it held. Cracks formed on the glass, but it was thicker than normal glass and didn't shatter. After the third lightning bolt, the sound of constant water streaming hit the windows, but they held against the water.
This isn't working! We have to reason with them!
Reason with them? That's stupid! They're Nymphians! They're the enemy!
I know that, but the singer is conflicted.
What does that even mean?
Sparkle Guardian Hades placed his face in the window, and he stared at Linnet.
You! Singer! You and I have spoken before. I know you aren't a bad person. Not really. I don't know what you or your partner are trying to do, but I know it's evil. Please, you have to stop!
We can't stop! I'm so sorry. I don't want to blow up the city, but we have to!
There was a long and uncomfortable pause as Sparkle Guardian Hades' eyes opened wider.
Did she say blow up the city? They're trying to kill us!
Get out of the effing way! We have to get in there now!
Rather than move, Sparkle Guardian Hades remained where he stood, and he stared harder at the pair of them.
You're planning on killing innocents. Children are within the range of this plant. You can't!
I'm sorry. We have no choice.
How can you say that? You do have a choice. You Nymphians have done some messed up stuff in the past, but this is way too far. Why? Why do you have to kill us?
It's for Anam Energy. The energy your souls give off powers our world and our way of life. Anam Energy to us is like oil to you. And we're not doing this by choice, because our commander is making us do this.
Their commander? Oh, God. They're at the other reactors too. They're going to kill everyone.
Please, don't do this. You've collected your energy in the past, and you didn't really hurt anyone. Not really. This new commander. What you're doing is wrong.
Don't you think we know that? But if we don't do this and finish this job, our careers and lives are finished.
So you're willing to sacrifice innocent lives for your own sakes?
Please move. I can talk to them. I can change their minds. I know I can.
Sparkle Guardian Hades stepped back. Elvinia cast a cautious eye toward Linnet, who beamed one back at her in kind. The newest Guardian placed her face to the window. She looked awfully familiar. She couldn't place her exactly. A prodding insistence hooked at her.
Hi there. I'm a newly made Sparkle Guardian, and I'm imbued with the spirit of the goddess Demeter. You all the Nymphians kidnapped me for one of your schemes.
Linnet caught Elvinia's attention, and a greasy film had festered inside her stomach.
I was also your server at Anthony's.
Oh, that's where I recognize you from!
Yes, and I recognized you after I got my powers. I was your server for months, and I recognize you from the way you speak, the way your hair falls from your head, and the way you carry yourselves. You both have seen humans up close, and you know what you're doing is wrong. We're just like you, and all we want to do is live, love, and grow old. Please, don't enact this plan.
We don't want to kill you. I didn't start this career path to be a murderer.
If you activate that cube thing, then you will be a murderer. No matter what else you do in life, you'll be tainted by this atrocity.
Tears started rolling down Lynette's cheeks.
They're right. I don't want to do this, Elvinia. I don't want innocents to die.
We can't stop it. We've already implanted our artifact. I'm certain that the others have already activated theirs and started the sinking as well.
Is there anything we can do? I don't care if America ruins my future career. I can't be an accomplice to this genocide. I can't.
The only way we could even hope to stop this is to convince America not to press that button. And you know we can't convince her of that. She's the Grim Commander. The only way is to beat her. And we can't do it alone.
You won't be alone if we help you.
Sparkle Guardian Zeus's face was right beside Sparkle Guardian Demeter's.
What did you say?
Yeah, no kidding. What are you even talking about? We can't team up with them.
We have to do something! The Nymphian America is too strong for us Sparkle Guardians to handle. But maybe with them...
I'll be honest. Even with the 6 of us, I don't think we can take on America and the rest of R&D.
But maybe we could with Nixie and Alfreda.
Elvinia glanced back to Linnet before looking back to the Sparkle Guardians again. The cube artifact was 1/4 golden light, while the remaining portion was green.
There is no way that they would throw away their careers like that.
Maybe not throw away their careers, but this is not the company we signed up for. This is not the way Anam Energy Collection is supposed to go. The ethics policies were set in place for a reason.
Wait. You all have ethics policies. That's bullshit.
I highly doubt they're going to side with you. But screw it. I'm siding with you on this.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Save it for later. If we open the door, do you promise to honor a brief truce? In order to save your city, we are going to have to work together.
The Sparkle Guardians looked at one another briefly, before all staring at Linnet and Elvinia.
We promise.
By the way, I would not recommend attacking or trying to tamper with the artifact. It is rigged to explode prematurely if it's tampered with. The only thing we can do is stop America.
So noted.
Linnet walked over to the door, unlatched it, and then opened it. Well, this was new, and definitely not where she thought she'd see herself when she woke up. Linnet had foreseen a doomy, gloomy, and foreboding trudge through the broken remains of her morals and sense of self-ethics. This escapade was something else entirely. While the obstacles set before her seemed more monstrous than before, at least she was doing the right thing. The Sparkle Guardians were fast, much faster than Elvinia and Linnet could run. When they sprinted forth, Linnet and Elvinia rode piggyback on the Sparkle Guardians. Linnet rode Poseidon, and Elvinia rode Hades. The situation was dire, but Elvinia grinned from ear to ear. Their destination was the reactor where Team 2 was set to activate their artifact. If they had a chance of defeating Marika, Linnet and Elvinia would need to somehow convince Nixie and Alfreda to turn their backs on their entire careers as well. That should be easy. No trouble at all. They sprinted down the back alleys and across the less busy streets to reach their destination. The second reactor was much larger than the one Elvinia and Linnet had been tasked with. Dozens of clay soldiers stood around the perimeter, gazing outward toward where Linnet and the others had come from. Linnet and Elvinia stopped in front of where the front lines of the clay soldiers stood. The soldiers charged when the Sparkle Guardians stopped behind them.
Wait! We have to talk to Alfreda!
To her surprise, the clay soldiers stopped, and then turned their attention to Linnet. Their etched faces were unreadable, as were their blank eyes. They had stopped, but their weapons were drawn.
We don't have a lot of time, but we need to talk to Nixie and Alfreda now. Please go fetch her for us. The Sparkle Guardians aren't our enemies at the moment.
A dozen clay soldiers shifted their attentions back to where the 4 Sparkle Guardians stood, and leveled their weapons again. A couple moved to attack, and once more Linnet held her hands out widely.
Please, we can't afford to lose any of you for what we have to do.
One of the archer soldiers ran into the facility, while the rest of the soldiers gathered around the entrance in a tight cluster. They all stared at the Sparkle Guardians.
How did you know that they would listen or communicate with Alfreda? Or even understand you?
I didn't know, but I hoped.
These clay soldiers are shit. We should just break through them.
If you really want to save your city, then you're going to not do that.
What? She said.
A few minutes passed, and Nixie and Alfreda exited the reactor with cautious eyes. As soon as they saw Linnet and Elvinia, they seemed to snarl at the Guardians who were within arm's reach.
Did you take them as mind slaves or something?
No, they're not. I'm afraid the truth is far more complicated.
Complicated? Oh, I think it's simple. You're betraying us. You wanted out so bad you'd turn on your own kind?
It's not like that at all. We aren't doing this by choice. Neither Linnet nor I can abide by genocide, so our company can get Anam Energy. We have to stop America.
Did you come here to stop us too? We've already activated the artifact and it's almost halfway done sinking.
Alfreda and Nixie held up their hands in defensive positions. And as soon as Alfreda went on the defensive, all of the soldiers raised their weapons at the ready as well.
You will find us difficult opponents.
Stop! We're not trying to fight you. We're trying to ask you for your help.
Our help? You mean you want us to become traitors too?
You can't honestly say you're fine with slaughtering the humans like this, can you?
Of course not! This is not how citadels are supposed to be run. We're supposed to be unseen and take little Anam, but America and the new board policies want quantity. What are we supposed to do? Say no?
If you let evil win, you are no better than they are. It has to start somewhere.
Shut it, Sparkle Dork. I'm not talking to you.
Sparkle Guardian Zeus started to say something else, but Sparkle Guardian Demeter placed a hand on their shoulder.
Alfreda, you are the best and most qualified person I know to lead us on this mission. You have the most experience of all of us, Sparkle Guardians included. You are a born leader, and if we're going to stop America and prevent this atrocity, we need you. And Nixie, you're powerful and lithe with your vape magic. With you, we can level the playing field and get closer to America. You know how to work the battlefield. Please, I know it's asking a lot.
I have worked for this company for 29 years, proving myself to be the best operative I can be. 29 years, and you're asking me to just throw it all away?
We are asking you to do the right thing. Killing humans is not the right way. You said yourself.
Elvinia and Linnet kept staring at Nixie and Alfreda, and it was Nixie who broke first. Tears welled in her eyes.
I don't want to be a murderer, Alfreda, but I'm scared. I'm scared to die myself because I hate situations like this.
Nixie.
I honestly don't know what path to take. They're both fraught with danger and risk.
Alfreda stepped closer and then grazed her fingers against Nixie's chin, affectionately.
I will do this if you do it with me.
Are you kidding me? I would have quit 10 years ago had it been for you, Alfreda. I'm crazy about you.
And I, you.
Alfreda held up her hand and then it flashed brightly with magical power. All of the soldiers surrounding her began sparkling brightly, and then they disappeared. Within seconds, it was just Linnet, Elvinia, Nixie, and Alfreda, as well as the Sparkle Guardians. Alfreda approached the group, and Nixie was right beside her, her hand a hair breadth away from Alfreda's.
I don't like working with them, but I suppose against someone like America, we're going to need all the allies we can get. Do you have a plan?
We were hoping you'd have an idea.
Alfreda paused, glanced at the Sparkle Guardians in turn, and then gave a small smile.
I have a plan.
It was a sight unlike anything she could have expected, projected from the very worst nightmares. Linnet and the rather large group of individuals consisting of Nymphians and Sparkle Guardians stopped before the entrance of the reactor facility. There was a large gaping hole where the entrance was, but that was not what made Linnet and the others stop, dead in their tracks. Iron rebar spikes had been jammed into the ground, and the body of the human workers had been shoved savagely upon the tops. Opened, dead eyes stared skyward, and most of the bodies held ajar mouths. Each of the spikes had been made to form 2 rows that ran deeper into the opened and empty lot between the 2 largest reactor buildings. The rows curved around and looped to form an enclosed circle. Marika stood within that circle. A twisted smile was on her face, and she stared right into Linnet's eyes. A pair of brutal iron golems stood behind her, their fingers, palms, knuckles, and feet stained crimson. What was most alarming were the 4 Nymphian bodies that lay in a row right before Marika. The head of R&D had her head completely torn off, and it was missing, while the other members of the R&D team had gashes, wounds, and other signs of swift but violent deaths.
What took you so long? I've been waiting for quite some time.
Linnet's body shook visibly.
You were waiting for us?
Of course I was waiting for you. Do you think I'm new to this villainous game? I set up surveillance in each of the sites, so I watched in real time as you all turned on me, one by one.
Marika pointed to the head of R&D's corpse.
As soon as we all saw that you were determined to stop me from killing innocent humans, these fools tried to convince me to stop. They didn't even try to fight me after I started beating the shit out of their boss. They just watched. Alfreda, did you really think your plan was going to work?
Alfreda averted her eyes, but then she returned to look at the Citadel commander with a heated glare.
We're going to stop you.
Oh, you will certainly try. I honestly live for the rush of battle and brutally breaking my opponent's spirits. Even with your sparkling allies, you're going to fail. Bertha? Bella? Crush them!
Time slid to a screeching halt, and Linnet found herself frozen as everyone else around her moved. Sparkle Guardian Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus ran toward Marika and her giant iron golems. Alfreda stepped back and placed her infinity bag on the ground. With a quick pull, she emptied it onto the ground, and a massive pile of more than 100 statuettes lay in a large pile. Her hands started to glow. Nixie moved beside the Sparkle Guardians, and her vape pen was in her mouth. Elvinia shook Linnet.
What are you doing? Sing!
Linnet breathed in and then started to sing. It was her song of heroines, and she allowed the notes to dance past her skin. Sparkle Guardian Demeter pulled Linnet back as one of the Iron Golems pushed past the line of Sparkle Guardians. Its iron fist struck where Linnet stood, but when it missed, it spun around and knocked Sparkle Guardian Poseidon through the air. He tumbled back and hit one of the dead, skewered bodies. While it stopped him from going further, he beamed a horrified expression at it. Sparkle Guardian Zeus tossed a lightning bolt at Marika, who cackled as she closed to the distance. Nixie blew out a stream of green smoke, and that stopped Marika for a moment. The other Iron Golem ran into the smoke. Sparkle Guardian Hades struck out at Marika with glowing fists, and he knocked away her rapier with fiery thorns. The first Iron Golem stepped back up to Sparkle Guardian Demeter, Linnet, and Elvinia. Elvinia pointed her staff, and the blue orb pulsated. An azure orb shot out and struck the side of the Iron Golem's shin. When it did, a blue energy creature bubbled off of its metal skin, and its long energy tendrils squeezed at its leg. It did nothing to stop it. Linnet continued to sing as she moved out of the way of another swift whoosh. Sparkle Guardian Demeter slammed her staff against the ground, and thick plant vines burst from the concrete. They started twirling around the Iron Golem's legs, and this time, the Golem fell to the ground. It pulled itself free from the vines moments later with giant strength. One of the Golems had Nixie by the leg, and it bent it in the wrong direction. Nixie screamed. Alfreda winced, but then maintained her focus on the pile. Tears welled in her eyes. Sparkle Guardian Zeus hurled another bolt of lightning at the Golem's face, but it started to pull at Nixie's leg, as if trying to free it from her. Nixie howled again. A massive horse made of steel slammed into the Golem, and it toppled it to the ground. It let go of Nixie, and she formed a little ball on the ground. Bright flashes swirled about, and all of the Sparkle Guardians, Nixie, Alvinia, and Alfreda, glowed with a powerful aura.
What was that?
You are way stronger and faster. Fight!
Alvinia thrust her hips toward Marika, and a beam coming out from her belt buckle shot out. It nearly clipped her in the face, but Marika expertly dipped back. A sour expression had covered the Citadel commander's face, and she glared daggers at Linnet. The other golem reached out to grab Linnet by the hair, but more vines shot out and wrapped around its waist. The giant pile of clay soldiers flashed brightly, and then blinding light smothered the entire area. Everyone stopped. When the light was gone, over 100 clay soldiers huddled around Alfreda.
Go!
Dozens of clay soldiers swarmed the iron golem closest to them, and it toppled over. The others ran toward Marika and the other iron golem. Linnet was not affected with her magic, and so she couldn't heal herself with it. She could, however, heal others. She ran along with the soldiers and dodged as the other iron golem kicked at the clay warriors. Many shattered, but others surged forward. Linnet slid to the ground under Marika's rapier, and she rolled closer to the prone Nixie. Clay soldiers surrounded Marika, as did Sparkle Guardian Hades. Marika grunted several times, but she swung her sword around in wide arcs. As soon as Linnet was at Nixie's side, she cradled Nixie's head in her lap. Nixie had been crying, and the bones jutted from her skin in 4 points. Nymphian blood pooled at her body.
It hurts so much. Oh, goddess. Please. Oh.
Alfreda made it over to where Linnet had begun singing. Magical green notes appeared in the air, and they splashed into Nixie's grievous wounds. Nixie whimpered as the bones began retracting back into her leg. Nixie reached out, and Alfreda gripped her hands tightly. Soon, Nixie's expression of absolute anguish eased, and she began breathing easier.
Ah!
One of the golems had dug its fingers into Poseidon's stomach, and they were deeper than the second digit. A moment later, the golem picked up Poseidon and slammed him on the ground, hard. Sparkle Guardian Zeus' body began crackling with intense lightning, and they began hovering in the air. A massive lightning bird surrounded the Guardian's body, and a second later, they flew right into the golem's body with enough force it made the golem roll away about 20 feet. Lightning danced up and down its body, and its eyes zapped out with bolts. Slowly, Sparkle Guardian Zeus stood up upon the chest of the iron golem, looking down at it. It didn't move, and blackened rings were around its eyes. A moment later, Sparkle Guardian Zeus fell upon its chest. Sparkle Guardian Hades was still fighting Marika, and she had shredded his leather coat and uniform to ribbons. Blood dripped down his body. Marika had a black eye and bruises on her face and neck, but she smiled maniacally. Linnet ran over to Sparkle Guardian Poseidon, whose guts were strewn upon his lap. Broken soldiers lay all around the area, and more than half had been destroyed. Even now, the other iron golem smashed clay soldiers, not caring about the vines wrapped around its neck, or that Alvinia was blasting it in the face. Alfreda, Nixie, and Linnet stood over the Sparkle Guardian of the water.
Can you save him?
Linnet licked her lips, and then she winced. She bent down, and then took the head of the man, her mortal enemy, a magical boy, into her lap. The green notes of magic danced on the air, and they splashed into Poseidon's body. His intestines started slithering back into him like snakes, and his body began shaking violently. Still, Linnet sang, and she began caressing his head. Linnet was not a killer. She was not a monster. She was simply someone who was trying to find herself in this crazy world. At least this felt like another step in the right direction. His wounds were gone, and he started breathing easier once more. His eyes were closed, but at least he was alive.
Singer, behind you!
Linnet turned and saw what was coming. A charging Marika with rapier poised. Rather than run or dodge, she merely covered Poseidon with her own body. The point of Marika's rapier pierced her shoulder, and it jutted out from the other side, stopping only a half-inch from impaling Sparkle Guardian Poseidon's skull.
You bitch!
Alfreda threw herself at Marika, but the Citadel commander pulled the blade free from Linnet's back. The pain was worse coming out, and Linnet nearly blacked out. Marika was driven back by more soldiers, and Sparkle Guardian Hades charged after her. The other golem had nearly crushed Alfreda. Alfreda and Nixie helped Linnet to a stand.
You can heal yourself, right?
Linnet simply shook her head.
Can you do something about the other golem? I'll stay here with her.
Yeah. I think I have something that will help.
Nixie moved away while fumbling with one of her cartridges. Linnet leaned heavily on Alfreda, and they watched as the paltry remainder of Alfreda's soldiers did their best against the Iron Golem and Marika. Marika's sword zipped with such speed and force that it cracked and chipped soldiers' faces, while the crushing might of the Iron Golem utterly smashed them. Nixie blew out a mustard-yellow vape, and it was haunting to watch. Whenever it touched any of the clay soldiers, they crumbled to dust. When the vape smoke hit the Iron Golem's legs, the metal began to rust and wilt. It crumbled to the ground, which allowed Nixie to blow another cloud into its face. Marika's rapier stabbed Hades' hip, and then she tore the blade free. Sparkle Guardian Hades fell to the ground, and he gripped his gushing wound. In an instant, Marika danced around the clay soldiers and maneuvered to where Linnet and Alfreda stood. Alfreda moved to bar Marika's advance, but the powerful Citadel commander somersaulted over the pair of them. Marika spun in the air and kicked Alfreda right in the face. Alfreda grunted and then went down. In a flash, Marika barreled into Linnet and pinned her to the ground, straddling her as if they were lovers. Marika's rapier tip pressed against Linnet's throat.
Now
With all of her might and the very last bit of magical power she had within her, Linnet screamed. What Marika didn't know was that Linnet had already drawn in a full breath when Marika meant to barrel into her. With expert control, she kept her power and then released it in one final attack. Sonic waves thundered into the spot where Linnet had directed, which was Marika's face. The Citadel commander's eyes and ears started to bleed. Her lip quivered back, and the grip on her rapier uncurled. As soon as Linnet stopped her scream, Marika's body flopped down upon her. Pain engulfed her, and her eyes fluttered closed. A minty chill swirled around Linnet's insides, and her eyes opened wide. Elvinia, Alfreda, Nixie, and Sparkle Guardian Demeter stood over her, and they all smiled as wide as they could.
Yes, the healing leaf worked. The healing leaf?
Linnet sat up, and a small diamond-shaped leaf fell from where it was stuck on her forehead. Linnet looked around to where the other Sparkle Guardians stood. The original trio stood slightly behind where her fellow Nymphians and the new Sparkle Guardian were. Clay soldiers of those who had remained from the terrible battle were carefully removing people from the iron spikes and placing them with care in long rows. Linnet pushed herself off the ground, and Sparkle Guardian Zeus approached her.
Thank you, little Nymphian. You saved our friend Poseidon.
Yeah. I was practically dead, so, thanks.
That's all you have to say? Thanks?
Actually, there is something else I have to say.
Sparkle Guardian Poseidon whirled around so quickly, and he stared hard at Sparkle Guardian Hades.
Oh my goddess! Are you going to confess your undying love for him?
Slowly, both Hades and Poseidon turned around and stared directly at Elvinia. Zeus started laughing, and Demeter giggled into her hand.
I'm sorry, wait a minute, excuse me, what? Wait, are you? I mean, I'm not judging, but I'm not.
No, I'm not! What the hell, Nymphian? Don't tell me you're into those stupid fanfics.
The what?
Zeus laughed harder. Alfreda, Nixie, and Demeter snickered into their hands. And Elvinia, well, she just beamed a wide smile.
There are like thousands of yaoi fanfics about you all. Many of the best ones are about Poseidon and Hades, and they're written by Pixie
Asahi, 1992.
Wow, you know about the author? She is Pixie, whatever she just said.
Sparkle Guardian Poseidon took a threatening step toward Elvinia.
What?
Elvinia just laughed long and hard. Sparkle Guardian Poseidon pointed his trident toward her.
I'll deal with you later. As for you, Hades,
Poseidon placed a hand on Hades' shoulder.
I want to say this before anything else happens. I'm sorry I was such an asshole about you leaving. I know you want to pursue your PhD and how it's important to you. I support you and believe in you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it a lot.
Now, kiss.
Yes, do it! I love those fanfics.
Sparkle Guardian Poseidon took another step toward Elvinia, but Sparkle Guardian Zeus stepped to block him. They smiled for a moment, but then became quite serious. The change of expression stole the brief delight from the group.
Thank you for helping us save our city, but this can't ever happen again. At least 20 innocent people lost their lives. I realize that you didn't kill anyone here, but at the other facility...
My clay soldiers never kill anyone. The only people we tried to kill were you that one time. But go on.
Okay, fine. But people died here. We, the Sparkle Guardians, are the protectors of this city. There are other magical guardian teams, and they've told us about how brutal some of your people can be. This was an alliance out of necessity, but I want to let you know we're going to stop you.
Even if you saved our lives during that fight, we have a responsibility. The next time we fight will be our last.
Unless we just want to do this now, as a winner takes all.
The clay soldiers all stopped and turned around once Alfreda and Nixie took defensive positions.
Wait! What if we could avoid this? Yes, we Nymphians require Anam Energy, but if we could safely harvest Anam Energy without hurting anyone, would you all allow us to continue? But could you actually do that?
You didn't die, did you? While we were working with Serene, most of our plans drew Anam Energy from your kind. But no one got hurt.
We will not suffer another leader like that one.
Sparkle Guardian Zeus pointed toward Marika's body.
How do we know that you're not going to get another boss like her?
The issue is that we might. The proposal that Marika sent the board of directors is quite sound with proposals that could lead to more citadels trying these kinds of missions.
You all have a board of directors?
But what if maybe we make it look like plans like this aren't worth it? Elvinia, you're super smart! Could you, do that?
Are you asking me to falsify scientific, arcane data to provide our superiors with misleading results?
Could you?
You bet your homoerotic vest-wearing ass I can.
Okay, but what about your new boss? How would you ensure that you don't get someone nearly as terrible?
A brief silence lingered between the group, and the Nymphians all looked at one another. The board of directors for the company was quite hard to deal with, and they were unpleasant, from what Linnet heard from her family.
Maybe if we could ensure who the boss was, we could ensure only safer techniques would be used. I mean, Elvinia has already worked on technology and stuff to do that, right?
Well, yes. Based on the data I collected from previous missions, I've already developed and designed technology that can safely extract residual Anam energy from people without hindering them in any way.
Ooh, and as for the new commander, I bet you if we all talked about how awesome Alfreda is in our reports, they might consider making her the commander. We could say after the Sparkle Guardians killed Marika, Alfreda stepped up and took command and led us to a victory over the Sparkle Guardians. Yeah?
Me?
Yeah, that's a great idea. And we can even submit a proposal to them with our reports saying that you are qualified, that you want to be our boss, and they would be able to save money on HR expenses for job advertisement, training, higher salaries, and all that junk.
It's true. I don't know about Nymphian companies, but for humans, HR expenses can be expensive.
What's the worst they can say? No? I say we go for it.
Girls, I don't know what to say.
Linnet approached Sparkle Guardian Zeus.
How about this? If we can pull this off and make Alfreda the new commander, can we forge some kind of peaceful resolution? And if not...
We can always have our epic fight later.
Yes, we can.
Very well. We have a ceasefire. For now.
Now that is handled. About those stupid stories.
Alvinia took out her white crystal and smiled. Nixie, Alfreda, and Linnet touched Alvinia's shoulders, and they all started glowing.
Gotta go, bye!
Get back here and face me like a man!
6 months later, Linnet took a deep breath of the autumn air. The leaves of the trees were turning various shades of red, brown, and yellow, and it gave the streets of the city a comforting and lovely atmosphere. Today was Saturday, and the sidewalks were full of people going to and fro. Linnet walked alongside Alfreda and Alvinia. They were in their human appearances, although much more dressy and business formal than normal. That made sense since this was going to be the first joint meeting between themselves and the Sparkle Guardians. After the battle between themselves and Marika, Alvinia had indeed fabricated the data to show negative results, and the board of directors were none too pleased by the failure. The board was about to assign another commander to the Citadel, but Linnet and the others were prepared. They stood together and threatened to quit if Alfreda, who had shown immense leadership during the last battle against the Sparkle Guardians, was not promoted. The negotiations were fierce, but in the end, Alfreda was named interim Citadel commander. Obviously, Alvinia had become the new head of R&D. Alfreda supported the development and distribution of new and safer methods of Anam Energy Collection, which suited the Sparkle Guardians just fine. As for Linnet...
Linnet, can you please go over the schedule with me? What do we have slotted after the joint meeting?
Linnet reached into her satchel and pulled out a crystal ball. She held it in one hand and then scrolled through the interface with one of her fingers.
Let's see. After this meeting, you have a conference call with the district commander until 2:30 p.m., and then you're taking an hour and a half for you and Nixie time. And then from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., we're working on the personal request through HR. Do you want to hear about Monday's schedule?
No, thank you. Can I just skip the conference call with Birdie? Ugh, she's going to ask so many questions.
Linnet smiled and pulled out a file folder from her satchel. The file folder was filled with a significant stack of papers.
I prepared all the talking points gleaned from your correspondence with District Commander Birdie. I've also indexed it all and tabbed them with indicators.
Thank you so much. I love being a Citadel commander, but by the goddess, it's so much more work.
Well, you are the best person for the job. Not only are you super organized, but you also have a badass executive assistant.
Yes, I would be way more stressed without you, Linnet.
Aw, thank you. I really appreciate that.
Linnet, Alfreda, and Alvinia walked down the sidewalk until they finally got to their destination, Anthony's. They walked inside. The restaurant was fairly packed, and there were perhaps a half-dozen servers maneuvering between the tables.
Hey ladies, over here!
Dana and Frankie, or rather, Sparkle Guardian Demeter and Zeus sat at a large round table toward the back of the restaurant. Several patrons gave Dana weird looks as she yelled over the entire restaurant to get the Nymphians' attention. Linnet grinned and led the way to the table. Dana wore a dark-colored suit jacket, a light pink blouse, and a matching dark gray skirt. Frankie wore a dark blue suit, with a light blue shirt and a pink tie. Linnet, Alfreda, and Elvinia took their seats at the table.
I see we're not the only ones taking this meeting seriously.
Well, we had to dress up today because we had a weekend board meeting of our own.
Wait, did you get another promotion?
Oh, not yet. And not anytime soon, I hope. I'm fine with being a project director. I have enough on my plate without having to take on more responsibility.
You know, I still think it's weird not seeing you serve.
Yeah, tell me about it. Jerry asked me when I was coming back to pick up shifts. Luckily, the accounting department at the advertising firm Frankie and I work at pays me well enough that I'll never have to take someone else's drink order again.
Linnet pulled out her crystal ball, and then she checked to see if they had any unread emails.
So, we still have 5 minutes before the meeting starts. Do we know if Tyler is going to make it?
He's on his way. It seems Nixie was giving him the business.
That's my girl. I hope she wasn't too hard on him. After all, he's still an apprentice.
He's a big boy. It'll be good for him to toughen up for the real ballbusters out there. I have to say, it's funny to see how much you've changed, Linnet. You used to be so uncertain and timid.
Yeah?
Well, I suppose I have come a long way. I still am trying to find myself, but for now, this is a good place.
Tyler, aka Sparkle Guardian Poseidon, entered Anthony's, and despite his sweaty appearance, he had a sort of smug smirk on his face. His smile got broader as he approached the table. He got down and sat between Elvinia and Dana.
Sorry if I smell kinda ripe. That damn slave driver Nixie had me rewire 5 of her freaking rooms. Granted, I'll admit I should have been a little more careful the first time, but the Pixie Garden was my first job.
Don't let Nixie get you down. This is her baby after all. Her greatest passion. Of course she's going to want the best. Unfortunately, she can't join us today because she's short-staffed, but she sends her regards. By the way, how is Nicholas?
He's well. A little overwhelmed at the moment because in addition to conducting research, he's teaching 3 huge freshman classes and also holding office hours.
I'm sorry, ladies, gentlemen, and traveler.
Frankie grinned a little wider and then gave a respectful nod to Linnet.
We really have to begin the meeting. Alfreda has a booked afternoon and we can't afford to run behind schedule.
Yes, Mom.
And so the meeting began, just as it was supposed to. Linnet listened to Alfreda and Elvinia give their updates, and the Sparkle Guardians all asked questions at appropriate times. A comforting sense of warmth engulfed Linnet's insides, and she smiled. As she had said, Linnet had come a long way. She was still finding herself, but for now, this was a good place. The end.